Your crews, mums, dads, the sponsors, the supporters, and of course, critically, to our drivers. So first race this morning in the senior categories is the 5.2 litre displacement, ladies and gents, supported by concreting by Bonds, and we've got a cracking field 5.2 litre. It's been a long-lived category, this one, Jono. It's been around for a long time, and the boats are right at the pointy end of their development, and quite a different mix-up in this field today.
Absolutely, they've come a long way from when I first was involved, like 30, 40 years ago, when there would be 20 or 35 litre boats, so probably the most popular class. But we've got four of the best, I think, down here at the moment. Brand new boat debuting this weekend, mixed up, down there, beautiful 18-foot Charles play.
Yeah.
With not quite sure of the engine, I think it may be a Ford.
Mate, 312, yeah, 312 cubic inch Ford. I had a chat with him this morning, so yeah, okay. Good, strong-looking engine.
Yeah, it is a very well set up boat. Right beside him is Dave Freeman, who's been campaigning for quite a few years in Cranky. A very, very fast boat. I believe he's obviously had a cell installed. His mate down here, Bruce Lyle, might be able to tell me it was a brand new boat as well. Yeah, just confirmed that it's a brand new hull as well as the cell that Dave's built for it. His old boat was very, very fast. I haven't seen this one go, but I have no doubt that he wouldn't have been going backwards, he'd be going forwards for sure.
Yeah, it's a great story, Cranky. You caught up with the guy. Like the boat, they've built it themselves, as in built the hull.
Yeah,
homemade 17-foot 6 tunnel runner, and a runner bottom, I should say. And they built the hull themselves. They didn't find an Everingham. They actually said, right, we're going to make our own boat. Like that's commitment.
Absolutely. It's also runs, I believe his old boat didn't. I'm pretty assuming that the new one does. It actually runs an outboard propeller on it, on a spine.
Oh, really?
A 4-blade propeller. It really works well. It's a very, very competitive boat, and as I say, I'm sure the new one will be an improvement on the last boat.
Yeah, mate, Cranky by name, but not by Nate. So I wanted to shout out to Ron, Pete, Lachlan, and Warwick, and Troy Else for their support. Peter Hall as well. And to the Lamotti Group, it's a newly announced sponsor. Apparently the deal's been done, but the cheque hasn't been delivered yet. So, but thanks to the Lamotti Group for support of Cranky. Next boat on the water down there is the magnificent machine of Justin Frankham. The boat is called Quiver. It's an 18-foot aircraft, and it's been painted by Airbrush World. And I've got to tell you, as far as presentation standards go, this boat is absolutely magnificent. It is one of the best presented boats I have seen anywhere in the sport. Is obviously Justin Frankham's Quiver machine.
I'd have to say it is the best presented boat I've ever seen. It's just as clean inside as it is out. The attention to detail is second to none.
Yep.
His old open cockpit boat was exactly the same.
Yeah.
There. Having shared motels with him over the years, the amount of work, like we'd come back and more thirsty, just rub a rag over our boat. He'd be there for hours with his crew going through the whole thing and getting it back to show condition every day.
It genuinely is, and later on we'll try and get that boat taken up towards the general public viewing area.
Absolutely.
Because it is honestly a work of art. So I wanted to give a shout out to Comp Coatings for their sponsorship and support. They've won just about everything, let's face it, in this category. They're incredible. And a special thanks to Adrian from Airbrush World and his crew this weekend, Ewan, Owen, Blake, Adam, and the magnificent Leanne. Next one on the water, you mentioned mixed up, Mick and Rachel Hockley there, but we've got Melody here with us, mate. Brian Kirkpatrick behind the wheel, I think I've got listed here this weekend, and how to catch up with Dave and mate Melody. They've been campaigning forever.
Absolutely, their name is synonymous with powerboat racing.
Yeah.
Their late grandfather, George, multiple winner of the Bridge to Bridge back in the day.
Yep.
I believe the family still has that boat. They've found it after a long absence about 10 years ago, had it restored, and back in the family, which they display the vintage and veteran days. Two of the brothers are still racing. Noel Kilpatrick's got an 18-foot Evercraft as well, which I haven't seen here this weekend. It was at Taree the other weekend. And of course, the Melody boat.
Yeah. It's funny, talking to him this morning, talking to the boys this morning, it was cold here early, I'm sure you know that. These guys started originally building boats with side valves. That's
right.
how long they've been, side valve engines, and they blew them up and blew them up and blew them up. And they got, I think he mentioned he got their first V8 in 1960 something.
Yeah, right.
It was the first V8 they went to. So yeah, incredible campaign. I wanted to give a huge shout out to Barefoot Bob Dawkins. I don't know that story, but no doubt someone's going to let us know here at the Coventry Walk. So Barefoot Bob Dawkins and Danny Kilpatrick, I think. Danny and the Kilpatrick family for their support. But great to see them here. So mixed up Melody, Quiver, and Cranky. So big spread, and that's the good thing about this category. There's no two boats are the same out there. They've all got completely different packages.
Absolutely, all competitive at the pointy end. So they'll put on a good show for us.
Won't be too far away. Thank you very much to Concreting by Bonds for their support of the 5.2 litre displacement category. Of course, these teams eligible to step up into the 6 litre open. Case Nails, will we see any? I wouldn't be surprised to see Adam Frankham throw down in, Justin Frankham put his name down for that Case Nails 6 litre run. So we'll see what happens.
We have our start boat out for the first time this weekend with the ever reliable pair of Anthony Kemp behind the wheel, who's had driven more start boats than we've had hot breakfast. And beside him is Brownie, Steve Brown from Maureen fame, will be the flag man. A lot of experience in that boat. They won't take any shenanigans from any of the boats, starters or competitors. If they're not in the line, they'll still drop the flag and dob you at the end of it. But
it'll be a radio call straight to the tower.
Very, very experienced team.
And it's important we explain that, obviously, because there's obviously a lot of people come here. This is like the Bathurst of powerboat racing. People come here just for the event's sake. So if you're not a powerboat racer, you may not understand what we're referring to when we talk about the start boat and the sequence. So essentially, you're going to see it very shortly. The start boat leaves, raises a white flag, and that's the signal to bring the crew into line. So all the boats will line up off the back of the start boat. Now, the rules are quite clear. You must be behind, the bow of your boat must be behind the transom of the start boat. So the guys in the start boat will then bring the field down towards the start line, and only when they're satisfied that no boat has an advantage, they'll drop the flag. However, as you said, if you've got a boat out of position behind and they've had ample chance to get forward, the flag will drop. That's their own fault. If you've got a boat that's too far forward and they won't go back, the flag will drop, and they then get a 1 lap penalty for jumping the start, depending on the severity of that. There's another rule in play that's called charging the start. And that's especially when we talk hydroplanes, and we're going to see them later today in the night at 5. And take us through charging the start, Jono.
Well, charging the start is sitting back 3 or 4 boat lengths, 5 boat lengths back, pretending you're almost playing chicken, but looking at where you are. The guys will study where the flag's being dropped, and then they'll say, right, well, they will estimate where that flag's going to drop. They will come through at greater speed than the boats that are lined up, and hit the start 20 mile an hour faster than anyone else. And if in less experienced crews, they can balk the starter, and he will get balked and drop the flag just because that boat's coming through. But experienced guys like these will know that's happening, and they'll drop the flag when they're ready and report the infringement.
Exactly right. They'll let them go sailing past.
There's a lot of tactics you can play in the start area to give you an advantage.
It can. Now, that start boat peaking out, I think this week, about 85, 90 mile an hour out of that start boat flat neck. So that's going to be, in a lot of these categories, that's going to be perfect starting pace. They won't want any more than that. Obviously, these boats up around the 110 mile an hour in race trim, 105, probably 105 mile an hour upwards. When we get to the blown boats, it's going to be a different thing, because they're going to want to go from that 85, 90 mile an hour up to 130. So we're going to see getting horsepower in the water on the start line. It's going to be very cool. Here we are, mate. Dargle Windle Spectacular. We've started some noise. How good is it? So drivers getting their chance at a signing lap now. Had a quick look at the conditions. They'll then follow the start boat upstream, so to your left. To the milling area.
I'll give it this first race, but they're allowed to do one lap. Get some heating to the engine. Only on the first race. I'll see heading up to the milling area now.
So Quiver, the blue and gold machine. There goes Melody, the black hull with the orange top sides. Mixed up, the pink and black machine. And Cranky, the big red flyer. There you go. Interesting fact, just been told by one of the crew from Melody that this is the first time in Australia that the 5.2 litre category is a full sailboat field, and that's a credit to those competitors that they've actually gone to that level.
That is a great thing, Murph, but it just goes to show the sport is moving forward, because that is the future. Cells are definitely the future, and you know, in years to come, I think that all you see is cells. You know.
There's no doubt about it. These boats are well and truly capable of more than 105 mile an hour too. So we've got the pole positions here this one, so they should line up in the following order. Commentary's curse, as I know, out of 1 will be the crew. Dave Freeman, Ed Cranky. Out of 2 is going to be mixed up. So Mick Hockley pulling a pole draw out of 2. Out of 3, Justin Frankham in the Quiver. And from the outside pole number 4, is Brian Kilpatrick in the Melody. Taree, Upper Hawkesbury. It's going to be the battle on. So, mate, who do you like in this one? I'm going early. You haven't had a chance to look at any of them, but out of 1, Cranky, 2 mixed up, 3 is Quiver, and 4 of Melody.
Even Quiver being in 3, it'd be a toss-up between Cranky and Quiver, I'd say, but if I had to put my money down, I'd put it on Quiver. You might wonder what they're doing up there. They're milling around an area here to wait till they get the signal from the tower in front of us here, Murph, that the water is all clear. The waves have dissipated, so that at least they get a good, clean, smooth run down to the first corner without any residual waves here. So when they've got the all clear from the tower here, it should be very shortly, you'll see the white flag come up, and will be the start of our first scratch race for the 5 litres for the weekend. It's
fantastic, isn't it? This brought to you by Concreting by Bonds, the 5.2 litre displacement field.
Just gets better and better after this. We've got all those 6 litres going into the water now. We've got Rastus down there, and Shenanigans in the water, and B&R engines as well.
Righto.
Very competitive.
Flags up on the start boat, John. So get your way to the back. They are about to go live. First senior race of the weekend here at the Dargle Winter Spectacular. The lineup looks good, John. Let's see who gets the drop. Flag still flying high. Wait for the drop. Here we go. We are Gonski. Good clean run from the inside too, but as you mentioned, Quiver. Yeah, Quiver's come out of 2. They're going to get to the corner first down here in number 1 zone. Watch them now to the inside. Quiver to the outside. Good clean run into the corner. Leaves ample racing room. Beautiful line from Justin Frankham as he drives it through. Out of 2nd is Cranky. 3rd settles in right now is Dave Freeman. And Mick Hockley in the brand new mixed up into the back straight away.
So Justin Frankham leads it into the turn 2. Has a commanding lead after the first lap. With Cranky in 2nd place. But Melody in 3rd. Mick Hockley in his first race, rounding out the field in 4th. But a handy lead already by Justin Frankham, cornering the boat beautifully. Heads up the back straight for the 2nd time.
Frankham looking the goods out in front right now. Oh, half a moment down there in the back of the turn, so watch for Melody. That was a little bit of a moment there for Dave Freeman in Cranky, so hooked the boat in hard. But out in front in Quiver right now, it is a clean set of heels. Ran out of 2 and got to the corner early. Yellow flag now shown. So we are Quiver, Frankie, Melody, and the new machine of Mick Hockley in mixed up. 1 lap to go. Absolutely hauling down here is Quiver. Lost the back of the boat in the mid-corner there. Cleans it up nicely. In through the straight. Through comes Freeman. Frankie's through nicely. Brian Kilpatrick in the Melody. Now we've got Mick Hockley off the pace in mixed up. So he's had to back out of it. So not liking what he's seen, but put your hands together, the checkered flag flying by. Your first race win of the weekend for Justin Frankham in the Quiver. The man from Silverdale in New South Wales. A cracking run out of pole 2, got the job done early. And keep the applause rolling for Dave Freeman in Cranky, the man from the Taree Aquatic Club. And home with a roar and a smile will be Brian Kilpatrick in the Melody. Well, not a bad first race of the weekend, mate. That was some solid performance, but unfortunately we saw Mick Hockley mixed up, having to ease off that one, so hopefully things are okay, but this is a brand new boat, mate. Yeah, look, he did get back on it again. He's slowed down again down the back on the front straight here. There'll be a little problem happening. These things will happen, especially in a new setup like this, but let's hope it's nothing too serious. The cell lid's up. I think he'll be requiring a tow back, but faultless performance by Justin. Quiver there, just gapped the field. Surprised that he had such a lead over Dave Freeman in Cranky, but I'm sure Dave will creep up on that over the weekend as well. Yeah, it certainly was, and I think that obviously that early lead in the corner, and you know you've been out there in the water. You know, if you're the first boat, he came out of pole 2, Justin. So I actually had him out of pole 3. But he ran out of pole 2. But if you can get in that 1 or 2 boat lengths, as we saw then, in front of the boat on your inside pole, you set the tone for the course. You left ample room. That was legal racing. There was no problem there with the amount of room. But it deals with your mind. When you are driving into a hole where you know there's a boat already gone through there, you have to change the line. So I think he got that little bit of advantage out of turn number 1, and mate, the boat was faultless. Absolutely. But I'm only assuming, Murph, that Mick Hockley elected to go outside pole at his first race here, instead of being in 2, which was the right and honourable thing to do, which obviously suited Justin because it sort of made him 1 pole closer to the buoy and took really good advantage of it. Yeah, no, it's, you're spot on there with the with this new track, but I tell you, that's the sunlight hitting the deck of that boat right now in Quiver. Absolutely fantastic. Now our program tells us it's going to be the Hyper 5 up next, but I can tell you that is not a field of Hyper 5s in front of us, Jono. What we are looking at out there is our 6 litre category. I'm sure it is. We've got a cracker field of 6 litres here. The B&R engines, machine in front of us here, with a commonly called Toyota Prius motor in there. It's actually a obviously a 6 litre NASCAR engine, Toyota TRD, Toyota Racing Development engine, which I'm sure Brendan's had a fiddle with. I've been over the last few rounds of racing at Raven Terrace and down in Adelaide. Brett's been creeping up on this. It just keeps getting faster and faster every time I see it. And watch out for this boat. Shenanigans, well, what do you say about that? It's won everything. It's got one of the best pilots in it, Chris Pugsley. Very, very hard boat to beat. Immaculately presented as well. And beside him is Rastus. Rastus had a fantastic weekend at Taree, placing in the King of the River and another couple of major races, which the names escape me at the moment. He did a great job. And of course the Evergreen Lewis brothers in Image is a real hard charger as well. White flag's up, Kenny will take them out. So 6 litre K-Snails point score supported by Wes Cranes here this weekend. actually looking for a couple more boats on my program, so I had L&M Raceware on this list as well, but cannot see the Charlie Mayfield owned machine. So, but this is a quality field. Actually, when I think about it, there's probably only maybe 1 or 2 boats missing, and you've got one of the best fields anywhere in Australia. So this 6-litre class, and the best thing about this category there is millimetres between it. You've got Shenanigans, one of the most successful boats that there has been of recent years out there. Obviously the boat's prepared incredibly well, and the man behind the wheel, this is his home track. He wants to win here every time he goes out there. Brett Nidry, the engine whisperer. This guy is only new to powerboat racing. When I say new, as far as from the driver's seat, if you want a burnout car engine, if you want a drag engine, just go and see B&R Engine. Incredible man, and loving his time behind the wheel, building with confidence every single time. You can't go past Image for as far as a tough competitor, and always right at the pointy end. Craig Lewis, talking about him, he's one that you can never ever count out. So this is a very strong field. And then you throw Rastus in there. Now these blokes did a whole lot of development work yesterday, and they actually changed the gear ratio. This engine, obviously, it's a 6-litre Ford Roush Yates engine, runs up to 9,000 RPM. And they went for a bigger gear set, didn't like it, so they changed it back last night. So the orange and silver B&R, the blue boat out there is Rastus, the silver Arrow of Shenanigans, and the white and purple flash is the Image. 4-boat field, John. This is going to be a big one. I want to give a big shout out to the crews out there, John, behind the scenes on the radio chatter. They're just eyes like hawks. They've just picked up a little bit of debris in the water down there at the downstream. So the turn 1 end of the course, the right-hand side, if you're looking at the track. So they're just moving into place to pick up that little bit of debris there right now. That's not going to stop the crews up the other end. So moving up to the milling area, the heart rates are building, mate, the tension. This is the first race at Dargle for the weekend for the 6-litre. It's a tight track, but it's a fair track. You've got to say that the corners, yeah, it's not a one-boy turn. You've got an ample radius there, but quite different lines. You can sit tight on the boys, or you can run a wider, flatter, faster line and try and get the mid-track acceleration. Who knows how it's going to play? Look,
even with 4 boats, but if the course narrows up big time when you're hitting a corner 4 or 5 wide, it is a great course to race on. Bending back to our on-water staff too, guys. These guys do a fantastic, thankless job all weekend.
Yeah.
Out there doing rescue work, cleaning the river up. We've got boats at either end of the river stopping traffic. I see our friends from New South Wales Waterways down there as well, the RMS, checking on that everything's been done according to the licensing rules.
Yeah, when we talk about debris in the water, the amount of work that's been done to get this place up to race ready. If you're down here near the commentary area, near the tower area, and you have a look at the first tree that's next to the boat ramp and look up in that tree, you will see a white plastic chair stuck in that tree. And that is the height of the floodwater in the last flood that came through. So, it said the place was decimated. We don't want to talk about it all weekend, but it means a lot that everybody's come here to support this event, and the place looks incredible.
It's a real credit to the Smith family, for putting in the effort to, realistically, it was probably the last thing they needed, but they just love the sport so much and committed to getting this event back on the ground again, and they've achieved it in droves. And as I said earlier, they've been really well supported by the powerboat racing fraternity as well. So.
Mate, we get to go. I get lucky enough to get to go to a lot of this stuff. This is the first time I've ever had the honour of being part of the commentary team here at Dargle. But I look down here at this crowd and I get really excited, and then I find out about the events going on tonight and the food and the music, and I get more excited, and then I find out they got fireworks on Sunday night. It just gets better and better. This is the Bathurst of powerboat racing in my book, and I know I've got a lot of friends from Victoria that have come up specifically to camp here this weekend and just take it all in. But big thanks to Wes Cranes for their support of the 6-litre Case Nails point score. Course boat down here has picked up the debris. They were out there. They're just moving off the course right now. So crews at the top end of the course circulating around. They'll be ready to go. You can see quite a few of our other drivers down here just having a look at this one, and this will be a great read, particularly for our unlimited boats on water conditions and how the track is. But I won't give the game away. But there's quite a few of them just tucked down here, mate, with an eyeball on what's going on the water right now. Because pole positions we've got through now. It looks to me like Brett Nidry, B&R Engines, is going to run out of pole number 1. Shenanigans comes from 2. Jono Pugsley on the home track out of 2 will be a tough one to get over. Craig Lewis in Image runs out of 3, and the blue flying machine of Rastus comes from the wide pole. So all clear now, given by race control to the start boat, top of the track. So we should see the boys pick them up. White flag will fly high, and watch for that moment when the flag drops. You'll see the rooster tails build. Now these are 6-litre boats producing what, 750, 800, 850 plus horsepower. Will just tear the water apart. You'll see all that energy transmitted straight into this magnificent Hawkesbury River, and the boats will launch forward.
Massive RPM. See the white flag up there. Another tactic, Murph, when you're in the milling area is to go around nice and slow, so you're creating a huge bow wave, hoping that when they put the flag up, you get yourself a little bit, or some of your competitors a little bit unsettled, trying to crash over this massive wash that you've created down there. It gets very rough, but it looks like they're all lining up now, coming down for a start. This should be interesting. My money, you'd have to give it to Shenanigans at this stage, but Brett Nidry is out of 1, so when I say he's ever improving every round.
Trying to pick up. I'm not sure. I reckon that looks to me like Rastus is. Here we go. Let's go racing. It'll sort itself out. Out wide, a little bit of an advantage off the starting top, but they let him go. So here we go. Look at Shenanigans out of 2. The pace in this 6-litre is phenomenal. Chris Pugsley behind the wheel, hits the cab plate hard, rolls around, he's gone in hard and tight. They are all through clean and into the back straight. Or Image with a little bit of a loose rear end, Jono.
Look at the way that Shenanigans just sitting behind, holding his head up without wavering around. The boat's balanced absolutely beautifully. Chris just drives the wheels off the thing. Great second place. Craig Lewis is in a great job in second place. I don't think Brett Nidry got the start he was looking for. Back in 4th place there. Rastus going well on the outside here. Drag down the front straight.
So one more time, Shenanigans in the top corner now. Lewis, we know he's a tough competitor, has worked his way now, looking to the inside, so he's come in tight. This is a move by Lewis. He knows he's not going to get the pace, so running the shorter track. Rastus looking very, very strong in 3rd spot right now with Steve Rarity behind the wheel. And Brett Nidry showing great boat pace, but just not getting the handling out of the corner. Yellow flag will be shown this time through. The local master, Chris Pugsley, out in front. It is his to own right now. Gee, there's a battle for second place, Jono. Image on the inside, Rastus on the outside. Watch them through for the last time, turn 1. That'll be a red flag.
But a major spin.
Huge moment.
He's away from the boy with Craig Lewis in Image.
Huge moment. He just came down onto the cab. Now we've had a red flag, so again, this is commentary box, not the tower, but we did have a red flag shown. So, however, race distance, that'll be more than 2/3 of race distance completed. But mate, I actually thought he'd done a rudder there, the way that boat moved, but I think he came into the cab just to settle the nose of the boat and leading, and the boat just rotated, launched the back of the boat out of the water, and spat him almost right across the track into the oncoming Shenanigans. So there'll be a new race suit down there for Image Racing required, no doubt about it.
Absolutely, be interesting to see what happened there. Like Craig's a seasoned competitor. He's been around the traps for 25 plus years, and I highly rate him as a driver. So I'd say there was some sort of mechanical failure there.
Yeah, no doubt about it in my mind. It's just, and even he got the boat moving again forward, obviously to keep himself off the track, but yeah, we'll get a read on that one. And I can see a couple of people around here. I can see Ricky Howard, all making gesticulating hand signals of 360 degrees, not sure, but look, the nose of the boat came down and it just kept coming down, and it just turned the boat around, rotated over on its propeller, on prop torque, and facing the wrong way at the end of a straight at 100 plus miles an hour is not what you want to be doing. He's doing it wrong. Yeah, ask Ricky. He's crashed with the best of them. But I tell you what, Shenanigans looking very menacing, and that's a credit to the boat owner and the crew. Tim Shannon, the beautiful Evercraft powered by a Dodge Mopar, just had a fair bit of work done to this thing. So Warren Gay in Bega doing a whole lot of brand new heads going on to this this boat prior to this event. So we want to give a shout out to Warren from Bega for his support, and obviously Chris and Tracy Bugsley for what they do for the team. Sponsored by Liquid Moly and Arcadia Autos, and they are always getting their money's worth when they go out there on the Silver Missile. Brett Nidri and B&R, John. The boat had good pace, but no doubt about back into the straight, you could have thrown a blanket over him. He wasn't getting left behind, but just really seemed to struggle with getting the power down and getting the boat to settle from the mid-corner. Good on the way in, but yeah, so maybe just a little bit of a handling. And again, we talk about the experience when you're at the racing the best in the business. It's easy to look like you're off pace. You've only got to be a second down.
Oh, absolutely. I didn't think he got the start. I don't know what did come off the line, which left him sort of languishing 3 or 4 boat lengths back. Yeah. Then on the second lap down on the bottom turn boy down here, he got caught up in all the wash in the corner. Yep. And once you do that, I saw the thing roll up on its side. That's 4 boat lengths gone, and it just didn't get any better from there on, really. But yeah, as I said, I spoke to him at Adelaide, and he's, he said the boat's great. The engine's great. He said most of the problems are driver error. That was his words, not mine. And he's sneaking up on it. He'll get there.
Yeah, he absolutely will. He absolutely will. All right, so images on the way under tow. We've got a bit of debris in the water, so the towboat's going to move in and pick that up. Rasta, Steve Rarity, had to come from the wide pole there, so a huge disadvantage out of there. Don't count them out because their pace looked incredible. As I said, they made some changes to this boat yesterday. Went for a totally different gear ratio, so stepped the gear ratios up. Now this Roush engine runs to 9,000 revs. It's a screaming demon, Mopar, everything, all that sort of wonderful cool stuff. But yeah, so they weren't sure. It turns out that the boat top end speed, they've always had that, but their acceleration, they just decided if you don't know, if you don't go, so they gave it a go. The lap times were good, they were solid, but from a driver's point of view, the boat didn't feel as drivable, so they opted last night to go back to their existing set of gears. And you talked about their success of late, and it's so good to see in this team. I wrote it all down. 2023, we talk about this year, the Taree King of the River, first place. The Vic Curry Invitational, first place. The Commodores Cup, first place. The Jeff Stevenson Memorial, third place. These guys are on point, so they ran out of pole 4 in that one. Let's see what happens when we put them inside the silver bullet of Shenanigans. It's going to be a hell of a race.
Yeah, look, they're creeping up on it too, mate. They've got a good, crew around them. Graham Hart's got a finger in that as well, I think, giving them a little bit of direction. The greatest Ford man ever, old Graham Hart, and 5 and 6 litre racer back in the day. Yep. So yeah, they're well connected. Got a good engine builder. But these, to be competitive in 6 litre, you've really got to sneak up on it. It doesn't come easily,
Yeah, we say 6 litre, you go and buy one off the shelf, and nah, it's not even close. Like it's just, and we talk about this, but it's easy to think about this as a driver's game. It's not. It's a team sport. If everything isn't perfect, you are left a lap behind, and and that comes down to you, the cockpit. Everything's got to do its job. The crew, it's got to be on point. And that's one of the things we love about this sport. If it was easy, mate, guys like me would be out there doing it instead of up here talking. Mate, we're going to take a very quick break here in the commentary box. We've just got a bit of debris in the water. I hope you're enjoying yourself. Good time to get up, stretch your legs, and grab something to eat, because next up we are going to go with one of... Hey, I'm an outboarder. I won't begrudge that. I'm pretty excited about this one. Sponsored by the Dargle Water Ski Resort, the unlimited outboard category. I get to chase these guys around and watch them with their stock engines on in the 200 horsepower class. There's nothing stock about what you're going to see out here on the water. S3000 screaming at 10,500 RPM, churning methanol. Anything could happen. You've got 5 of the best here for Australia. I hope you're enjoying yourself here at the Dargle Winter Spectacular. We'll be back to you shortly with the unlimited outboard.
Just quickly, also, we've had a set of reading glasses handed in to us, which we found on the grass outside the control caravan up here in the pit area. They're like a tortoise shell design, so anyone that's missing any glasses, just come up to the commentary position and we'll hand them back to you. Thanks.
If you've ever had the joy of seeing unlimited Formula tunnel boat action, this is one of the best fields you're going to find anywhere in Australia. Out on the water, we have Mr. Reece Coles in the Butler Vehicles machine, the all-blue Butler Vehicles machine. This boat, phenomenal. Reece Coles currently leading the Australian Formula Grand Prix Championship Series, but this is different. This is unlimited racing. His great mate and arch nemesis, Simon, the Iceman Troy, running the mainline vinyl technology. Shire Steel and a whole lot of sponsors on board. The Iceman bolting the big S3000 on for this hit out. This is going to be an absolute flyer. Paul Sane, boat number 91, into the Trim King Racing, running the Mercury 200 XS Optimax, but he's got some modifications in there, Jono. I know they're running a hot ECU and they've taken the rev limiter off it, and she's going to be out there playing with the big boys. So keep an eye on Paul Sane on the back of his first ever race win in the Australian Formula GP Championship Series. So they are on a huge high. Adam Breen, bit of a local legend, bit of a hero. Cracker racing the white and blue machine, boat number 281. He's actually the first time I think he ran this boat here a few years ago. He did a double backflip with a half pike, but he's had a couple of kids by now and he's got a whole lot better behind the wheel. That will be lightning fast. Out there is Breeny, and hiding behind the commentary box is our next competitor. Boat number 108 is Mr. Matty Wassell, the CQK Kitchens machine. Good to see Matt Wassell back on the water. And boat number 360, it's the Four Tree Lawyers racing machine of the always dynamic Kane Casson. These guys are all good friends. They've grown up together, racing each other and beating each other, but there will be no holds barred in this one. We are campaigning this weekend for the Arch Spooner, which is the Australian Unlimited Outboard Championship. This is a big one. And there is your first look at a Formula One tunnel boat doing what it was intended to do. We actually refer to these guys as pilots. They are air-assisted hulls. The concept of the boat is quite simple. Two sponsons, like a catamaran, separated by a tunnel underneath the hull. That tunnel changes shape as it goes from front to rear, so air that's trapped underneath the tunnel is compressed. It lifts the boat up vertically. The less boat in the water is less drag. Less drag equals more forward motion equals boat goes faster. As Reece Coles in Butler Vehicles comes past, you can hear this engine. This is a highly engineered Mercury S3000 race motor capable of spinning 10,500, 11,000 RPM. In qualifying trim, they can take them up to 12.5, but then they've got to throw them in the bin. This is this is the hardest form of turning in motorsport there is. These boats will outturn a Formula One race car. Drivers experience up to 5 or 6 Gs in the mid-corner when they are on song. Jono, 140 mile an hour, they'll be gunnel to gunnel into the turn one. This is going to be exciting.
Absolutely. I believe most of the boats out there, the S3000 at least, are running on methanol this weekend, which is really gives them a bit of a kick along. As you say, be running upwards of 130, 135 and up there mile per hour. Interesting enough, a lot of the times their lap times are faster than the blown boats, just through their cornering ability. But put them on a big track like this, the big blown boats can run. If they don't make any mistakes, they can run them down with the speed. They're running the 150s now. You know.
Yeah, so we do see that, don't we? When we see the absolute unlimited open stuff, that if you get one of these little Formula One tunnel boats on the inside of the big blown boats and they get out into clean water, that's critical because they don't like the big holes left by the displacements. But the turning is a different thing. Top speed will go to a blown boat all day, every day, but it's the acceleration and that turning. And what goes wrong in an air-assisted boat when you get it wrong is obviously the higher you trim the nose of the boat, the more air you force underneath it, gives you more lift, less drag, all perfect. Right up until you go that millimetre too far, the boat will take flight and you'll see them launch into the air 20, 30, 40 feet up, double backflip with a half pike. We won't see any of that this weekend though,
no,
especially in race number one. You'd like to say that?
I'm sure they'll all behave themselves, but...
Yeah, well, at least one of us is confident because I know these blokes pretty well, as do you. Right, good to go from the tower. They are happy. Simon, the Iceman Troy in 888 Racing, mainline dialogue. Reece Coles, the reigning Australian Formula GP champion in Butler Vehicles. Adam Breen, the young superstar in Cracker Racing. Hollywood, we call him. Matty Wassell in boat number 108. Kane Casson in the Four Tree Lawyers. And Paul Sane out of the Trim King. Acceleration from the start boat pace of about 85 mile an hour to top speed will be almost instantaneous on these boats. You'll see the roosters go a little bit like side drafting in NASCAR. Get too close to the boat beside you and it can actually upset the lift going across the front of the boat. And of course driving into the spray, you go from ramming air underneath the boat to ramming in that much denser, heavier air full of water vapour. Takes a bit of courage to do that, and young bloke of yours, I know, I've watched him do that pretty well. Corey Duvall down here from Queensland. He's got a big fella. Got a haircut, looking $1 million. He's pretty talented behind the wheel of one of those things, but on the crew this weekend. So the lineup is there out of, I think it's Matty Wassell out of 1 out of 2. Is Simon Troy, 3, trying to pick that up now. Flags down, here we go, Roosters build. Beautiful jump from Butler Vehicles, Reece Coles. Oh, he's creeping up real tight there. In the middle is Breeny. It's going to be Butler Vehicles in 3. They are gunnel to gunnel. Watch them in 1 and 2. Around goes Troy. Breen is through cleanly. Beautiful cornering from all those first 4 out wide. Four Tree Lawyers, Kane Casson. There's Matty Wassell. Paul Sane is through. Let's go racing, Jono. Simon Troy, have a watch this turn 2. He's trying to look to the inside of Coles. He knows he's there. And it's Simon Troy now. He's come up on the inside. He's got half a boat length on Butler Vehicles. The battle for the pack between Breen and Casson is on. Troy in the DAC Lightning. Reece Coles, the blue machine. He's switched up. He's moved to the inside. This is a big move. He's got pace. Simon Troy is going to shut the corner. Hold your breath in turn number 2. Troy is through. Butler Vehicles is through. And here comes Adam Breen. Oh, Kane Casson is over, ladies and gentlemen. Four Tree Lawyers with a barrel roll. That will red flag this one. So Kano Casson. Now we've got two boats up there without canopies, so it looks to me we've got Kane Casson to the outside, canopies up and drivers out, and that looks to me like Adam Breen. So I'm guessing those two either came together or Picasso now, he's got damage off the back of the boat. He's making his way back to the boat ramp. I told you it would be on, but that is not what we want to see from these hard-charging young drivers. Can we get the Casson trailer, 4 Tree Lawyers trailer to the ramp immediately, please? Can we get Casson's trailer, make a hole on the boat ramp? Thank you. Mate, it all happens in an instant up there, that mid-corner, just trying to pick up. Now there's damage to the right-hand sponson tip of Kane Casson. It actually looked to me like they had clearance. I thought that Adam Breen was clear of him, but just judging on that, we might have had contact in turn number 2. I think between Casson and Breen.
It appears that way with the punctured right-hand sponson of Kane's boat. We obviously can't see the cracker boat yet, but I don't know. They've both lost their cows. We'll have to wait and see. They come back and see the damage on Adam's boat and see where it's at.
Yeah, exactly right. Now the good news is both these boats finishing right side up, so boats not ending up upside down, or engines or motors kept clear. But that was really shaping up to one hell of a race right then. Reece Coles, the Butler Vehicles machine, straight line pace was there with the cornering from Simon Troy. That was anyone's race right up until that red flag stoppage.
That first corner was copybook from Simon in the Triple Eight boat. Absolutely went in probably a boat length and a half behind, come out the side or slightly in front. Reece ran him down the back straight, another half a boat length. Simon stuck to the inside. Really, really good driving. Really good driving by two best mates that they trust each other, and but Simon had he definitely had the advantage and had that race in the bag.
Yeah, certainly dictating from the front, and he fought from second spot too. That's important. Like he didn't go in pole 1. Sorry, he didn't come out of that corner. So he made his way, switched to the inside. You could see Reece move to the inside in that second lap. So trying to use that boat pace, but the Iceman, he loves Reece Cole in his mirrors. He's never going to give it to him.
Exactly.
He had to earn it, but a little bit tough. So a little bit of damage on the front right-hand sponson for Kane Casson. Engine cow a little bit beaten up, so did a full 360-degree rollover, so went completely over and ended up right side up, which is a small saving grace, but boat back on the trailer down here. Now, it's a really good time to talk about driver safety and what we talk about when we're referring to cell boats. So these Formula One boats are built with a full carbon fibre cell, so 6,000 Newton metres of impact resistance that the driver is encapsulated in. The drivers wear a 5-point harness and a Hans device. You can see that on our crews now as they're out of the boats. And the boats are all fitted with onboard breathing apparatus. So if the boat should end up upside down, the driver has ample time to get the belts off, pop the hatch, and then swim their way out of the boat while our rescue crews pull in. So not what we want to see early on this weekend for the 4 Tree Lawyers racing machine. Or for Adam Breen in Cracker Racing, but you can see these two young guys, they'll be pretty heartbroken with that one, but Kane Casson, both obviously unhurt, which is obviously their number 1 priority, but no one wants to see their gear getting torn up this early on in the weekend. So we're going to take a short break. We're just going to clear this boat ramp congestion, ladies and gents. Hope you're enjoying the action down here at Dargle. I can see Simon Troy and Reece Coles out of the boats down there, and the cheeky smiles and a little bit of ribbing going on, and that's not going to stop all weekend. Welcome to the Dargle Winter Spectacular. Big shout out to Patterson Built, one of our major event partners this weekend for all your home renovations and new homes. CF Moto for the best prices and service on side-by-sides and ATVs, and of course Hardwood Resources for land clearing, civil and domestic, and all your hardwood fencing materials.
basically just been pulled into the ramp now, Murph. Excuse me. We can see considerable damage on the port side of the boat midships. Obviously the cow's missing, but has been torn off. But yeah, some considerable damage there on the left-hand side. I wouldn't like to guess as to exactly or how it's happened, but there's the one not very happy Adam Breen down there, understandably. And it would appear that he's out for the weekend.
Yeah, these are very tough boats, obviously carbon fibre, and but yeah, there's a lot of damage down the side of that boat, and the impact point just behind the cell. So again, we're not the judge, jury and executioner here, but it would look to me as though that Four Tree Lawyers probably come up the inside of Cracker Racing, and that's where the contact's been made, tipping Four Tree Lawyers over to the outside. But pretty animated couple of drivers down there. We'll take a break for a couple of minutes, let that all cool down, and we're going to come back because next up, the big boys are going to fly. Supported by Dargle Turf and Soil for the first time this weekend. You're going to see the unlimited displacements out on the water with heat number 1. So tried to get on the water down there to catch up with our crews, but they're all too busy talking about how awesome they are. Weren't prepared to come and talk to the commentators, but that's right, we'll pick them up a little bit later on. Hey, bit of news down there, just heard over the radio, Chatter Bulldog looking to move back a heat, so woo-hoo. Bit of work going on up there in Team Bulldogs pits. Furiously trying to get things squared up and squared away. That's a big disappointment out there on the water. That race was heating up to be a cracker. Paul Sain in the highly modified Optimax, fresh off a race win in the Formula GP, sitting back and watching it all happen in front of him. Keeping his nose clean. Matt Wassell has a habit of ignoring the commentary at every chance he gets. He's going to come and talk to me a bit later on. Got new sponsors on board, race number 108, so we need a bit of a yak about that later on. Hope you're enjoying the sunshine. Make sure you get up and support all the vendors here. So we've got everything, all the food you could possibly imagine. Hot drinks, cold drinks, tea, coffee, you name it. It's here on display at Dargle Valley Powerboat Club, and a big field of unlimited displacements. Getting out there for heat number 1 in a very short space of time.
Yeah, not tricky, it's just that I haven't done it.
It's blown alcohol displacement time. It's our only chance to talk, Jono, because when they light these things up, you're not going to hear a word that we say. Averaging 1,800 horsepower. This is an incredibly exciting category here at Dargle, mate. And we've got 3 pretty cool machines out on the water this time through. Interestingly, though, heard a radio call a little bit earlier on that Bulldog wanted more time. Could they drop back into a heat? They're not on the water.
They're suffering a calf pain issue. The hydraulic calf pain is playing up. They've got smart heads over there working on it right at the moment, so hopefully they can get that going. That's a fresh engine in the boat. It's yeah, looking very positive, but hopefully they'll be able to get that sorted. But this heat will be a good one. It's Dargle Quinn out there and bad influence.
So the orange... The orange machine out on the water is Fury. Hayden Chesser, 35 years of age, from Wilberforce, the 21-foot Evercraft. The 526 big block Chevrolet put together by none other than Mr. Chris Whalen. On board supporting Hayden this weekend, Coldie's, Walsh Industries, Signature Sound and Video, Hawkesbury Antennas. Had a bit of a drama yesterday. Wanted to give a massive shout out to Motec for helping them from preventing Luncheon engine for lost oil pressure and the system threw the warnings up, but they've resolved that. But keep your eye on the big orange machine of Fury. Explicit. We talked about Chris Hearn this morning, this beautiful 18-foot Evercraft running the Barra Turbo machine. There's won a whole lot of stuff in their garage. There's a whole lot of trophies there, and they're going to be very, very interesting. So out of 1, we had Bulldog. Out of 2 was Explicit. So they will now move into pole number 1. Out of 3, the crew of Bad Influence, mate. None other than Mr. Darryl Quinn.
Yeah, Darryl will have to be my favourite for this race. The Fury boys, like Hayden and brother Brent, they're just sneaking up on their driving and the boat set up for the Fury boat. They won't be out of it by far, I can tell you, but Explicit, well, what a package we spoke before. You know, the old cab motor is it's certainly got plenty. But if Dargle can get the power down, I'd fancy him for this one.
Yeah, interesting. Had a chat with Cooney this morning. They're actually trying something really brand new. So running a new Haltech ECU system on the boat, which is actually running the engine ignition. So they still do have the magneto firing system, but they're running and modifying their timing with the Haltech. So it's basically a hybrid system. They've got the opportunity to undo it if they want to, but they like the flexibility of what it's actually giving them in their ability to tune and set this boat up. So be interesting to see this. Obviously 403 Chev, James Jenkins, James at Jenkins Performance, sorry, is involved in this project and pushing the envelope in every area. But they are going to be one to watch out there.
I did have a look at the dash of Darrell's boat in Bad Influence, and there's a lot going on in there, Murph. There's a massive LED screen to the left, plus the old Murphy gauges on the right-hand side. So he's got a lot to look at, plus trying to keep his eye on the track. So.
Yeah, they do. It's funny how easy they do it, don't they? They're busy watching their gauges while they're running 145 miles an hour, trying to handle 1,800 horsepower. So out of 1, we will see Explicit. Out of 2 will be Bad Influence, and out of 3 will be Fury. Bulldog still up here with us in pit lane. So all clear given by race control. Start flag now flying, Jono. This is going to be an absolute belter to the line. 95 mile an hour top speed, I think, or 90 mile an hour top speed for the start boat. So getting that acceleration, getting the leap away clean, and we've watched Explicit do that beautifully. No wasted horsepower. The boat just settles and just shoots forward. So keep your eye on it when that flag drops. We've seen the flag dropping just inside this turn 2 at the upstream side of the course, but they will mix it up so the drivers don't get complacent. Explicit in a line. Now, I'm only looking at 2 boats. We've lost Fury, I think. Oh no, there we are. Fury on the wide line. Flags down, here we go. Oh, Bad Influence. Ribbon sideways. Here's the drag race down to turn number 1. And have a look at Bad Influence. They have got some massive pace. Hard on the cab gear. Sticks the nose of the boat in. Nice wide line on exit. But watch the barra from Explicit out of 2 now.
But coming out of each corner well, comes out, slowly squeezes the throttle on, making serious speed out of front straight in. Whoa! The barrel Explicit got the scratch back in second place, and Hayes done a great job holding out third. Down the back straight away we go, Dargle still out in front of the commanding lead. He's bucked off a fair way through.
Mate, this is a hell of a run out in the front of the field right now. The beautiful, big, Bad Influence machine, 403 cubic inch Chevrolet power through turn number 1. So turn 2, he's actually come right off the pace there. He's got a drama. He's got a drama. Oh, I've just wrapped him up. So Bad Influence right off the power now, and Explicit says thank you very much. Yellow flag, 1 more to go. The barra is popping and locking. We've got Fury out down here. We've got the barra just hanging in there, and we have now got Bad Influence shut down. This could be the slowest ever blown boat finish in the history of the sport. If he keeps moving forward, we still have a race.
I think he's out. They've seen this happen before, but
tactically,
not uncommon with these the unlimited class, where we have 3 or 4 failures in the one race. But
do you know what I do when my car's not running right? I just stick my foot up and I hope it fixes itself, and that's what's happening right now in Explicit.
I think the driver Explicit's let the LID principle let it develop, which it has. It stopped.
There you go. There is no fair in that taxi this afternoon. Hey, mate, what is that going to mean for the points? 3/4 race distance to get points, so you'd have to almost give points in that one to Explicit, or would they declare that a no race?
I think it's a DNF. Everyone's DNF. So
there you go. So right now for Team Bulldog, who were in that heat, they are equal points of 0.
Correct.
And they haven't done anything wrong with their engine.
Half and nothing, still nothing. Yeah.
There you go. Well, fingers crossed now. It's good to see Fury fire back up over there. So, hey, Jess, so obviously not liking what he saw on the dash. Be interesting to get a read from Dargle Queen, and we will try and bring you as much of this info as we can during the breaks. But all 3 boats firing up now to come back to pit lane. So that is good signs, potentially they're just seeing something on the dash they don't like the look of.
Yeah, in that short break we had before this race, I went over and saw the Image boys and talked to Brent. Just obviously a steering issue that they had. They're getting on top of it now. It appears that the cables have just come loose for some reason, it's kicked the rudder around, and it resulted in that 120, 130 mile an hour spin. So frightening stuff, but they're best in the business. They'll be on top of it and back out again.
Yeah, that is pretty tough gear, obviously, without a rudder. It's an interesting thing, right, when you're racing in an open cockpit displacement or outboard. The signal for lost steering is raise 2 hands in the air, because there's no point having a steering wheel, so not what you want to see right at the top end of this straight at full noise. The boat 360 degree rotating on him.
Well, the steering wheel can do a lot of damage. You break the wrist very easily, so next heat, moving into the water now. There you're back up, we prepared Reckless. Tate Ramsey behind the wheel. Winner of the Marge Watson.
Yeah, a bit of a big story there, isn't it? Supported by MSC Signs is Heat 2 Unlimited Displacement, and the Reckless crew from Victoria, members of the Melton Powerboat Club, and obviously they've been campaigning in displacement categories, but relatively new into this unlimited displacement category. And they are doing it very, very well right now.
They certainly are, mate. They're only an 18-foot boat. They've got big block engines in them, big block shafts, not small blocks like they mainly do in the 18-footers. As I say, they're creeping up on it. Every round they're getting better and better at the steering of it. And so they're developing quite a cult following, I think, you know. Lots of Ramsey Racing Brother t-shirts being worn around here.
Yeah, certainly. And they're just great people, the whole family. You know, this is a family affair. Everyone from daughters to granddad, all here in the transporter.
There's a lot to do with running around, and his, I think they mentioned in Adelaide, his desire for perfection for everything. You know, he makes. Yeah, so
it's going to be an interesting one.
It's a great story.
Interesting one. Tate Ramsey, obviously the older brother, 47 years of age. His younger brother Blake running the white machine Destiny. We saw Tate prior to the Marge Watson. They had massive dramas settling these boats down. Obviously, the torque of the big block engines and these smaller boats was just uncontrollable, to be honest. So they went for the rear wing. First time they ran that in anger was at the Marge Watson in South Australia, resulting in a victory for Blake. So, for Tate, I should say. We have now seen Blake Ramsey, as I saw the boat yesterday on the water, run with the rear wing for the first time. Didn't get a read after. The boat looked good. So that issue, obviously, that the rear wing, rather than lift the nose of the boat, what the rear wing's doing is actually pushing the boat down. So holding the boat down so they can deliver that horsepower to the water. And the upshot from Tate is it makes the boat more drivable. You know, top speed is affected because of wind drag, but it makes the boat more drivable, and that's how you win races.
They can hold their foot into it a lot longer mid-track because it's holding the boat squarer. So that's a huge advantage.
So Durham Transport, Rob Pasala Marine, MSC Signs, Total Fleet Imaging, Gippsland Composites are all on board with the Ramsey race crew. Big shout out to their sponsors group.
It's also good to see a return from Chris in Toxic. His first hit out in a couple of years, so that boat never fails to disappoint either. It's always fast.
Cracking bloke, Chris.
Great bloke, Chris. Yeah.
Had a good laugh with him yesterday.
Wild fella, tow truck driver.
Yeah, from grass.
The boat's very well presented. Lovely family backing. His twin brother also helps out as well, another family affair. So very good. Also in front of us here is the real culprit, young Nathan Barry. What a story this is. He's a battler like his old man, but his passion for boat racing is second to none.
Yeah.
He's taken about 4 or 5 years to get this boat together, and he's won some major races. Won the Liberty Cup this year, or was it last year? I can't remember.
This last race.
He's driving very, very well.
Yeah, it's funny, like going back to Chris Edmonds, Toxic, right? Hell of a sense of humour. All the drivers get an opportunity to fill out a driver's profile and, tell us a bit about yourself, make sure we get your sponsors listing. According to his driver's profile, he's running a 2.5 litre Toyota engine. And he's I can't read the rest of his driver's profile, but he did want to say thank you to Tamar, his beautiful wife, for supporting him in the sport that he loves. His major achievement, he listed as I'm still alive, Murph. So good to see the sense of humour has not gone far out of Toxic. It's going to be very cool to see. Out of 1 is the real culprit, 2 from Toxic, and 3 with the reigning Marge Watson, Australasian displacement champion, Tate Ramsey in the Reckless.
Oh, okay. I don't mind. Thank you. Oh, yes, please. I'll see you tomorrow, maybe. Yes, yeah.
Good mate of mine, David Bishop, once said about blown boat racing, it's horsepower that you can feel. And there's no doubt about it. About 1,700, 1,800 horsepower on board these carbon fibre flying machines. The real culprit, Nathan Barry, 21-foot child's play, 515 cubic inch Chevrolet horsepower. Put together by Jenkins Performance. Matty Ferris and Dean Gerard. And James and Child's Play all involved. First look at this Dargle circuit for this morning. Bringing the engines up to temperature, so slowly start to lean on them. These alcohol-fueled machines. the orange machine, the real culprit, the lime green toxic of Chris Edmonds, and the royal blue reckless Tate Ramsey. Shout out to our spectators, if you could please ensure that you stay on the bank, so not down at the water's edge. So a couple of crews, if you wouldn't mind just popping back up to the bank proper, just to the right, if you wouldn't mind. Well, no, not you, MJ, but if you wouldn't mind tapping some of those people down there standing next to the bank to pop back up this way. That'd be lovely. You don't want to be that close to the water when a rudder may or may not let go on 150 miles an hour worth of blown alcohol displacement. Thank you very much. Up in the starting dock, 3 very, very hard charges. Tate Ramsey. We saw that big final win at Silly Mard Watch and drove the boat into a hole inside Brett Shepherd in Unleashed, mate, and that's not an easy thing to do. He was actually a couple of boat lengths behind and tossing cobras at that moment. There was no fear in his heart. He saw an opportunity, took it, and it resulted in the race win. So all credit to him. But I tell you what, Brett Shepherd, he's here with us this weekend. He won't want to let that happen again.
Absolutely not. I was down there and watched that. That was threading the needle going into the corner.
Hoping that the hole was there by the time we got there. Chris, Nathan Barry, the fact that he's here, I caught up with him this morning. He absolutely destroyed an engine at Taree. Over-revved it to 11,000 RPM, annihilated it. And they've had to go ground up and rebuild it. First run yesterday. So great to see him on the water. So all clear from the tower, ladies and gents. Start boat's going to pick him up. Get to the bank. This is unlimited displacement. Heat 2.
I think this is Nathan's first hit out after that, hurting that engine at Taree. I think it turned out to be a little bit better than what he had initially thought. So not much, but
he said to me yesterday, he said, when I went out there, I said I was hearing noises that didn't exist. Everything when it was on my own.
You do get very gun shy after a couple of hurts.
Betcha. Big shout out to Scott and the team from MSC Signs down there in Melbourne, Victoria, supporting this event. They are so passionate about Jono. White flags up, call us through.
The boats are sticking right to the right-hand side here. Flags down.
Here we go to the outside. Reckless has got a slight advantage on the way through. That was a courageous run on the inside from the culprit. And in the middle, splitting the needle. Have a look at the toxic machine. Into the back straight. There is nothing at the front of the field right now. Nathan Barry, real culprit, around first. To his outside is Tate Ramsey in Reckless. Now moving to the inside. Here's a move coming from Chris Edmonds in the toxic. Watch them into turn number 1.
On the outside, and Toxic's not out of it yet either. Slides around the corner in the second place. Tate Ramsey stuck out wide. Logging on it, getting the power down. It's going to be
Chris Edmonds looking for the inside line. He did it up here in turn A. He's to come off the power a little bit. But it's Nathan Barry. Nathan Barry in the real culprit. This is a drag race with a checkered flag. He's got it hooked up. The 21-foot tail boy takes the win. Yellow on the way through. Chris Edmonds is like a dog with a bone right now, running the inside line, Jono. And he's got the better of Reckless this time through. Edmonds now up in a second.
Up the inside, and Nathan Barry has it all under control out in front. He'll greet the checkered flag, getting the power down beautifully.
Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the real culprit, Nathan Barry, in second place in the late charge. Tate Ramsey in Reckless, and Chris Edmonds in Toxic. Wow, what a race!
He never fails to impress, does he?
He looked inside, he looked outside, and I tell you what, the cornering of that little green machine, absolutely phenomenal.
Absolute great cornering. just he was on rails around the inside there. Tape was hung out, never got far enough in front to be able to move across. And they both had issues getting off the line out the corner. Tape come back down the last straight and pipped him for that second place. But, great drive by Nathan Barry.
Yeah, how good is that? Great to see. He wanted that one, as I said, he absolutely lunched the motor at Taree, and that's that first hit out, and mate, put that one in the bank. That was a spirited drive. He did nothing wrong.
Engine looks good, sounds strong.
Yeah, 40's way to the front, and mate, when you're doing that over the reigning March Watson champion, mate, that's a big, big tick for the crew of the real culprit with Nathan Barry. That's what we want to see out of this stuff. 3 starters, 3 finishes, and an absolute dogfight all the way through the middle of it.
Could only get better, Murph, couldn't it?
How do you make it better? You put 6 of them out there. So give them a wave as they come back past it, because that was a hell of a show. Remember, this is heat racing, so they don't have to tear up their gear, but there is no doubt about it. They were 10 out of 10 on that one. And you can see the smile in the eyes behind the big orange machine as Mr. Barry comes back in a podium spot. In the MSC Signs Unlimited Displacement, heat number 2 here at the Dargle Winter Spectacular. All right, boats going in the water now. Heat number 3, unlimited displacement, supported by the Dargle Water Ski Resort and another belting field, Jono, for race number 7. We got 3 very, very big names and a boat that we've all been waiting to see hit the water. The brand new machine coming out of pole number 3. But out of 1 is Unleashed, Mr. Brett Shepherd.
Definitely hard to beat from there. It'll be interesting to see how Odin goes. Ryan comes from behind the wheel. I saw it testing on Thursday. Looks really good. Driving very, very well. But this weekend is sort of like a bit of a test. I don't think he's going to go out and try a big move. Just doing laps, circulating, see how he ends up on Sunday afternoon. So we'll wait to see.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting, and obviously Ryan Constable you're referring to in the Odin machine. This is his first major event, so in this boat. First meeting in this boat, first Dargle. So he's here to absorb it, and right now he's out on the water with 2 of the very best, so he's going to take a lot of lessons out of this one. The man from Unleashed, Brett Shepherd, he has won just about everything. If you haven't seen him out on the water, the Child's Play 21 hull at 527, Keith Black engine. It's a very, very strong power plant, probably developing, if not the most, one of the right up there horsepower performing engines in this category. But yeah, great attitude. Saw Brenny this morning. The crew, he's just like, you wouldn't realise the guy does what he does. He's just such a calm, pleasant bloke to deal with. And then he gets out of one of these things and just goes absolutely bananas. Glenn Wells Race Engines as one of his major sponsors. Ferntree Gully Mower Power. Stanley Race Engines on board with the tuning. And the third machine out there is the Destiny, the white 150. White boat with a big blue flash, sporting for the first time in a race that brand new rear diffuser wing. Blake Ramsey, 39 years of age, running out of the Melton Runabout Speedboat Club in Victoria. The sister ship to Reckless, 18'6" child's plate, 470 big block, built by B&R Engines. And it's going to be very, very interesting to watch how this wing changes the performance of this boat. It's an interesting thing, Jono, because go back 10 years, almost all of these boats, you know, in the early phases, all ran wings. Then they went away for quite a long time, but we're now starting to see a little bit of a resurgence of these rear wings in this blown alcohol category.
Yeah, I don't know the reason why. Maybe they're getting on top of the technology. It's not just a matter of buying a wing and sticking it on there. It has to be the right angle, it has to be the right width. The air running over the engine, the air going over the wing. So there's lots of variables here. But I think the technology is there, they're getting on top of that. Making noticeable difference to them. So.
It's incredible. Just one more thing to think about when you're out there. So up in the starters' hands now, the Unleashed crew running at a slight advantage as well, because they've got the Super Tuner Trent on board and Cam, the chief engine rollover man. So those two guys, they are very specialised people. Mac, of course, the boat holder, and the chief detailer for Unleashed this weekend is the beautiful Bianca. So out of 1, Brett Shepherd in Unleashed. Out of 2, Blake Ramsey in the Destiny. And out of 3, this magnificent looking machine. It looks menacing on the trailer, mate. It looks frightening. The boat number 510, Ryan Constable, owned by Rob Constable. The man from Pittwater, 37 years of age, behind the wheel. 540 twin turbo Chevrolet, built by the Constable Race Engine crew. Want to acknowledge Coldy's, CWF West, Motec and Child's Play for their support in this project. So the Odin, a gunmetal grey, almost a stealth black with a big 510 emblazoned down the side. This is going to be a good one.
It certainly looks the part, Murph, and as I say, the presentation is second to none as well. It's up there with quiver, everything inside. It's all made, the billet stuff is made by Constable Brothers as well, with their own CNC machine. Yeah, it's a real credit to them and you, Charles Play Marine, and its presentation. And it's basically come out of the box a performer as well. You know, it's turning well, it's sitting well under speed. So, Ryan, as they say, the seat time is the next thing that you can only do over a period of time, isn't it? So,
exactly right. We've seen so much success, the Constable family in ski racing. Like they do things at a high level, and no matter what they do, and they've now pushed that across to this sport, and we expect to see big things from them as well. So the all clear given, start boat picks them up, 3-boat field. Dargle Water Ski Park, the sponsor of Heat 3, unlimited displacement here at the Dargle Winter Spectacular. Let's watch out of pole 1, Brett Shepherd in Unleashed. He's going to be hard to beat to this first corner. But what will Blake Ramsey and Destiny throw out in? Flags down we go. They break all 3 away very nicely. That's a big haul, but Unleashed, there is nothing in it. Destiny just maybe a half a boat length on the outside. So Destiny just getting the drop. Unleashed goes very wide through turn number 1. Hoses off Destiny. So almost put the fire out in turn number 1. There will be a limit in the cockpit. And the outside, Ryan Constable in the Odin machine. So Brett Shepherd now up through turn number 2 and into the straight. But I'll tell you what, was your take on turn number 1, Jono?
Yeah, Brett Shepherd, as expected, out in front. Ryan Constable, a fantastic job back in second place. He's sticking on the outside, looking good. Looking fast. A little bit of a rock up now. Destiny got on the top of it. Trying to back in. Try and chase down Ryan. They don't have enough laps. But Unleashed way out in front, taking it easy.
Mate, I'll tell you what, take Blake Ramsey and Destiny, he will be livid. There'll be steam coming out of his ears. But standing strong now. The flag ticks down, yellow flag. This time through for Brett Shepherd in the Unleashed. Into turn number 1 for the last time. Ryan Constable looking very nice in the Odin. Out wide, giving plenty of race room on the inside. Got great boat speed down here through the front straightaway. The beautiful big wing stands hard on the cap plate. Rolls it in, watch him through turn number 1 now. Beautiful arc in the mid-corner, back on the gas. The checkered flag now flying for Brett Shepherd in the Unleashed, ladies and gentlemen. Takes home the win in heat number 3 of Unlimited. Now Ryan Constable currently sitting in front of Blake Ramsey in the Destiny. He's just got to get it to the line. This is going to be a drag race. Don't go anywhere. Constable leans it on. Destiny loses some drive to the outside. At the checkered flag, it's going to be Constable. So Ryan Constable edging out Blake Ramsey in the Destiny for second spot home, and that was an interesting one. I tell you what, Unleashed now has shut down on the far side of the course, so switching off the big donk. So not sure that that's what he would have wanted. Normally we'd see Midle back to pit lane. So
yeah, let's just hope that steam and not smoke coming out of there. Anyway, now Blake doesn't seem to be any sort of hurry to get out of the boat. So hopefully it's not going to be major. Great mature drive, I thought, from Ryan Constable. Absolutely. Just kept his head about him. Had a hard charge in Destiny coming up behind. Kept his cool and maintained his second place, which well deserved.
Yeah, an interesting one, and we just saw like a little bit of niggle there. So we just saw Destiny come over, and well, I suppose if it was in sailing back in the 1800s, it would have been a broadside. Just gave the evil eye to Brett Shepherd. So not overly happy about getting a big hose down mid-corner in that turn number 1. We're the commentators, mate. We are not the judge, jury, or executioner, but I like it. It was pretty exciting from where I was at. Odin, the big 540 twin turbo, did nothing wrong. That was a very, very nice drive. As he said, a mature drive from a young bloke that's gone out there with the best in the business. Now Blake Ramsey in Destiny. Sorry, mate. Blake Ramsey in Destiny. The after that hose down, just coming off the throttle a little bit, watching the gauges, make sure that he didn't launch anything, brought the engine back up. So good news.
Good stuff. See a very proud father down here, Rob Constable. He's a happy man. He always looks serious, Rob, but he'd be jumping up.
He'd be smiling on the inside, yeah. He's one of those guys that dances on the inside. There's no doubt about it. And it's a labour of love, these things, to start a project like this. And these guys, when I say a project like this, these guys have done almost everything. They've hand-built this boat all the way through, and to see it come to Dargle with some of the best in the game and get out there and start and finish their first race, that will be a big moment for a father, for the whole crew out at Constable Racing.
Well, you can take a big sigh of relief out of that, you know, that you can do it. I noticed that he's tippy-toeing around the corners a little bit, just taking it easy, not trying to set any records, and still come away with a very creditable second place. Just by the way, we've had a service announcement. We need everybody back up off the bank, please. They're only allowed a couple of feet in front of your easy ups here, but we can't start the hydroplane race. So everybody all the way along the bank, south of the control tower, if you can move back up off the mode grass area there, so we can start this race.
Yeah, so especially down here at the pit lane end, if you're standing on anything other than mowed green grass, you're in the wrong spot. So just move back to the nicely mowed green grass, and that's your borderline. If you're standing on that rough scrubby stuff, you're too close to the river. So I can see a couple of people further down. I'm sure you can hear me down there. So we need you to move back, because we are going to start with our hydros and our KTs. So just the nice green grass on the bank edge, that's where you're permitted to be. If you're in front of that, we're going to have to hold this race up, and no one wants to see that. So next up, it's the KT and Hydro. So race number 8 on this massive program, supported by Dargle, Turf and Soil, and this is going to be very cool. KTs and Hydros on the water at the same time. Don't go anywhere. A couple of minutes and we'll get this lot underway, Jono.
It's like the Sherrys versus the Vellas here.
Yeah, it's a war of the families. All right, can we please get everybody on the bank down here in the pit area to move back away from the water's edge to the green mowed grass. So I'm sure you can hear me. If you can see someone and you know they're doing the wrong thing, just go down and tap them on the shoulder for me and move back up onto the green grass. It's okay. We could get...
think this PA might be better in pit lane. If you're down here in pit lane and you're standing on the bank, look down. If you are not on bright green mowed grass, you are too close. So move back to the edge of the mowed grass. Thank you very much. There's a couple of young people down there. If you could, someone could tap them on the shoulder. So where you see the nicely green mowed edge, that is where you're allowed to be. We cannot start this race without you. There's a bloke down there in a white hat, if you wouldn't mind stepping back. Thank you so much. Just to the edge of that green grass. And if you wouldn't mind staying there, because we've got hydroplanes and KTs, and I know some of these drivers out there, they're pretty fast and loose, Jimmy Bobby. We want to make sure you're all safe.
So some very cool kit out there on the water boat. Number 17, the oldest man in the history of the motorsport. No, I'm kidding, of course. Mr. Paul Vella driving, or pedalling the impatient machine, the man from Wiseman's Ferry. This is a magnificent 20-foot composite-built Howard hydroplane. Got Maxie Andrews, Louis Vella, Jeff Bell, Belinda Vella on board as the crew. So big cast. Sponsored by none other than Paul Vella Incorporated. So backing himself all the way, but this man has won pretty much anything in this type of racing. First outright bridge to bridge, first in the Lawson Shield, won the Ken Waggett Memorial, first in the Top End Sprint and the Chiquita Cup. I'm going to run out of breath. We could go on for hours, but great to see Paul Vella here. His proudest achievement, becoming a grandfather. Oh, isn't he such a lovely bloke? Right alongside him at the exact opposite end of the scale is boat number 42. The boat's called Haulen. Mr. Lockie Vella, the wild man of the sport. Also campaigning the 20-foot Howard Hydro. Max, Chris and Max spinning spanners and getting him in the water this weekend. MC Haulage and Butler Air Conditioning are his sponsors. And he has won the Hyper 5 in 2022. So watch out for hard-charging Lockie Vella. The man with the magnificent moustache, Mr. Hayden Sherry, running the wrapped machine. Boat number 45 out there. I beg your pardon, boat number 45 out there is the wrap from Ebenezer. Sorry, just listening to some radio chatter. The Troy Craft, it was an ex-Formula 1 boat, converted to KT. A little while back, runs an injected 5.2 litre LS2 through a Mercury Bravo Sportsmaster drive. So very, very cool bit of kit if you've never seen a KT Hydro run. Craig, Scott, Marco, Lenny, Nicole, Blake and Luke here with the Sherry race crew has won the John Darcy Memorial.
Yeah, that's good.
Want to give a huge shout out to Pugs Wayne, Pat Purcell, Michelle Pratt, Damon Thurgood, Dale Jamison, Luke and Warren Harrison for their support in getting him here to the Dargle Winter Spectacular. And last but by no means least is Mr. Blake Sherry in wrapped number 2, boat number 145. The Howard hydroplane with an ejected 308 Holden old school. Placed second in the Hyper 5 hydroplane series in 2022, just one spot back from Mr. Lockie Vella, so he'll be out for to settle that score. Big shout out to a whole lot of people's support, especially Dale Jamison, Luke and Warren Harrison, Maxie Andrews, Pugs Wayne, Paddy Purcell and Michelle. This is going to be cool. The Sherrys v the Vellas. We've got KTs, we've got Hydros, Jono. I'm not sure on this track where are you going to put your money. We saw the young man in boat number 145, the beautiful KT up at Taree a couple of weeks ago. Looked good. Boat's fast.
Very fast. Got a very, very good engine in it. LS7, I believe. Runs a Seagull throttle body on it. I think with engine management. Blake's a great driver. He's going very, very well. As you know, it's probably their late great dad, Brian Sherry, built the boat.
Yeah.
And it's another beautifully engineered boat. Brian was a very good electrician by trade, but a great engineer as well. Everything nice and neat and fast, which is the main thing. And obviously, younger brother Blake, that's the hydro, which is the ex-Paul Vella 4.2 hydro. Been rebranded into the Sherry colours and looking resplendent in white now.
I sort of called earlier in pit lane and said, oh, by the way, thank you so much for two completely different boats, painted exactly the same way, called the same thing and with one number difference on their board. It makes my job really easy, and let's face it, I'm pretty average at it anyway. I don't need any help looking like an idiot over in the commentary box, but such a big shout out. It's so good to see the Sherry family racing team back on the water here at Dargle. And of course the Vela crew. I actually haven't seen her this weekend. I'm led to believe she is here.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Is the baby machine Vela, Louise Vela, obviously one of Australia's most successful F4 drivers when competed overseas, and one talented operator. But now she's been very cool at raising a young family. But shout out to Louis. You'll be here in the crowd.
A very happy mother, about to get married to Maxie Andrews.
Yeah, saw Maxie driving around with the young cadet. All right, we're about to go racing. We have a white flag up on the start boat. The beautiful KT. Of Blake the Mustache Sherry, Hayden the Haircut Sherry in the all-white hydro. Next to leave the grid is that beautiful red and yellow Howard hydroplane of Paul Vella. The boat's called Impatient. And last away from here in pit lane is Holland with Mr. Lockie Vella, the young gun, the young upstart, determined to take it off the old man in this one this weekend, Johnny.
I can tell you one thing, Murphy's not afraid of it, that's for sure.
He throws it around, doesn't he?
Absolutely spectacular. These four boats running down here. We wouldn't want any more of them on the course. It's going to be a very tight first corner.
Yeah, they're going to be banging the limiter. I'll tell you what, the young gun in that KT, Hayden the Mustache Sherry, if he can pick up an inside line here, he's going to have no trouble sitting to the inside of these guys on these corners.
Well, the big hydros will be looking for the outside course to keep it wide up, keep the speed up. Look at the rooster tails. Head round the bottom turn, boy. The warm-up lap.
Right, proudly sponsored by Dargle Turf and Soil. We've just been handed the pole positions up here in the tower. Out of one is Holland. So Lockie Vella going to run out of one. Out of two is Wrapped 2. So Blake Sherry, so Hydro. Out of 3 is Wrapped. KT running out of 3, and out of 4, like a good bottle of wine, getting better with age, is Mr. Paul Vella in Impatient.
Sorry, Murph, we've got an
Updated polls? Okay, forget about everything I just said then. Out of 1 will be Wrapped. Out of 2 is Holland. Out of 3 is Wrapped 2, and out of 4 is Impatient. So there you go. Thank you very much, the magnificent Joyce Smith. Right, we've tried to build the excitement up. Just got a radio call through that we got a little bit of debris down here that's going to be collected before we let the pigeons loose on this one. The hydroplanes, mate, an amazing form of powerboat racing. They're very, very different. We saw the Formula tunnel boats earlier. We've seen the displacements. First time for the hydros. Very, very different approach to getting a boat around a corner really, really quickly. This huge turn fin on the inside. Basically, the boats fly across the top of the water with a flat bottom back end and run on the 2 points of the sponsons, and then the prop and that big turn fin just hanging in there just tears a hole in the water. big G-forces and huge mid-corner speed out of these hydros.
Yeah, they say that the GP hydroplanes with the big blown engines in them, they'll displace about 2 tonnes of water going into around a corner. That's how much water that turn fin and the propeller kicks up. You know, massive rooster tails. But Paul's boat and Lockie's boat will do, you know, probably 3/4 of that today.
Yeah.
But I suggest everybody keep your eye on them coming down the front straight. It'll be the first time. It will be spectacular 4 wide. And as they hit that corner there, you'll probably only be a boat length or 2 in the whole 4 of them. And it'll be a spectacular first corner.
Yeah, now there is, of course, there's some small exclusion buoys, the yellow buoys just along the front of the main spectator area there at the Dargle Ski Park to keep the boats out of the shallow water that sits right off the front. So there's not a lot of room between pole 1 and those 4 buoys, so they're going to have no choice. They are going to be gunnel to gunnel on the way down here. And the best thing about this track is beautiful big turn 1. It opens right up with that big bowl, the big bend in the river. So that's going to give them plenty of chance to just stay full throttle and tip it in, and that's not uncommon in one of these hydros. You just keep the foot planted and just roll the boat in and manage yourself through the corner.
Yeah, that corner will close up considerably, Paul, when they're looking around it. Just incidentally, I just quickly saw Brett Shepherd. There was only a loose fitting in the boat, so no great problems there. We'll be back out again, so Unleashed will be back out. No major problems, so it's a good sign.
That is very, very good news. Right, so debris now being cleared by our hard-working rescue crews. They've done a massive amount of work, as is the whole Smith family, in getting this show on the road here this weekend. It's been a full year of hard work to bring the facilities back to a point where they were able to hold an event, let alone think about one. So if you're down here in Pit Lane, there's that first tree right next to the boat ramp, just downstream of the boat ramp. If you have a look up into that tree, you will see a plastic chair floating, stuck in that tree. That's the height of the floodwaters down here at Dargle. So if you're standing on the bank, it was around 25, 30 feet above your head, to put you into perspective. Every building here was underwater, as were all of the customer cabins. So a lot of work to get back, and we really want to thank the Smith family and all the crew down here for what they've been able to achieve, so we can come back here and do what we love at the Dargle Winter Spectacular.
Yeah, we've been blessed by the river gods as well, the weather gods, should I say. Having absolutely lovely weather for the weekend, especially the same tomorrow. Cold in the morning, but opening up to about 20 odd degrees in the day. So, and speaking of worried-looking fathers, I'm looking down there at the great Craig Bailey, with a concerned look on his face. His young bloke is in the next F4 race.
Yeah, Carlin Bailey.
Carlin had a reasonably good round in Taree a couple of weeks ago. Made a couple of small errors which cost him the win, I think, but he'll be out to seek revenge this weekend.
All right, so radio checks are now done. Just waiting for the call from race control. I think we'll be only a couple of seconds away from the start boat getting the all clear. Our field sitting upstream to the left. So all clear. Start boat acknowledges the white flag is about to be lifted.
The boat's firing up there, the white flag's up.
So Hayden Sherry in wrap, Blake Sherry in wrap 2, Lockie Vella in haul, and Paul Vella in the Impatient. KT, hydro, hydro, hydro. This is going to be spectacular into turn at number 1. Waiting for that flag to drop now. We're onto the course proper. Flags down, let's go. You see the rooster tails build. Beautiful drop out of pole number 2 for Lockie Vella and the KT. So inside is the KT, outside is Vella, patient Paul Vella. Got the big wide open track in front of him. KT's around very nicely. Vella, the huge rooster from that turn fin, runs a pretty wide line. That's going to force the field KT out in front, Jono.
Hall wriggling around in the wash, going up the back straight there. Seems to have got it under control now, but it's all Hayden Sherry out the front. Doing a great job in a run. But Lockie Vella coming down the front straight and Hall. Looking good, but Paul, far the ball. Right down the outside. We'll catch him by the turn, boy. And somewhere out the back there is Paul behind the sun. Lockie up. See the red nose come out. Down the back. This is where Lockie got a little bit loose last lap. Seems to go under control this time, but Paul taking it from the outside at the back straight away.
See what, Hayden Cherry looking $1 million in the wrap. Boat number 45 out in front. The man from Ebenezer. Listen to the roar on that Troy Craft KT. Absolutely tearing it apart. Paul Vella right out wide, buzzing the tower on his way through here. It's Vella versus Vella, father versus son. Slight advantage on the outside of Paul Vella. Lockie to the inside. Paul Vella in the red impatient machine has made ground. The drag race is on. And I reckon Paul Vella's got the numbers. Checkered flag now shown. What a run. His first time racing here at Dargle. Put your hands together. Go wild for Hayden Sherry in the wrap. And do not look away. It's Vella v Vella inside. Lockie outside Paul. The pace on the outside. There's nothing in this. And it is Lockie Vella hauling by half a boat length, mate. What a run. Apologies to the man Blake Sherry in wrap 2. There was so much going on the front, but he has not put a foot wrong in his first outing of this machine here at Dargle this weekend.
Oh, absolutely. Paul had the advantage going into the last corner, but went very, very wide. Very close to the mooring boys out there. Lockie stuck up the inside. That was enough to give him about a half boat win over the line.
Yeah, go wild for him down on the bank there, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a huge wave. He won't hear, but he's going to see it. He will be over the moon, as will Mum Nicole and the whole of the Sherry race team. With that drive, the young gun from Ebenezer. And a massive shout out to the whole crew on getting that boat here this weekend. That was one hell of a drive. The pace out of that KT. It was just howling through this front straight away. And a well-deserved win.
Really, I didn't think it'd be that far out in front. I was a little bit worried too as the holes started opening up in the corners. That turn we were talking about earlier, these massive big holes in the corners. But Adi did a great job in avoiding all that. It's a perfect drive from Hayden, very, very good.
Yeah, that's a very, very mature drive. He has won the John Darcy Memorial. He's been around the sport for a long, long time. And look at the grin on his face. The crew absolutely pumped, and as they should be, as he gets back to the boat ramp. That was a very, very nice run. Yeah, you nailed it there, Jono. Just overheard the young gun come out and said, mate, that was tough. It was so rough in those corners. That's what you get when you're racing hydros. But the mustachioed one with some big bag of points out of heat number 1 in the Hydro KT competition, supported by Dargle, Turf and Soil. it's time to have a look for the first time this weekend, supported by the Dargle Turf and Soil team, the Formula 4 outboards. And we have got some very, very fine young chargers in this field. F4 is an international category recognised by the UIM, so the Union International Moto Nautique, if you're that way inclined. These boats are standardised right across the globe. They run the Mercury 60 EFI 4-stroke racing outboard, and they are a very, very competitive class. It's a stock class engine, meaning no modifications are permitted whatsoever. The ECUs on these boats will be handed out by race control, so that there's no way of mapping the engine, so there is no advantage in horsepower given to anyone in the field. They have a minimum engine height rule, so you cannot lift the engine above a set height between the spons and tips. So that is a requirement, and the boats are scrutineered and measured to comply with that. What you can do, however, is you can put a nose cone on the boat, you can select your propeller, and you can drive the absolute wheels off these machines. Pretty quick little boats, run about 75 mile an hour on a course like this in that sort of brackish salt water that they love, but they turn absolutely perfectly.
It's a great class, man, but it teaches the kids how to drive, because they're all pretty well in the same boat, same design, same engine. So it comes down to driving ability as opposed to sheer more power, or, you know, yes, you can change the propeller, but they're all pretty close to where they are. You know, they're all, I think, they're all pretty close in the top speed. But as I say, it just it comes down to your driving ability, and it hones their racing skills.
Certainly is, and out on the water this weekend. We've got the boat. I want to talk to her about this one first. The boat is called Queen Bee. It is owned by none other than Miss Tracy Pugsley, the Queen of Dargle herself. She was one of the instrumental people in bringing this category to Australia. Bought one of the first boats in and had a massive amount of success. Won almost everything. Young Carlin Bailey is now peddling the Queen Bee racing machine. From Endeavour High School, loves footy, plays with the Cronulla Sharks in AFL. Working as a diesel mechanic is young Carlin now, so he's been a real hard charger at the pointy end of the field. Lockie Bride, the boat's called Phantom, also 16 years of age, comes out of the Victorian Outboard Club and the Victorian Speedboat Club down there in Melbourne. Really, really talented young operator, and all these guys, they're really building on their experience. Travis Cook in the Nitro boat, number 40, is out here with us this weekend. Didn't get a chance to catch up with Trav to see how his preparation's been, but we'll expect reasonable things out of this guy. One of my favourites, I've watched him grow up, and he's won a lot of stuff. We'll talk about that while the race is underway, is Brad Beasley in the fully sick mate water sports machine, owned by Mr. Alan Baker. And the last one in our lineup out here is Mr. Max Cook, Maxilina Ballerina, my good mate, 16 years of age, from East Hills, Picnic Point High School. The boat owned by his mum and dad. Big shout out to Cookie. I want to give a shout out to Macca for letting him have the boat, and Kelsey and Lily for being on board. Now, most of these boats are white, so from this angle, I've got no idea who's where. So we'll wait till the flag drops, and we'll call them through into turn number one. Out wide is Brad Beasley in the red and black fully sick mate machine. Just to his inside, looks to me like the Phantom of Lockie Bride, that white hull with the green flash all the way from Victoria. Flags down, so we've gone racing. You can see the Rooster Tails build this beautiful Mercury 60 EFI 4-stroke, screaming away, limited to 7,000 RPM, and they lift the nose of these boats and just dance. Have a look at the run on the inside. This is Nitro. So Nitro to the inside with a beautiful one. Travis North just to his outside. Carlin Bailey, they are going to be 4 wide. Watch them. The pressure here, everyone needs to get through cleanly. Nitro's around nicely. Carlin Bailey, pretty ruthless, holds him tight, perfectly legal. Just to the outside now, trying to pick up who that is. Can't see him in the sun glare. Actually, that's Carlin Bailey there. Oh, sorry, Maxie Cook is up there as well. And the green and white machine is the Phantom of Lockie Bride. A little bit further back, first time in this boat for a long time, is Mr. Brad Beasley. The battle out in front to the outside. Carlin Bailey putting a power move on. He's running to the outside of Nitro, so trying to force him into a corner, but it's come unstuck. He's had to give a bit of room there and upset his mid-corner post, so nice, clean driving with that pole position advantage from Travis North. These boats are capable of blowing over, and where Travis North is right now is about as close as you can possibly get to putting this boat upside down on its nose. He is 110% right now into turn number one for the second time. Slams the nose of the boat down hard to get the sponson in the water to allow the turn. Lose a little bit of headway. You can see the boat porpoising and losing air. Needs to drop the nose of the boat a bit. He's losing drive, and behind him, Carlin Bailey. So picks up about 3 boat lengths just there. Now this is not a horsepower game because we've got stock engines. You've really got to plan your attack. So watch for Carlin Bailey sitting in 2nd place right now. He'll want to make a move and come potentially inside Nitro because there's a bit of a lane being left there right now by Trav North. So Bailey now just sitting on the disturbed water, so that's a little bit of a tactical move as well. You sit in the disturbed water in the wash, the aerated water, less drag on the hull, a little bit more boat speed. But Trav North has that boat trimmed absolutely on point. It is flying right now, the Nitro machine. Maxie Cook, have a look at this young charger. He's come out of a wide pole and he's now moved his way past Lockie Bride. So they've really found a massive amount of form. Max went from being sort of probably a minute behind in these big long races that we're running in the AFP GP series to finding a massive amount of boat pace. So big credit to Michelle and Cookie for the work they've done on their boat. He's just had something come off the back of the boat there. Something small came off the back of the boat on that inside sponson just opposite the checkered buoy. So fingers crossed, it's not something important to be honest. But out in front now with a bit of breathing space as the laps count down. This is going to be the checkered flag. This is going to be one hell of a drive. Came out of pole 1, needed to do it and has done. Put your hands together for the man in Nitro, Mr. Travis North, boat number 40. And that is very quick. Carlin Bailey into Queen Bee, boat number 321, brings home the checkered flag. And welcome to the podium, Maxie Cook with a belting drive. Lockie Bride, the Victorian superstar in the Phantom, gets home for 4th. And out there for the first time back in a while in Alan Baker's fully sick mate racing is B-Rad Beasley. That boat throwing a lot of roost in the back of that boat. So, and just the nose of the boat not picking up. So maybe a little bit of a setup thing they're going to have to chase for Brad there. So losing a lot of energy out the back of that boat. But that won't slow him down. Maybe a big prop because it looks very nice at the back end of the course. So welcome home to the B-Rad Beasley. He's won just about everything in the juniors on his way through the camp. So that is F4 racing the first time this weekend. Thanks to Dargle, Turf and Soil, and of course our major event sponsors, the crew from Patterson Build, CF Motor and Hardwood Resources. We're going to take a quick break up here in the commentary box. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Good time to jump up, stretch your legs, and we're going to come back with the next race in the program. No, we're not. We're going back to back on Formula 4. Thanks for the heads up there, Johnny. So you're very lucky John's up here to keep me in low. So back to back with these F4s. So they're going to circulate around and pick up the start boat. Now I would be expecting a different pole position out of this one. As we know, our Phantom on their way back to the boat ramp in Lockie Bride. One of the things I love about this category, Jono, is the camaraderie. We can see, obviously, Lockie Bride in Phantoms had to come back to pit lane. You can see the crew working hard inside the cockpit. And without hesitation, straight away, the Cookie is down there, Martin Cook. Obviously, his son out there as a competitor on the water, straight down there to lend a hand. And that's what we love about this category, mate. There's a lot of camaraderie. They race hard, but there's a lot of respect amongst teams. But first chance I've had a look at that young man in Nitro, Trav North. Well, she was a young man. He could be my age. I don't know, but I'm going to have to go and meet there because that was one hell of a drive.
He's a young man. As you say, the camaraderie is good. Mainly because they've come out of, well, known each other coming out of the J1, 2 and 3, junior boats. Got to the, I think, 16 years of age, 15 years of age, where they've been able to, MSB have given them dispensation to start racing these F4s. And yeah, so they're pretty good friends, and they all look after each other. Bit of rivalry on the track, obviously, but after that, it's cordials all round.
Just a reminder to all competitors and crews, there is an absolute zero alcohol tolerance in the pits. If anyone is spotted in the pits and with alcohol, they are associated with the team, that team will be disqualified. So if they're part of your crew, they're your responsibility. Please ensure there is no alcohol whatsoever in pit lane. Thank you.
Coming down to start the second heat of the F4s. All boats look like they're lined up perfectly. Old B-Rad's out on way out of the docks down here. Don't know what he's doing out there, but the flag's down, away they go.
Yeah, keep your eye on the rooster tail of the Beasley boat. You can see it there now. It's just launching water, so they're losing drive, and unfortunately with the back-to-back not having a chance to maybe address that. So down a little bit on boat pace, and as the boat settles down now. But the Phantom of Lockie Bride, the green and white machine on the inside. This boat is quick. I've watched this kid in the Formula GP series. I was a bit surprised. But this is pole position racing. Now we saw Trav North this time under a lot more pressure out of pole too, but runs a very nice clean line. Just on the cushion of the wash of Phantom out in front. So Lockie Bride, he's got clean water in front of him. This is the green and white machine. The Victorian young gun, 16 years old, needs to settle the boat down. Does so nicely, being hunted down by Travis North. And Max Cook and Carlin Bailey. Look at the battle for third and fourth right now. Max Cook in maxed out just on the inside, and outside of him is Carlin, the young gun Bailey. So Cookie going a little bit into the spray of the boat in front, but Carlin lost a little bit of momentum there too. So Maxie Cook showing his big sister Michaela exactly how to drive one of these things right now, and she'll be hating that. And yes, I said that because you can hear me. Lockie Bride out in front. Riley Bride, his younger sister, racing in the juniors this morning, Jono, but he looks very, very nice. The Nitro boat, you can see the different attitude between these boats. Now, most of these boats here this weekend are Kangwa hulls, so built over in Asia. Tell you what, there's a move there from Travis North. He's come a real tight line, run to the inside, and Lockie Bride sort of half duffed the back end of that boat, so he has lost about 4 boat lengths that time through. So he needs to keep an eye on it. Max Cook moves to the outside. Carlin Bailey now saying, I'm not going to let you have this one. I'm going to take you up the inside. So real pressure on him right now. Now, if Bailey gets within a couple of boat lengths and there's an overlap, then Max Cook has to give him room. So pressure driving, bit of racecraft. Now he's done the number on him. So Maxie Cook may be a little bit polite that time through. His old man would have come over and shut the door on him and put him into the bank, that's for sure, but not so Maxie. He's more of a gentleman than that. And there is a drag race on, but the boat pace on the outside is Maxie Cook. Out in front, very, very nicely driven. Lockie Bride thus far has not put a foot wrong through that turn number 1. Clean through 2 is Nitro. Inside, Queen Bee Racing, Carlin Bailey, Max Cook, the long way around the outside. It's a tough gig in 60 horsepower racing to make that one work. And Brad Beasley, the big man in the fully sick mate racing machine, just being left off the back of this field at this stage. So expect them to come back a little bit further on. This will be the checkered flag, ladies and gents. So start banging your hands together. The young gun from Victoria. The family have come up here. They've driven 12 hours to get here to compete this weekend, and he's taken home a race win in heat number 2 of the F4. Well done, Lockie Bride in the Phantom, and a great finish from Travis North in the Nitro. Carlin Bailey, Queen Bee Racing, he gets that one back to 3rd spot on the podium, and Max Cook, there'll be water all over the visor after that one. That's what you want to see, some very close racing in that F4 category at the head of the field. So unfortunately, as I said, Brad Beasley, you can see that little prop, the Merc Racing prop, just shredding the water to foam. So I reckon they've got a bit of an engine height issue there, John. They might have to bring that one down a little bit just to give him a bit more purchase, or it could be a very tall propeller running ventilated, because the boat speed at the back end of the straight is good. But he's home with a bag of points in at heat number 2 of the F4. All right, I'm going to stop talking for a second here because we're going to take a little bit of a break. up here in the commentary box. Next up, the Griffith Boat Club Trophy 6-litre Carby APBA Championship round number 1. Proudly brought to you by Wes Cranes. Well, ladies and gents, supported by Wes Cranes here this weekend. This is the first heat of our first Australian APBA Championship, the Griffith Boat Club Trophy. This is the Australian Championship for 6-litre. So I haven't got any more information up here in the commentary box, but we've only got 3 And one of those boats competing out of the 5.2 category, so you are guaranteed a spot on the podium for the Australian Championships in the 6 litre. That's not a bad gig out there, and of course I speak of the man in Quiver. So race number 11 of your massive race day program. Out of pole position number 1, we've got the crew of Shenanigans. Coming out of 2, Brett Nidri in B&R Engines, and out of 3, Mr. Justin Frankham in the Quiver. So no consolation, but good to hear the Cracker Racing crew down on the boat ramp firing up that S3000, the Merc Racing engine on board their wounded machine, but looks as though there's no engine damage there, so that's a small consolation to that crew. Bit of staging up in the milling area. John, I mentioned earlier, a little bit of a mental game, so just cutting a few circuits, a bit of a rev here, a bit of a rev there, just trying to get in the mind of your fellow competitors. Out of pole 1, Chris Pugsley in Shenanigans is going to be very, very tough to get past in this first corner. Jono, what do you think?
Absolutely, be hard to beat from there.
Be a better man than I am, Gungadin. The beautiful Dodge Mopar powered Evercraft of Tim Shannon, Chris Pugsley, long-time driver of this rig. Just done a lot of work on the heads, I mentioned earlier this morning. So Warren Gay in Bega, they put a new set of heads on this thing and made some changes. Liquimoli Arcadia Autos, the starter has the conch, so we are looking for a white flag any tick of the clock. Brett Nidri, the man from Victoria. McKnight Garage Doors, Advanced Magnetos, CNC Canopies, and the Dyson Group on board. Alongside CJW Excavation, Simmons Clark Logistics, Darren's Plastering, Tyre Power, and of course Scotty Lambert and the crew from GP Hydro. The blue and gold machine of Justin Frankham, the Quiver, from Silverdale, the 18-foot Evercraft. Comp Coatings on board sponsoring this machine here this weekend, and thanks to all the crew and Adrian at Airbrush World. So, starter lines them up, Pugsley out of 1. Shenanigans, B&R and Quiver is your Heat 1 Australian Championship 6 litre, ladies and gents. The Griffith Boat Club Trophy, they want this one to take home. This is a certified Australian Championship race. Flag goes down, good drop from all 3. Quiver's quick on the outside. The 5.2 litre keeping pace with the bigger 6 litres on the inside. But it's Shenanigans on the home track that will lead them into turn number 1. Shenanigans through, B&R through. And out wide is the Quiver, so all 3 clean. Good drive from Quiver, but Shenanigans gets the pedal down and launches up the back straight. Jono.
Much better start by the B&R boat in that heat, but Pugs, as expected, in the Shenanigans boat, commanding lead after almost 1 lap. But Quiver really giving it to the B&R. Although that's starting to fall back a little now. There's only a 5 B&R engine's looking a lot better in this race.
Pugsley launches down the back straight one more time. Brett Nidri charging hard after him in the B&R engines, and Brett Nidri is making ground. Justin Frankham going nowhere. The spray launches as they hit the cav plate hard through turn number 2. Settle the nose of the boat down. Easy back on the bow. Nidri with a little bit of a twitch. Yellow flag for Shenanigans. Chris Pugsley, Tim Shannon. They are on for Heat 1 win in the 6 litre championships. B&R engines through turn number 1 clean as well, as is Adam Justin Frankham. The little 5.2 litre keeping up with the best in the business. Into the top turn one more time.
Pugsley showing his goes into the top buoy for the last time. I think he's taken his foot off a little bit. B&R engines sort of closing the gap, and so is Quiver on B&R engines. Quiver up the inside. Chris Shenanigans takes the win as expected. And the hard charging Quiver won't make it. And B&R engines race, quiver bird.
That was a big charge from the outgun quiver machine of Justin Frankham, the 5.2 litre up against the 6 litres, and two of the best out there. But what a drive from Chris Pugsley in shenanigans, mate.
No, it was a great drive, but you snooze, you nearly lose, you know. Brett was a bit of a sleep there in the bag, but Justin never gives up the inside he went. He only got across the line by, Brett only got across the line by half a lane there.
Yeah, spot on. Yeah, made that move early in the mid-race, came to the inside, so needed to run a shorter line. Lighter boat, really good acceleration out of the corners, and that's where he's making ground. So watched B&R a couple of times through the mid-corner where Brett was sort of wallowing a little bit, losing drive. So I said I can go inside that. As he did, he started to make ground. So a bit of tactics at play. Heat number 2, the Aussie Championships, points are consolidated and your winner. So it's not over yet. Chris Pugsley still needs to get the job done in heat number 2 and put a bag of points up, because you've got to get home and you've got to finish it. I'll have to check with the tower crew. I'm not 100% sure whether it's a reverse grid in heat 2 or whether it's starting positions, but I'm the commentator. I'd reverse grid it, just because it makes it exciting on the commentary box.
Absolutely.
Mate,
it's all about us.
It's all about us up here. Well, it's actually all about all you guys out here this weekend at the Dargle Boat Club, but up in the commentary box, it's all about us. What a perfect day. The sun's shining. Make sure you put a bit of sunscreen on, actually. We didn't expect that one. It was pretty cold this morning, but get the sunscreen on, get around the vendors. There's a whole lot of cool stuff happening. Quino's Quick Snacks is up here. They got some amazing photos on display. You can buy yourself a model boat if you want to get an Unleashed or whatever else. There's a model boat display down here on the downriver side of Pit Lane. And make sure that you get out and support all of these people that are supporting us here at the Dargle Valley Boat Club.
Absolutely. There's some great stuff to see down there. As you're saying, Murph, with the boat, the photos and the model boats. Fantastic. Get yourself down there in between the races. Right at the moment, we've got the 105 class going in. Another madam being lowered into the water as we speak. Darren Greentree, a great boat racing family. 3 generations of Greentrees have been running over the last 20, 30, 40 years, plus years. Darren is a reliable handful. Like out of nowhere, a sailboat being lowered in as well. Big Chris Tracy behind the wheel there. That should be a cracker race as well, Murph.
Program, Jono, there's no doubt about it. It's a huge program here this weekend, and we just got a call out to all of our crews. It's your last chance to nominate for the Chiquita Cup. So Chiquita Cup, so 5.2 litre open, so it can be displacement, can be hydroplane, can be KT. So it's your last call for nominations. Please come to Race Control if you'd like to nominate for the Chiquita Cup. Thank you.
Forgot to mention we've also got Mainline down here. Marine line, sorry, not main line, marine line. Very fast 105 boat. I think he's been the Australian champion once or twice as well. So yeah, good field of 105 boats here. It'll be their first outing today.
Yeah, beautiful bit of kit that they had to catch up this morning. 372 Donovan. Not a bad engine. Power plant 18'6". Bruce Everingham built shallow V machine. Marine line boat covers are their major supporter, as long as R&D Plumbing and Purcell Refrigeration. For the crew, Dean Gerhard behind the wheel of the machine this weekend. So this is the Superstock 105. What an incredible category, supported by Chops Anodising. The 105 category is massive throughout Australia, and we've got teams come from everywhere. This one, time out, Mick McIntosh, Darren Greentree in at the handful, Dino Allison. So the tunnel boat taking on this 105 category. Chris Tracy in out of nowhere, Anthony Diggs in Eliminator, and young Tom Webster in another Madam. Let's have a look at them now. The white machine out there, another Madam, come up from Victoria, owned by Bob Webster, 18'6" Everingham. Alcohol-injected Chevrolet power. Mad Max and the old man Pete Stevens on crew. Proudly supported by Broadford Car Wash and Robo Concrete. A thanks to Bob Webster and the crew, and of course Webster Primary Production. Eliminator driven by Anthony Nibbs, the 17.6 Everingham, 17 foot 6 inches Everingham. Small block Chev, the Kev Robertson, Alex. Here looking after that machine this weekend. Out of nowhere is Mr. Chris Tracy, the boat owned by Warren Gay, 18 foot Child's Play with a 410 cubic inch Chevrolet. Sponsored by Barbecues Galore in Bega. This boat's actually got a Ricky Howard built cell in there. Ricky Howard was telling me he's going to sign that cell later on, doing autographs over there at the crew. With the crew from the ACT, so they've come up here to Sydney to just steal a few trophies on the way home this morning, so they're pretty happy about it. And full racing, Darren Greentree, 44 years old. Sorry, been racing for 44 years, East Currajong. It's a 15 footer, so a little boat powered by a Pro Stock Spec 351 Cleveland. So Madam, Marine Line, Handful. And out of nowhere here in heat number 1 of the 105. So 105 is a restricted category. The boat's all fitted with APBA certified GPSs. If the boat exceeds 105 miles per hour, they achieve penalties. Go 106 miles an hour, you are disqualified. This is the fastest category you're allowed to run in Australian Powerboat Racing Association rules without a cell, Jono, and 105 miles an hour, so 170 k's an hour, pretty damn quick out there. And add the complexity of keeping your eye on a GPS out there, and sort of makes for some pretty interesting racing. But it's been a real revelation, this class. It's brought together boats of all different engine types, different sizes. The 85, 95, 105 categories right across the country, and this field no different. We've got monos, we've got big blocks, we've got small blocks, and 16 footers, 20 footers. It's just a very, very cool class.
The whole idea was to get the boats back out of the sheds, and but it's worked really well. Some of the events we go to, there might be up to 15, 18, 105 boats. I don't know if down in Victoria it's very big. Agree that they've got 75, 85, and 95 mile an hour classes. So everyone's capable.
Everyone can get a trophy. Everyone wins a prize. Yeah, not so. And that's one of those things. You can run the same boat with different drivers at different levels of experience. You can run a boat in 95 and then swap drivers to run 105 because they are raced independently. But it's been a huge category now, and it really has sort of offset that technology change. You know, we've got a lot of boat, even the old 85 class 4.2 litre, some of the old stuff running up against brand new LS engines. But yeah, speed cap racing. It's very cool, and you can tell a good speed cap driver. You see boats come in all the time, 104.9, 104.8 on the GPS. It's a dark art.
Absolutely. Look, unfortunately, we're still getting reports of people walking through the pits with thongs on, drinking beer and smoking. So please obey our rules. If you're in the pit area, you need covered shoes and no smoking, no drinking. Any crews that witness anyone doing it, give us a hand by asking them politely just to leave. Thank you.
Community service announcement by Big Johnny Devol there, well played, but it makes a lot of sense. Obviously no smoking, you're surrounded by high energy race fuels. No drinking, you've got to have your wits about you, but they are the rules. Crews, you know how it works. All right, heat 1 of the 105 Superstock. This is going to be a belter supported by Chops Anodising. So up in the tower, pole positions out of 1, we've got Marine Line out of 2, out of nowhere 3 is Handful, and 4 is another madam. So starters got the flag in the air. The field approaches the quite a spread on the field early on. We've got another madam running real wide, so Tom Webster. Got one boat less than we started with. There you go, Jono, but here we go. Flags drop, we've gone racing. Marine Line with a very nice jump out of early. Out of 2 is out of nowhere. 3 is Handful. And Tommy Webster is now entering the straight, but here's Gonski. Through beautifully, Marine Line out of 1. That's a beautiful turn, and back on the gas in the 105. There goes out of nowhere, and Handful, that beautiful 16-footer, pouring the power on in the back chute. Into turn number 2 for the first time. Marine Line out in front, John. Dean Gerhard, he's got a huge gap on the field right there. That beautiful 18'6" Bruce Everingham rolls it in, the big Donovan doing the work. Now we've had a shutdown. Marine Line have just wrapped him up. He's come off the power. He has shut the engine down in turn number 1. Out of nowhere, says thank you very much, Chris Tracy. He now moves to the front. Caution flag shown to all competitors. Handful now picks up a spot. So Chris Tracy in the 18-foot child's play had a lot of work to do, but unfortunately for Marine Line, they've had to shut that down in mid-track. Laps ticking down now. Yellow flag, we've got 1 more to run. I'll tell you what, that didn't sound good that time through, out of nowhere. Handful now. Darren Greentree, second spot is his. And Tommy Webster getting left behind at the start, and another madam is making ground, but he needs to get the points. This will be a checkered flag run. Checkered flag run, John, out of nowhere, out in front, bring him home. Huge shout out to Chris Tracy and Warren Gay. In a heat win in the 105. And Darren Greentree brings it home alongside Tommy Webster in another madam.
I don't know what happened to another madam at the start. He's way behind, probably 20, 30 boat lengths. Must have had a problem starting or whatever, but as luck would have it for him, Marine Line stopped out there in first place and handed the win over to out of nowhere with Chris Tracy.
Yeah, that's
Darren Greentree from second. Madam and carried on very well. Although I'll be checking the GPS when he got back. It looked very fast catching it.
Yes, he might have a problem with his GPS when he was hunting those field down. That's a bit heartbreaking for Marine Line. Dean Gerhard, that boat looked really strong. So got a really good start and drove it beautifully out of turn number 1. So really gapped the field. And the engine popped mid-track too. It wasn't a shutdown after the corner. So mid-corner that engine popped and it stopped itself. So fingers crossed it's something minor. And we're not looking at damage, but picking up a tow right now. So heat number 1 of the 105. Bit of a mix-up. Tommy Webster, obviously Victorian, used to lake racing. I don't know, maybe he got lost in the river. He went the wrong way. Didn't see the start boat take off and took off. What's north of here? Went up to the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club, check out a few bridges. But no, it's good to see that boat coming home. It is a quick boat. I've watched that boat race for a long time. Max Stevens, who's crewing this weekend, has pedalled it. Bobby Webster and now son Tom Webster on board. So heat number 2 of the 105 just about to get underway. Dargle Water Ski Resort. Got a real mix of boats in this one. We've got the Blue Machine, the Eliminator, 17.6 Everingham, small block Chevrolet, driven by Anthony Nibbs. Alongside him is the Timeout Machine, the purple 16-foot Everingham with the LS 6-litre engine. And the third boat on the water in this 105 is Dean, the male model Allison, in Force Roofing. This is the DAC hull running an SST 120 engine. So Dino competing on the Australian Formula GP circuit. He was planning on running unlimited, but he's blown up with too much gear. So he's going to get out there and mix it up with these displacements. So super fast through the corners will need to find clean water, or he's going to get beaten up in the crosswash behind these big displacements out in front of him. .4 Everingham, 17.6 Everingham. And the Formula Tunnel Boat, the DAC. Previously campaigned by Bryony Rigby Puxley, in fact, so the ex-BRP race machine. Running the SST 120, so Superstock 120 cubic inch, screaming Mercury 2-stroke engine. Dino Ellison hasn't actually done a lot of racing up against the displacement, so pretty excited about this one. Looking forward to it. Going to have his work cut out for him. Not sure if I've got a pole position on this one. We'll wait and see where he lines up. If he gets to the inside and gets some clean water in front of him, he's going to be very, very difficult to get in front of. So race number 14, the unofficial pole positions out of pole number 1 is Timeout. So Mick McIntosh in the purple Everingham. Out of pole number 2, it's Eliminator, the blue 17.6 Everingham. So out of pole 3, Dean Ellison in the tunnel boat. He's got to do it from the wide line. So he's not going to be able to play that hard turning advantage in Force Roofing, the gunmetal grey tunnel boat. Big fan base here is Allison, the male model of Formula Powerboat Racing, he calls himself. Well, he doesn't, I do. I'm actually quite scared of him. But hopefully you can't hear me out there on the water. It's going to be a good race between these three, mate. It's going to be interesting to see how this pans out.
It was a well set up boat. That was old Bryony Puxley's boat, which was quite successful when Bryony had it. But I noticed, like last week when I was in Taree, he's doing quite well out there. He's sort of above midfield, you know, driving very well. He's creeping up on it as well, getting better and better.
So, no doubt about it, Tommy Webster. Yeah, know, I've just worked out what's happened on board another matter, but it looks as though he's got a fishing rod in the back of that, so he must have caught himself a Hawkesbury River bream just before the start line and wanted to get it in the boat.
So we'll have to find out why I was heading in the wrong direction.
He won't tell you anyway. All right, in the starter's hands up there at the upstream end of the course. Three very different machines. Small block Chev, LS, and a Mercury 2-litre. Interesting to see what the acceleration looks like, 105. So starter holds and flags down now. Let's go racing. So a good jump across all three. Nothing in it on the inside. So eyes to that GPS. They are flat out. On the inside is time out. Eliminator dropping back slightly. Dean Allison going to have to run that wide line, allow plenty of room for the displacement to his inside. Enforced roofing. Does it well, so runs a very wide line in the little Mulga. DAC. Good drive out of the corner from Force Roofing. Anthony Gibbs in the Eliminator now, just coming up on the back of this pack. Out in front though, it's Mick McIntosh. Through the corner well, Dean Allison looks to his inside, so very nice corner there from Force Roofing. It is on at the front of the field, Jono.
Dean Allison doing a great job on the outside. Taking time out as they come down the front straight away. Looking for a nice Anthony Nibbs holding out third base. But yeah, Dean's got a Force Roofing, a sizeable lead now as they head down the back straight. Time out, having trouble getting the boat on the water, losing valuable space. And Anthony Nibbs again rounds out the field in third position. But at the moment, it's all Dean Allison. He's around some top turn line. His second last time.
Yeah, so yeah, we got those 3 boat lengths lap, and we haven't talked about overtaking. So got 3 boat lengths in front. That gives him a right, and he's just able to do that in that last time through in turn number 1. Now, got to watch that GPS because that boat is well and truly capable of blowing out of this field.
About to say the same thing.
Doesn't want to get too excited. Needs to stay at that 105 mile an hour. Eliminator sounding very nice with Anthony Nibbs as he feathers it into turn number 1 in this bottom end of the course. Checkered flag being prepared here at the tower. It's going to be Dean Allison in Force Roofing. The only tunnel boat running in the 105 here this weekend. Boat number 42. Give him a round of applause. Dino Allison picks up the checkered flag. With a very, very nice drive into second spot. A little bit of work to do. It's Mick McIntosh into the timeout. Waves to the tower.
Across the line, third place for Anthony Nibbs. I did see that there was a bit of flame coming out, exhaust at the top end of the course there, but slowing down as it comes. He's going leaning over, checking the engine. It does not sound real flashing.
Yeah, so a little bit of fireworks out the back of the exhaust, so running a bit rich or missing on a cylinder, throwing unburnt fuel through that as red hot extractors, but you can see him turn around and eyeball the engine, looking for the telltale signs of oil everywhere, but even now I think he might even be shutting that one down at the bottom end of the track. No, still idling away, but a cough and a pop, so yeah, definitely got a decent miss.
I hope it's, I know that Anthony's building a new engine for that boat. I hope that's not the brand new engine. I'd be very disappointed.
Yeah, that is a shame, and one of the things these things hate, obviously, is after that such a hard run right at the top end of the rev range and then to be shut down and just sit there quietly. The old catch can starts boiling and
metals burning.
Things are getting very hot very, very quickly. So you want to try and run them as long as you can without doing further damage. That was race 14, sponsored by the Dargle Water Ski Resort. Superstock 105 Heat 2. So we just got a couple of river traffic boats to bring through as we tow back in the stricken eliminator of Anthony Nibbs. And next up, ladies and gents, we are going to heat number 1 of the Jack Howarth Memorial. This is the New South Wales APBA Unlimited Outboard Championship, round number 1. It is a 4-lap race. And this weekend, proudly supported by the team at Miley photos. Unfortunately, we saw the four-tree lawyers machine come into heavy contact with Adam Breen in Cracker Racing, so those two boats very unlikely to make their way down here to the starting dock, but we will wait and see. I see that Cracker Racing got that engine fired up, but a lot of damage on the back of that boat. Left behind, we have Matty Wassell, Team 108, so CQK Kitchens. Up against Simon Troy in the mainline Dynalog Pro Hub Racing Machine. Reece Coles in Butler Vehicles and Paul Sane in the Trim King.
Should still be a cracker of a race. Unfortunately, we've got two of the other boats out after the accident in that first heat, and two of the other F1 boats, but I'm sure Simon and Reece will put on a show and a half.
Yeah, this is going to be a belter. I've just picked up the pole positions from our clipboard, Jono, and I can tell you, Jack Howarth Memorial, heat number 1, supported by Smiley Photos. Out of pole number 1, I've got Paul Sane in the Trim King, so running the 200 XS Optimax with a smoking hot ECU, fair enough, but he's a little bit down on horsepower, going to run out of 1. Out of 2, Matt Wassell in 108 Racing out of 3, Simon Troy, mainline dialogue, and Reece Coles out of 4. So,
Watch this space.
watch this space. We saw the Butler Vehicles machine had top-end pace, there's no doubt about it. In the back part of the straight, they were quicker, but Triple Eight mainline dialogue was much better out of that corner, so that's the prop difference for me, running a taller prop in Butler Vehicles. And tell you what, he's going to have to go around the outside, might work in his favour. We'll wait and see, but Paul Sane running the inside run, you get left behind a little bit in straight line pace on the weight of the turn, but in and out of the turn, the torque of the Optimax is going to serve him pretty well. So this is going to be a belter. Fingers crossed we have a nice clean one.
Yes.
Commiserations to our wounded campaigners out there in the unlimited outboard. Won't be too far away from seeing this one tick off. So one Optimax, and I think the rest of the field are running the S3000, the screaming demon machines. They sound perfect right up until they lunch themselves into 1,000,000 parts. So there's a 0% wait time.
Yeah.
We're good, we're dead. That's it. And you never know when that's going to come up.
Seen plenty of them in our shed over the years.
I bet you have. They're just waiting for the all clear from race control to get the start boat and bring these up in a line. So 95 mile an hour or 90 mile an hour start boat speed. These boats in this setup probably going to push around 135 mile an hour as they come into turn number 1. So fair bit of ground to be made up from the start line. And incredibly hard turning these things. You'll see these boats as they approach the corner. They trim the nose of the boat. They're flying it completely. The air assisted hull at work. 100% throttle, trim down, drop the nose of the boat onto the water. That puts the sponson in and it gives you enough leverage to turn the boat around. Dumps the air out from underneath the hull. The boat turns and then straight back up on the trim to accelerate the boat back out of the water. So you've got to be millimetre perfect. You make split-second decisions in this one, and if you get it wrong, you're upside down or you're dead last. So 4 of the best anywhere in Australia here tonight, mate. But that pole draw is going to come into play without doubt in heat number 1 of Jack Howarth Memorial, the New South Wales Unlimited Outboard Championships.
See a white flag up, I think. Heading down this way.
Certainly is out of 1. Paul saying that beautiful boat, the Trim King, an Aussie F1 Composites, hull built here in Australia. Sensational boat. Matty Wassell running just to his outside. The white machine, CMK on the side. The white and red is mainline dialogue of Simon Troy, and the blue is the reigning Formula GP champion, Reece Coles. Look at the start, John. We are off and running. Beautiful start from Simon Troy. He's got half a boat length, but here comes that pace in Butler Vehicles on the outside. Hold your breath. They're going to be 1-2. Butler Vehicles by a boat length. Troy's got no one to his inside, so he can run tighter on the pins. He chooses to carry him a little bit wide, a little bit of racecraft there, perfectly legal. And Simon Troy out wide. Watch for the switch from Reece Coles. Paul Sane through clean, and Matt Wassell, a little bit of work to do. Turn number 2 for the first time. Strong turn. Coles moves to the inside, John, into turn number 1, second time through.
Well, Simon's done what Bruce normally does. On the outside, kept the speed up. Bruce has chosen to go inside. I don't think it's going to work for him. He's headed across Simon's watch there at the bottom corner. Simon's now pulling away with. Well, Bruce is trying very, very hard. Never give up on Bruce. He never gives up. But Simon having a nice little break now. Back in third and fourth, a great battle between Matty Wassell and Trim King, Paul Sane.
Paul Sane looking a little bit untidy out there, but he's holding off Wassell. But Simon Troy, the mainline dialogue, white and red machine, absolutely flying through here right now. They're just slowly dialing this boat up with this engine combination. And Matt Wassell now is not settling for fourth spot. He moves to the inside. Paul Sane running a 200 XS Optimax. That boat is hauling. He's outgunned by about 2,000 RPM. And got some incredible boat pace. This 4-lap race.
It's almost a race, 2 races into 1 race. Simon really showed the clean set of heels now. The moment Reece has no answer. Never giving up. They're actually back on the same straight. This boat's in the third and fourth position. Paul Sane putting a little bit on Matty Wassell now, but then took the inside line on the top line there, making up a couple of boat lengths there. Paul Sane getting a little bit loose.
The battle keeps going. Simon Troy out in front. He'll pick up the yellow this time through. I think that's a checkered flag. It certainly is. So checkered flag, Simon Troy, mainline Dynalog, second spot home is Reece Coles in the Butler Vehicles machine. A spirited drive out in front. I can see Craig Bailey and Dave Meads down there in pit lane. The Tunnel Boat boys have got greens on their dials. That was some pretty hardcore driving. Don't give up on this battle for third. Inside the white machine, Matt Wassell. Outside, Paul Sain, the trim king. I think Paul Sain's got enough in the tank. He's going to get it done. Bring him home for a third spot. The 200 XS Optimax up against this bigger, stronger field. And Matty Wassell wants to go on with it. He said, I don't care about checkered flags. I'm going to keep on running. That was a very, very nice race. Simon Troy obviously got to the front there, John, but not content to back off. Just for whatever reason, if they tie on points at the end of this, it'll come down to fastest lap time. So absolutely smoking it all the way through. And
Simon, I think, drove a pretty well perfect race there. Once he did have that lead, he was able to move across a little bit, make Reece have to cross his wash, which is that's the best thing you can do to maintain it. As soon as they've got to cross your wash, they can't find it hard to turn on it. They've got to go past the wash. Gives you another boat length and away you go.
Yeah, dive back in. So he obviously had the pole advantage on him in that one, and we'll wait and see what the draw looks like for race number 2. But put your hands together for him. Simon Troy, the canopy's open. He's going to hear. That was one hell of a drive. The Pro Hub mainline Dynalog smart dyno technology machine. Advantage Marine, Shire Steel, Aquatic Power, Cobon Material Solutions, Blue Pacific Marine, Go Boating, Sportsfilm, Ivy, Inc. and Pertec getting their money's worth there as the Iceman brings home the race win in heat number 1 of the New South Wales Unlimited Outboard Championship, the Jack Alworth Memorial. All right, we've had a whole lot of racing, a whole lot of different boats out there, Jono. We've talked about technical, we've talked about horsepower, we've talked about, you know, the formula, we've talked about the F4. Let's talk about monos. There's only one thing that describes these guys. They are absolute lunatics.
Mad as, loose and
fast as loose Jimmy Bobby. This is the Jimmy Bobby School of Racing. If you've ever driven one of these in a river, you know what I'm talking about. They are ski racing boats. They're designed to go fast. They're designed to do all that cool stuff. However, they're not designed to do a 180-degree turn at full noise, so it takes the courage of a lion to get one of these boats piloted around this track. And we've got a big field here this weekend. This is going to be cool to watch.
There's different theories on getting them around the corner. Nose in, round they'll go. Just keep them up high. Something I've never been able to master is the right drive of mono. These guys, some of them, they make it look pretty.
Certainly do.
Sometimes.
Mate, there's a lot of white runners and very cool pit vipers over in the pits there, the mono crews. We've got a big field. Angelo Tester in Numb Nuts Racing. Bo Bickerton in the F18X. Matty Dubois is running in the Ransom. We got Matt Campbell in No Rules and Nathan Todd Hunter in the Evan Ruder. This is going to be one hell of a race. Interesting gear out there. Obviously, Evan Ruder, the boat driven this weekend by Nathan, mate. It's only his 3rd race. So he managed the podium out there. The 300 Evan Ruder E-Tech. Lots of talk, lots to go. No Rules leaking by.
You talk about pedigree. The Bo Bickerton is actually the son of Rod Bickerton, the owner of Force Boats.
Yeah.
The designer. And I watched young Bo race probably 6 months ago or longer at Windsor. And he was gifted. He was had the thing sitting on the gearbox basically.
Yeah, and we're talking about that. We're talking about the Formula boats, but the reason why, as you look at these boats come through now, we're talking about trimming the boat. We're talking about chine walking. Let's talk about those two things. So, obviously, getting the nose of the boat in the air puts less of the hull in the water. The less hull in the water, they have a big planing plank underneath these boats, and you can see in the back there right now, boat number 171, trying to sit the boat up on that plank reduces the surface area or the contact patch with the water. Less contact with the water, less friction, boat goes faster. However, this plank, they're only about 6 inches wide, so 20 centimetres wide. So balancing the boat on that plank is all important. When it falls off, it's what we call a chine walk. Once it goes one way.
All it needs is the crosswash, as you know. Kicks it on its side. Things start getting ugly.
Right, this is going to be a belter. Big Star engine packages out there. So we've got a 300 XS on board Matty Dubois. We've got 250 XS with no rules. We'll see we've got 300 Evinrude out there. Bo Bickerton running the 225 Pro Max. So very, very different. These things going full noise, 95 miles an hour. Maybe not on this kind of circuit. They will have propped down a bit to get the acceleration. But these are the guys that, when you're out having an early morning Sunday fish, that'll come past you at 600 miles an hour, just having far too much fun. So big.
Also, when you see them coming down the straight, you see how hard they are to drive. Have a look at their hands on the steering wheel. There's a lot of work going on there to keep them sitting.
Certainly is, just to try and balance it perfectly. If you try and explain that to someone, it's nearly impossible. The boat goes that way, you turn that way. It's something that eventually just clicks in your mind. I race a outboard boat very badly, I'll admit, but something that just clicks in your mind and it becomes a real art form. These guys aren't even thinking about it at this level. They make it look too easy. So, out of one, I've got Bo Bickerton running out of one. This centre steered F18X four-solar, fully customised interior in this boat. The only one of its kind anywhere in the world. Out of two, we've got Ransom with Matty Dubois. Out of three, Evan Ruder, Nathan Todhunter, and 4 is No Rules. So, haven't got Ange Tester on the starting group. I didn't take notice if he hit the water, but we'll wait and see. All clear to the start boat down there, so the field will assemble. Gunner to gunner. These are big boats, so 19 and 21 foot long. And you get them around these corners, they've got a lot of faith in each other, these hard chargers. I like Bo Bickerton out of number 1 in this one. He'll get the shortest turn, but if Matty Dubois can push up alongside him, that's going to hold him tight on the pins, and he absolutely will. Matt Dubois from Camberwera, New South Wales. Alison Brooke, Jai and Ryan here. Won the double dash recently in the 300 horsepower category, so he can pedal this boat. There is no doubt about it. The 19-foot Force FX. Want to give a big shout to Ali, Rhino and Craig. Flag flying high. Not bad lineup. Flag goes down. Let's go. You see the noses lift. The throttle's down. There's nothing between them. The man in the middle is going to get very, very pinned. So outside is going to be not a bad run, but it looks like out of 2, this is going to be all on. Hold your breath. Evan Ruder going out of 3. We want them all 3 rounds. So 1 goes around, 2 goes around, 3 go around. Very gentlemanly through turn number 1. Did not expect that. Now the big launch down the back straight. Out of 1, F18X, Bo Bickerton at the wheel. Got a good gap back to him. Matty Dubois running in second now. Third is Nathan Todhunter in the Evan Ruder, and 4th is Matt Campbell in No Rules. So trying to monster these big boats. Look at the rooster tails fly as they haul these boats around this tight track. You can hear the thunder underneath these hulls, and the drivers just settle these boats beautifully. That is as good as it gets, ladies and gentlemen, for a mono hull. You can see Nathan Todd under in the crosswatch, the hands working hard on the wheel. Oh, a bit of a moment out there. I've put the mocker on him for Bo Bickerton, your race leader, so really needs to settle that force down now. Drop the nose of the boat, losing a bit of drive, but there's a few big hits going on in the back chute now. Hold on to it. Oh, Evan Ruder has to back right out. Nathan Todd under. He's actually thrown himself out of this boat while racing. Doesn't want to see that happen this weekend. Laps tick down now. This will be a 4-lap race, I think, from the tower. So, oh, big moment for Matty Dubois in second. Oh, Nathan Bickerton goes around. Oh, Nathan Todd under. Evan Ruder hooks it in. And that's going to give a real shot for Matty Campbell with no rules. Very sensitive when you've got this much trim in a boat. You lower the nose in to get it. If it grabs it, you see exactly what happened there in the Evan Ruder. The big man, third race meeting. Picked up a podium at St George not long ago, but almost picked up the bottom of the Hawkesbury River there, John. Much better this time through. Oh, he's taking some big hits in the crosswash.
It's nearly been a masterclass in driving, especially for POWERBOAT.
For POWERBOAT. He certainly has.
Untidy. That just comes with a water condition as well.
Checking flag now.
Flag out now. But Bo rounds the top end boys for the last time. Gets it set. Well, he's got it lofting a little bit, but now it's sitting nicely on its backside. He'll come down and take out the first race of the monos Saturday. Well done.
Mate, he'll be very happy, that young man behind there, Matty Dubois. He won't be. He wants to win every race he goes in. He's a hard charger. Hell of a nice bloke. And the always exciting Nathan Todd under. Gives a little bit of what for to go on with. And the slightly out horsepowered Matty Campbell in his Force 18X. Boat number 222, the no rules. He stood on the podium at St George in that saltwater track down there. Now, Bo Bickerton's still on the juice. You've got to be careful. You're a rules man.
Well, you can get disqualified if you do
get DQ'd for
that.
After the check-in if you don't back off.
If nothing else, you'll get a stern talking to by our OD today, Nathan Mills. He's pulled out of it now.
He's backed out of it now. Oh, that was pretty late. He's just saluting the tower down there. Didn't get a chance to say a big shout to Matty Campbell's crew, but Kenzie, Jordan and Dan, thank you for crewing this weekend at Mum and Dad and the boys. It's all about Mum and Dad and the boys for Matty Campbell in the no rules machine. They do make that look too easy, actually. It's a bit of a credit to all four of them out there. So a little bit excited out there from Nathan, the Evan Ruder, but just trying to put on a good show for the crowd, John.
Absolutely. Look, it's something. I had a 21-foot tonner for many years, and there's no way I could do that. I could never drive it. It was beyond. It's harder than it looks.
Certainly is a young man's sport. My young fellow at age 18 started getting in a boat, bought himself a 1750 bullet, put a 2.5, made it all go fast and that sort of stuff. I still can't drive it, and he makes it look easy with one arm, but I don't want to talk about that.
Although you are multi-talented, I saw you in a race the other day, Perth, where you're actually racing and commentating at the same time. Multi-talented. Yeah, multi-talented. I nearly fell out of that one a few times as well. All right, next up we move into the New South Wales Unlimited Displacement Eliminators. This is the Stuart Doyle Trophy. Supported this weekend by Arcadia Automotive is heat number 1. There will be 3 heats scheduled at this stage. I'll wait to get that confirmed from race control. But the Stuart Doyle, John, mate, this is a big trophy, one that everybody up here wants to have on the mantelpiece. You know, it's quite different. If you're Victorian, you've got a lot of lake racing, but mate, the Hawkesbury River teams, they want to put their name and chisel it into this one, that's for sure. Oh, absolutely. It's right up there with the Marge Watson, I think. You know, that it's a very coveted trophy. Got some great names on there, past and present races. So yeah, it's definitely sought after. That's why you'll see so many boats. Even I think some of the 6-litre boats, B&Rs, going in it as well. Yeah, it should be hopefully a great series. I don't know exactly how many heats we've got for it. I don't know how many nominees.
Yeah, they were scheduled for 3 eliminates, but we might have pulled that back to 2, and that's a good mate of mine races 6-litre. You know, we all know Lindsay Johnson and that sort of stuff. 6-litre is only 1 blower belt away from winning a blind boat race.
We've got Reckless being lowered in now, and great to see Bulldog is also coming in the water. Who've apparently had an issue with the hydraulic cab override, but hopefully they've got a handle on it now.
Yeah, we'd really love to see them out on the water, mate. There is absolutely no doubt about that. Bulldog crew, strong competitors, and this is one that they would love to be making their way through the final. Jamie McCutcheon behind the wheel, mate. Race number 17, the Stuart Doyle, New South Wales, supported by Arcadia Automotive. Out of pole number 1 is Bulldog. Pole number 2, Fury. Pole 3 is Reckless. 4, B&R Engines, and 5 is Odin. So very, very hot eliminator, heat number 1.
Well, unfortunately, just Bulldog head back up. Hopefully, it's just a shuffling of ramp positions here, but
The old commentator's curse, mate. Just gave me the all clear.
Could be,
Yeah.
yeah.
Clean to the health from Johnny DeVol. Oh, back to the boat.
just pushing on the ramp.
It's pretty hard to top the hunting sound of an alcohol-injected engine on the boat ramp, as Bulldog is
They call it the
definitely.
rollover. It just sounds fantastic, doesn't it?
Horsepower you can feel. This is going to be a red-hot field. The reigning Marge Watson champion in this one, running out of pole 3 in Reckless. Pole 1, Bulldog, they're going to be tough to beat. Fury out of 2. 4, Brady in B&R Engines, a constantly improving 6-litre machine, and Odin, that beautiful new Constable machine. The 540 twin turbo Chevrolet. You can sense the apprehension start to build, John. I couldn't say it better than I've just heard from race control. The call out to all the rescue and safety boats is the next 3 heats of the Stuart Doyle. Assure you they will be racing for sheep stations, and there's no doubt about it. You can sense it down here in pit lane. Things have just gotten that little bit quieter, and this is going to be pretty big, this first one, no doubt about it. But we've got 3 of the best, heat 1, heat 2, heat 3.
Absolutely, they're all sitting down there, running through the first straight, how they're going to approach the corner, where they need to be, who they're beside, should they be in front, should they be beside, should they be behind.
If you've never had the experience of going fast in a powerboat, like 60 miles an hour feels like 250. These things at 140 miles an hour. It takes a lot of experience at times just to be able to think that way, to not be 100% focused on what you're doing and to think strategically. And as I said, it's very talented operators out here behind the wheel, but I may as well stop talking because I'm about to fire them up.
Here we go.
Just a reminder to all our spectators, can you please make sure that you move back from the edge of the bank? So all spectators, please move back just onto the mowed grass area. If you're in front of the mowed grass area, you're deemed too close. I think I can see Casso down there. If someone can tap Casso, if they could just ask him, and the young fella in the black shirt with the black hat. if you could just take it 3 steps back towards the marquees down here in pit lane, that would be great.
Bulldog, 18'6", Child's Play, 400, Chevy. Scope Signs and Graphics. Newbie Engineering, Adam Machining, J&J Towing and Email Autos. First time we've seen Jamie out here in Anger this weekend, so this is going to be a big one for him. Hasn't had a good look at this track yet. Straight out into battle, out of pole number 1. Just outside him is the Fury. And running out of pole 3 is Reckless. This is an elimination heat, so you've got to put down, get up into the top couple of spots and put down the absolute fastest time you can, John, to make it through to the big final later on today.
Absolutely, you have to get a time down. So even if you're winning by half a straight, you've got to keep your foot into it, because there's 2 other heats, and if they're faster than you, you might win your heat. But if you've got faster boats that finish 2nd or 3rd in other heats, they will take your place.
So we love to see full pressure racing as you've got to go from the flag drop to the checkered flag finish. Have a look at them up there. They're like a pack of marauding sharks just circling each other. Eyes forward, just waiting from the call from race control for the start boat to bring them into a line. Get to the bank, ladies and gents. It's going to be fast. It's going to be loud. Who will make it into turn number 1 and set the course? So 5 starters wide, they are going to get pinched. They are going to be within a couple of metres of each other at 140 miles an hour. Start boat has the white flag held aloft.
White flag is up. Trying to get their driver's attention, which is sometimes quite difficult with the cells. They can't turn around and have a look behind them anymore. A little patience shown by the start boat there, but not too much.
So here we go.
Starting to head down. Boats are lining up.
1 is Bulldog, 2 is Fury, 3 Reckless, 4 B&R, and 5 is Odin. Almost 10,000 horsepower about to be released into the Hawkesbury River when that flag goes down. Flags down, let's go racing, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful start from Bulldog, but it's Reckless. Nothing between the 2 into turn number 1. Out wide, Odin looking very nice and clean. Bulldog with the better of the mid corner, and they is out in front, but here comes Reckless. Fury so nicely.
Great drive by Jamie. Bulldog in the first corner, beautiful. Right on his tail. Reckless giving it everything. Jamie coming around, can he launch it again for the 2nd time? Does a great job. Gets the power down. Reckless a little bit loose. Losing both speed. Runs right away, the hard charging Reckless. Down the outside. Comes the 5-10 comfortable in the 3rd place. Looking fantastic. And Jamie still holding a nice line out front. The hard charging Reckless coming up next.
Keep your eyes on Bulldog out the front. They've got a massive amount of vapour in that engine hatch. Hopefully everything's okay, but Bulldog out in front now. He's got this one in the bag. He's got to keep it moving forward. Take into Reckless. Challenging hard behind him. Oh, they've got a boat go around. Fury has almost got around in turn number 2. And Ryan Constable up in a 3rd spot. He is flying in the big 5-10. Beautiful through there is Bulldog. Reckless. Sitting in the hard water. This is a cracking race. Brett Nitry in B&R Engines continues we've got the checkered flag flying. This time through. Start putting your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. This is Bulldog. He's got the job done. Jamie McCutcheon holds out the hard charging Tate Ramsey in the reckless for second. And Ryan Constable come off the pace. Ryan Constable has come off the pace and then hands the spot to Fury. Hayden Chesser got very, very untidy on that third lap, but he got it home with third spot on the podium. And Brett Nidry in B&R Engines. Ryan Constable, that was heartbreaking. He was driving beautifully, stayed wide, stayed clean, and was right up in third spot.
It just looked like a water heading come up. It's like a spray heading up there. Let's hope it's not too serious. It's absolutely fantastic drive by Jamie Bulldog. Full stride, got it off the line every time out of every corner. Really hard, held off a hard charging Tate Ramsey, showing a lot of speed as well. But yeah, a great result for the Bulldog team.
There was seriously nothing between those two in that charge down the straight. I really thought Ramsey had their pace early, but absolutely not. They probably went maybe one boat length in front of Bulldog, but that turn number one was magnificent. Look at the vapour hanging over this course right now. The horsepower just shredding this beautiful Hawkesbury River to vapour.
It's a methanol mist.
The methanol mist. So give them a wave and a round of applause as they come back past you, mate. That was a cracking drive. Well done to Hayden Chesser. Getting home into Fury with a podium spot. Tate Ramsey in reckless started from a wider pole. Came out of 3 and worked his way up to second spot on the podium. So great job from him, and that'll be a very, very fast heat time. Jamie McCutcheon getting the job done. The last 2 days they've spent in a shed on that thing, and just it wasn't anywhere near going 2 days ago, and they completely rebuilt it up and got it back here, and geez, he had to work for that one. There was not one revolution spared. The engine just pushed vapour through the back of that boat. I actually thought they had a drama in the mid part of the course.
I think you'll find there is some problem there. It's oil burning on a pipe or something like that. I don't know whether it's an oil vapour or a steam vapour. It seemed to dissipate everything behind it, which makes me think it could be the water, but look, it didn't seem to affect the performance at all. Be very happy with
Nice bloke. So, right, that was pretty exciting, and that is only heat 1. We've got 2 more to go. So just getting a bit of a visual now on the Bulldogs. So from our position up here in commentary box, so definitely does look like a bit of oil around the back of that engine. So yeah, there's definitely a little bit of oil on the inside gunnel of the back of the Bulldog machine. So a little bit of clean-up work to do for the crew. They'll go through it, put spanners over everything. So, but yeah, what a race. See Tate Ramsey into the reckless. So he's got a big smile on his style. He'd be pretty happy with those times out there, and drove the boat beautifully from that wide pole. Hayden Chesser down here in pit lane, just checking for yellow paint on the front port sponsor of the beautiful Fury machine. Got a little bit out of shape there up at turn number 2. We got the job done. The big coldies, tow bars and bull bars on board with Ado. Walsh Industries, signature sound and video, Hawkesbury antennas.
You need me to open my wallet? No problem. Like a car.
Hey, Chester just offering to bribe the judges down here at the tower to change the outcome of that one. Not sure if that's going to be accepted. Right, heat number 2 of the Stuart Doyle Eliminators, supported by MSC Signs. A couple of very cool boats and very cool names in this one. Out of pole number 1. Local Heroes, Team Shenanigans, the 6-litre. Out of pole number 2, Darryl Quinn, Bad Influence. Pole 3, Tony Hearn in Explicit. And pole 4, Mr. Brett Shepherd. Beg your pardon, Chris Hearn in Explicit. And pole 4, Brett Shepherd in the Unleashed. Chris Buckley up against 3 of the toughest and the most exciting blind boats getting around anywhere in Australia right now. Brett Shepherd in Unleashed, always a warrior. The big 21-footer, monstrous horsepower in the Unleashed. Darryl Quinn, Bad Influence, needs no introduction. And the hard charging Explicit machine of Chris Hearn from Oxley Park down there in Sydney. This one could go any way at all. Shenanigans going to be out horsepowered out of pole number 1, but we know this bloke can turn a boat like no other. Bad Influence, straight line speed out of that machine earlier on today was phenomenal. He's got the run out of 2, out of 3. the fast starting explicit. If he can get into clear water in front of these bigger boats, do not count that one out. And of course, from the wide run, Brett Shepard, a little bit of work to do out wide, but that might suit him if the others get there together. He's going to get a clean, wide run. And if he gets the power down in the big 5.27 in that back chute, only need 3 boat lengths to come across and take a lane. So Constable boys arriving back down here at the boat ramp. So pretty heartbreaking for Rhino behind the wheel and all the crew. He drove beautifully. Sitting in 3rd spot in that eliminator heat and unfortunately having to shut the big rig down. Early days for this crew, so we'll get a bit of a read on it. A fair bit of water in the back of the boat down there, so we'll wait and see. Might have done a cooling hose from the heat exchanger. We'll wait and see if we get an update from the ever-ranging Johnny Duvall out there in pit lane. He knows everybody. Goes to the opening of an envelope. White flag now picked up. This is going to be a belting heat. Shenanigans out of 1, out of 2, bad influence. 3 is explicit, and 4 is the unleashed. A little bit of breeze just starting to kick up on this beautiful Dargle Valley hook the river track. Tide turning about an hour and a half ago, so starting to build, so water levels lifting. A bit more salt pushing up, so conditions changing marginally for the drivers, but just about perfect race conditions. Right, white flag flying high, the field is lining up. If Chris Pugsley can get to this turn 1 on the inside of these blown boats, he is a miracle man. And if he does, he's certainly going to make him earn it big. Johnny D, welcome back to the commentary box, mate.
Look at Chris hugging the start boat. He knows the track like the inside of his hand. Everyone's out wide.
Keep your eyes on Shepard out wide. Here we go. The flag's dropped. We've gone. And a huge run down the outside for Brett Shepard. Shepard out wide. Inside Darryl Quinn. They are through. Pick him up with a spray. Oh, Shepard very loose. And Darryl Quinn takes the most of it. Up the inside is Pugsley in 3rd spot. That is a beautiful run as they go up into turn number 2 for the first time. Inside, bad influence. Outside, unleashed. There is nothing between them now. Watch them now this time through the straight.
Great corner by both boats. Look at unleashed down the outside. Goes seriously. First place. Randy goes very fast corner speed. Darryl loses a little bit of speed there. Unleashed is away. Don't know what's happening to Darryl. Slam up. Oh, good. Also, Shenanigans as well. Explicit getting very loose back and forth.
Out in front, the yellow flag now flying. Brett Shepard, he has made a huge break, but keep your eye on the battle in 2nd and 3rd. Unleashed, absolutely hauling down the main straight. Inside now. Pugsley moves up to the outside. Shenanigans versus Darryl Quinn in bad influence. 1 more lap to go. Brett Shepard with 1 more lap to go. Turn number 2. But Chris Pugsley now, the 6-litre boat, up in a 2nd spot. He put bad influence in his one. Puts your hands together for Brett Shepard, and he's going to win it right. Can Chris Pugsley get it done? He times up the line. He's diving for it. He's got the gap. He's going to bring it home in 2nd spot for Shenanigans.
Chris Pugsley does that. Right for the boat, coming out in 2nd spot. Oh! There's the kick coming across the line there. They're too close to call the 3rd and 4th. That's a great win to Brett Shepard. Well driven. Darryl out. They've got on the inside. Found it hard to get the power down. Chris
went around the outside, and the rest is history. One about 5 minutes away.
What a run! Brad Shepard unleashed, looking absolutely dangerous. That was a flyer, but I tell you what, Chris Pugsley, he threatened it, we talked about it. How does that team, how does Shenanigans, how do they prepare a boat that goes out there and puts the blind boats in their wash? Home track advantage, perfect preparation, driven the wheels off it. That was a belting run.
I've seen him do it 1,000 times, but I've seen, say it's very hard to get the power down with these blown things, but when you do, it's pretty to watch, but very, very hard. Very easy to get it loose and high. All boats did it there, all boats, you know. Probably exclusively 10 foot high in the back there trying to get it down. It was, Brett Shepard did a perfect job, pretty well perfect job, and reaped the benefits from it.
I'll tell you what, Chris Hurd, mate, that explicit, he's going to need a chiropractor. That smaller boat, light, fast, you know, that's a setup that had to find clean water. Driving into the mountains, the chasms left behind unleashed. Mate, I thought the boat was going to be upside down here just out of turn number 1, but he kept into it. As we know, he's got the heart of a lion. But, mate, he was taking some big hits in that one. But what a race, and that's only heat 2. We've got one more to go.
Well, I'm just watching Destiny get back down the line, back down the ramp. She's the real culprit, is already in the water. Nathan Barrington taking a great win this morning on his first heat. Rastus beside him going in as well, so the ever-improving Rastus. So all these blown boats have to do is one slip up, and Rastus will be underneath them. This should be a cracker of a heat as well.
Heat number 3 of the Stuart Doyle New South Wales Unlimited Displacement Championship. Once again supported by Arcadia Automotive, and a big shout out to MSC Signs for their Sport 4 Heat 2. Big field, as mentioned by Jono. Out of 1 is Image Racing. We can see them heading back down to the boat ramp now. So Craig Lewis is back in the water in the Image. Out of 2 is Rastus. 3, the real culprit, Nathan Barry. 4 is Toxic, and 5 is Destiny. These are some big fields. And we've seen some incredible racing so far, and good clean, hard racing. That's what you want to see out of blind boats. It's not just a drag race. There was some real tactics.
Absolutely. Tactics being deployed and working, some working, some not.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Bad influence. Darryl Quinn had that really early pace, but obviously whether it was disturbed water and just couldn't get the power down, or whether he came off whether he dropped a bit of horsepower on the way through, because not taking anything away from Shenanigans, but in that first lead in the turn 1, he was right up there with Unleashed, but and seemed to just come off it again. But again, the difference between flat water and dirty water, it's hard to
just wasn't coming out of the corners.
Yeah,
just was not getting the power down. He was getting it it seemed like it was slowing on the third buoy, just my humble opinion. But yeah, just its corners weren't coming together for him. Now he's usually, it's only a later in foot boat with a small block ship in it, 400 cubes. But he's a master of it. Today, or this race just wasn't his race. But, he might be down, but he's certainly not out. He'll be back.
There's no doubt about it, mate. Bit of a champion, been around the sport for a long time, done a lot for the sport, and won a lot of stuff. Got a big trophy cabinet at home, and no doubt won't be too far from seeing the podium yet again.
Explicit heading out to go back up the creek. It does sound like a cap motor, doesn't it, idling away?
Sounds like my first car. No muffler.
Toxic always also being lowered in the ramp, so this should be a cracker. going out to do a lap by itself. Check the steering. I believe talking to crew and also along with the steering, but also it had hit something as well in the water. So they've rectified it all. We're just going out to check safety and make sure Craig's happy with it. It's doing all the right things. So bear with us and.
So it looks good out there on the water for the crew of Image, Craig Lewis. So good news. Obviously we saw that as John just took you through that big moment when lost steering and spat the boat around at the top end of this first lead-in straight. So got that all dialed in. Rasta Steve Rarity out there behind the wheel, the crew from Newcastle. Beautiful Ford Roush Yates engine, methanol injected. Last night while they were working on the boat. Big crew here. Batiste, Ross, Mark, Daniel, Glenn. Chris Edmonds in Toxic sitting in the water. The beautiful green flying machine.
We've just received word here that Craig Lewis is out. Still not happy with the steering, so the white flag is up. All boats let out.
So the withdrawal of Image means that Rastus will move into pole number 1 out of 2. Nathan Barry, the real culprit. 3 will be Toxic, and 4 Blake Ramsey in Destiny. So just got some debris in the water at the downstream end of the track. So just trying to get that clear so that our competitors' safety is not compromised. Just waiting for the all clear from race control, just by way of an update. Shouldn't be too far away.
Drivers will be getting very annoyed up there, not knowing what's going on down here. Have they got enough methanol on board? Big boats can chew up 40 to 50 litres in a race.
Okay, so just had word there is a lot of debris coming through on the tide chains at the bottom end of the course, so we're going to have to put this race on hold, ladies and gents. So we're going to bring those crews back to the boat ramp while our course crews work overtime to try and clean up. There's quite a bit of debris down there, so we're just going to cycle these guys back down here to the ramp. So crews in pit lane, that's the plan. We're going to bring you back, so can you please make your way to the water? So if you've got communications with your drivers, please let them know that we're going to bring you back to the ramp and hold you while we clear the debris that's just coming through with that tide change. Attention crews in pit lane, just letting you know that this race is going to be put on hold. We've got too much debris in the bottom corner. The crews are working overtime, but we're going to bring the teams back to the boat ramp. So you'll need your boat handlers in the water, please, to grab your crew member. Sorry about this, ladies and gents, but obviously competitor safety is critical at the pace these guys are travelling. We've got to make sure that we give this this bit of junk a little bit of time to move through the course. Good time to get up, stretch the legs, have a bit of a look around. And we'll bring it back and go racing very, very shortly. in double trouble as he comes down here now into turn one, and we've just released the hounds out there. Quiver Jr., Adam Frankham, Conman, Oliver Connor, Fat Chance, Riley Bride all the way from Victoria, Lucas Millington in the Attitude, and Cooper Smith in TNT. All right, let's get a look at them as they head up now. I know Frankham is in the little black boat, Cracker Jack. I'm just waiting to see. I think that might be him on the inside. Bride's out there as well. So this is a combined category. Double trouble. Dylan Wood getting the one lap out in front. So they make a beautiful corner at the top. So have a look at the pace on these 15 horsepower boats. Absolutely phenomenal. We'll pick them up on the way through. I reckon this might be Cracker Jack, Jack Hockley. No, it's not. That's TNT. So into the first corner with the lead is Cooper Smith. The man from Tarrawarra in New South Wales. Right behind him is Frankham. So that's Adam Frankham in the Quiver Jr. Coming up behind them, that looks to me like TNT. Missed that one. Riley Bride with a nice turn there, as is Oliver Connor. And out wide, I think we've got two TNTs in this. Looking at it, yeah, we've got one there and one on the way back. Another lap in the bank for Dylan Wood. Adam Wood looking on, team owner. Down here in the waders doing the hard yard. Beautiful turn there around that checkered buoy, but the battle at the head of the pack for these J1s. Out in front, Cooper Smith, boat number 999 TNT from Tarrawanna in New South Wales. Dargle Valley member, this is his home track. This boat built by Damon Thurger, raced by his daughter. Looking very, very nice, but he is hot on his heels is Adam Frankham, the man from Silverdale. Oh, big slide turn by Frankham, trying to make some ground. TNT goes through next. A little bit of a wider line, so gee, they're working tight through the corners there. Big Johnny out wider is Oliver Connor in the chance. And around this end now is Riley Bride, the young Victorian superstar in her first season. Checkered flag now being shown. And I tell you what, the young man Dylan Wood in double trouble. The J2, he might be down on the horsepower, but it certainly hasn't upset his run as he barrels down here and salutes the tower for a very, very nice clean drive. First boat home in our J3s. Out in front, put your hands together for him. It's going to be Mr. Cooper Smith in the TNT. He's come off the pace. Not sure where their finish point is. It must be further down there. I'll try and get a read from Bob Beasley. So we'll wait and see what happens at the tower there, but Cooper Smith had that one in the bag, backed out of it. Adam Frankham came up his inside. Third boat through is Cracker Jack, I think, Jack Hockley. So nice drive from Jack Hockley. Oliver Connor's home and Attitude, boat number 103. Riley Bride in the Fat Chance, back safe and sound. I'll tell you what, guarantee by the end of the weekend, John will get all those drivers' names right. They're pretty fast and they're pretty small up here in the commentary box.
I think that's exactly right. I'm leading the commentary on purpose to you because you do follow the Grand Prix series. A lot of these kids have you know them better than me, so we'll creep up on it over the weekend.
All right, so they have let the pigeons loose on the J1, J2 category, and Cool Runnings The Little Blue Machine, driven by Sienna King, the 10-year-old from Tennyson. Andrew King, the boat owner, looking on from the boat ramp as she heads up to the top of the course, running the J1 category. Out there alongside her in True Identity, this is the silver boat, running about third on the inside. Now, that's Logan Jeffrey in his first year, all the way down from the Gold Coast in that little Silver Chance boat. Attitude with Tatum Teflovic is also out there on the waterboat, number 89, and the two guns from Wiseman's Ferry, Flynn Walker and Xavier Walker in Little Fugitive and TNT. So Sienna King now comes back over the start wash, so watch the little J1 through there, no problem whatsoever. Watch her turn, this single buoy turn will be nice and tight. Off the gas, feathers the throttle mid-corner, pours the power back on, she's around, very, very nicely done. It's not actually that hard, Jono, to turn one of these boats around, so hook the bow of the boat and spin the boat around, but I have not seen that young lady get it wrong once the whole time I've watched her race.
As they say, if the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, her old man was fairly handy behind the wheel as well, and it's obviously getting tutelage from Dad. She's going very, very well.
Little Fugitive, Flynn Walker goes around nicely. Just trying to pick up in front of her. I think that's TNT. So Flynn and Xavier in pairing. Yep, there is Logan Jeffrey in his debut race meeting. So sitting in behind this field, doing a very, very nice job of it. So Sienna King puts another lap in the bank, just trying to pick up who that is. Boat number 82, maybe 89. Haven't got an 82, so I think that might be Tatum. So that boat little wallowing a little bit for him, but nicely around the turn. So good corner. So you can see the boat picking up on the plane and then just dropping back down again. So nice and safe as he cruises up this beautiful Hawkesbury River. Magnificent day here at the Dargle Valley Powerboat Club. TNT now, Xavier Walker. Boat owned by Christy Walker. Wiseman's Ferry is hometown. Mum, Christy, Uncle Tim, Alison, Ricky and Kobe all on the crew. Big power turn. Very, very nicely through there. This is Little Fugitive. Flynn Walker. Sponsored by Christie's Cutting Edge and Mr. Ricky Howard. Picked up a 4th spot in the double dash, so had a cracking run up there not too long ago. Beautiful job behind the wheel. Look at the hands working the wheel. Logan Jeffrey, the Gold Coast sensation. Caught up. No, I didn't. Oh. Just had Ricky Howard up here correcting me that he did not come 4th in the double dash. No, I didn't say that, Ricky. What I said was Flynn Walker in a boat you might own came 4th. Sienna King, she's just picked up the checkered flag. So sorry, Sienna, I was getting a tap. But she's done it beautifully. I said, love watching that young lass drive. She's 10 years of age. Big distance runner, represented her school and then made it through to the regionals. Running the 2,000 metres, I think, is a weapon of choice. So quite the lunatic, to be frank, if you're going to try and run that far just for fun, but she absolutely loves it. Checkered flag now for TNT. Xavier Walker brings it home with a very nice runner. Right up behind him is Flynn Walker. So good, consistent driving there in the J1 category. Put your hands together for the Gold Coast sensation as he picks up his checkered flag. Great job, Logan Jeffrey. That's his second ever race in the sport. Wanted to give a massive shout out to his mum, dad, brother and sister and his sponsors group. So Gold Coast Marine Licences, Jeffrey Finance, Australian Boat Safe Licence College, and a massive thanks to mum and dad. Tatum Teflovic is also around on his final lap, so I need to catch up with Tatum. I haven't actually got all his details, and he looks to me like he's going to be a star of the future. Getting the job done nicely in front of this huge crowd. Of the Chiquita Cup. Out of pole number 1 is the crew of Wrapped. The mustache man himself, Hayden Sherry, the beautiful Troy Car Formula KT. This boat will turn on a dime. Keep your eye on him. It was lightning quick a little bit earlier on when we saw him out on the water. Out of number 2 is Melody. They are a fierce competitor, and we'll wait and see how they position themselves in this 5.2 category. 3 is Cranky, 4 is Impatient, the Hydro, and 5 is Hauling. Sure, I just saw Paul Vella here on the bank, so maybe Impatient is not out there. So this is going to be anyone's race, this one, out of 1. I like the idea of Wrap the KT. Straight line speed's been fantastic. Hayden Sherry just come along leaps and bounds. Watched him drive this boat in Taree. Melody with Brian Kilpatrick. Behind the wheel, the man from Castle Hill. Dave Freeman pedaling the big red cranky machine all the way from Madawi. 4 is young Lockie Valla, Impatient. Beg your pardon? Paul Valla in Impatient, and 5 is Hauling with Lockie Valla. So starter lines them up. Heat 1 Chiquita Cup. All competitors 5.2 litre cubic capacity and under. Wait for the flag drop. KT's displacement and Hydro's out wide. This is going to be big. Flags down. Let's see him go. Good launch out of the 2 displacements in the middle. Melody's away nicely, as is the Hydro. But I tell you what, Wrapped, the mustache man, Blake Sherry, what a flyer. This is super fast. Out wide, Hauling with Lockie Valla. Watch his mid-corner speed. Hard on the juice. Makes up ground, but Wrapped is gone. Hayden Sherry, boat number 44. Now we've got a boat stop. Can't see from here right in the sun. We've got a boat stop just after turn number 1. And that is a red flag. So red flag, ladies and gentlemen. Now both displacements going slow. So Melody, I'm not sure if there was contact down there in turn number 1. They went in pretty tight on each other. but couldn't see what happened. I've got the sun directly in my eyes from the commentary box down there, but unfortunately that is a red flag stoppage on race number 1. But right up until then, the man on the inside pole, Hayden Sherry, in wrapped, absolutely flying. Okay, so word is that Melody is disabled out there, so Melody is coming back to the boat ramp and we're looking to immediately restart that race. So not good news for Brian Kirkpatrick out there, having to pull the boat up on turn 1 of lap number 1. So we are looking to restart that race straight away. We'll just pull Melody off the course. So Lockie Bella, pilot of the Hydro Hauland, just puts the big melon out of the top of the cockpit. Asked if he's got enough fuel, he says, yep, I'll be right. So confidence on board.
You can say whatever you want.
You might think I've been slacking off, Merv, but I've been getting vital information here. I went over to the 510 boat. Fortunately, there was a stick caught up in the water pickup, which created a heap of pressure and blew the line off. But they shut it down before any damage. The good side of the Motec engine management, or whatever management system they're using. But yeah, the boat's fixed and ready to head out again, so that's good news.
It certainly is, mate. And driving the wheels off that thing, the Constable team, they deserve to get out there and cut a few laps. Mate, while you've been gone, Johnny, we've, as I said, that tide change has brought the debris on thick and fast down at the end of the track. So the crew's working overtime down there. We unfortunately saw the Chiquita Cup heat with Melody having to shut the boat down in turn number 1. So just refueling some boats now. But I think we're going to run straight back out there with the Chiquita Cup. And then, of course, we're going to move into our outboard heat number 2 of the Jack Howarth Memorial to decide the APBA New South Wales Unlimited Outboard Championship for 2023. So that's going to be a big one. Simon Troy full of confidence after race number 1, but you cannot rule out this big field.
Well, a bit of rubbish on the course. If that's the worst thing we've got to put up with for the weekend, I think we're doing okay. Just a little bit annoying at the time when we're trying to get through the tail end of the races. Now a little after 3. I think we've got a good couple of hours. Trim King saying, I'm just going to go and race this one. Technically under 5.2 litre, not sure if he's allowed to do that, but this is the rerun of the Chiquita Cup heat. Race number 20. 3-boat race. Out of 1 will be Hayden Sherry in wraps. 2 will be Cranky. And 3 will be Hauland. 1 KT, 1 displacement, 1 hydro. It's the battle of the codes, ladies and gentlemen. All having their advantages on this course. We'll see what happens here. Judging by young Hayden Sherry's performance this morning, hard to cap in this race. A faultless drive. Let's see what Lockie Bella can do with a little bit more real estate and without his father on the outside of him. So, interesting race. Found out while we were waiting that oiling problem with Bulldog inside of the boat. Covered in oil and looking pretty terminal, but turned out to be a loose rocket cover, which has been rectified. The boys are just mopping the oil out and cleaning it all out, but they're good to go as well. I'm really looking forward to finding out the qualifying times for the Stuart Doyle as well after this, after the next heat, which will be the last heat. See where Unleashed is compared to the rest of the field.
said it too many times today, but conditions are absolutely perfect here. It does not get any better than this anywhere in the world. The green grass of the beautiful Dargle Valley, blue sky, sunshine, not a breath of wind. Water conditions absolutely magnificent. So Chiquita Cup heat number 1A, 5.2 litre open. The battle of the codes. Hayden Sherry going to be very tough to stop in this one based on that first jump. Lightning fast down this first straight and in and out of turn one. As my grandma would say, like the greased weasel. This category is supported by Flexi Strut. Big shout out to Lindsay Johnson and all his team at Flexi Strut. Huge supporters of powerboat racing all throughout Australia. This event conducted under the auspice of the Australian Powerboat Racing Association. Our Australian referees here this weekend, Johnny Fowler. Start boat's been given the nod, so won't be too far away from seeing this field, three-boat field. So this clean early water run, very, very important for our for our displacement and our KT. Won't affect young Lockie Vella on the outside in that hydro, but Blake Sherry left a little bit cautious on lap 2, a few big holes to drive through. Flags down, look at the rooster tail go on the boat on the outside, the hydro of Lockie Vella. But the launch from the KT, unbeatable, like a lightning bolt down here. KT to the inside, displacement splitting the middle, Vella around the outside in Holland. That's a postcard sign, all three codes represented. But Blake Sherry out in front in wrap racing now. Needs to settle the boat down or pick up the start wash at the mid-corner, so settles the boat nicely through that start wash, little bobble. Hard on the power and look at $1 million, Jono.
Beautiful corner by Lockie Vella, the cranky. Up on the inside there. Hayden Sherry's moved out. Comfortable in the field, but Hayden Lockie Vella not giving it away. Not giving up yet. Dave Freeman also, but comes around the corner. Dave getting a nice smooth one on the inside there. But, Lockie's pulled a bit of a lead now. Dave Freeman comes back up the inside. At the moment, it's all Hayden Sherry out in front of the wrap boat. KT. Built by his late father, Brian Cherry, doing an admirable job driving there. Really showing a clean set of heels. Lockie Vella not giving away, flying down the outside. Yeah, hydroplane spinning there beautifully, left to right. Rather mechanical error. He won't catch Hayden Sherry play out in front.
Right, checkered flag now being loaded at the tower. This has been a magnificent run. Comes out wide to run the crowd in the final straight. Knows he's got it in the bag. Put your hands together. Wrap racing, ladies and gentlemen. Hayden Sherry. The man from Ebenezer, the beautiful Troy Craft. Running the 5.2 LS2. And look at the hauling machine of Lockie Vella. Not one rev left in that boat. And big shout out to the crew from Cranky getting the job done in heat 1 of the Chiquita. Well, that was an absolute performance from that wrap racing machine. They've come on leaps and bounds even from Taree a couple of weeks ago. That was a huge run from the mustache run, Blake Sherry.
Seriously, looks like it's made 20 or 30 mile an hour. I wanted out of Taree, but look fast at Taree. But also very, very well by Hayden. So stage Rocky and Paul and Boat and Cranky gives them no answer at the moment.
Yeah, no, it doesn't seem that way. And a big shout out to Nicole Sherry and the whole Sherry race team. They've put together an absolute show with that one. So Craig Scott, Marco, Lenny, Nicole, Blake, Luke. Well done. And a big thanks to Pugs, Wayne, Pat Purcell, Michelle Pratt, Damon Thurger, Dale Jamison, Luke, and Wayne Harrison.
Okay, heat 3 being for the Stuart Door being relaunched. Hopefully we can get it one and run and one.
So we've got the full field for the Jack Howarth in the water as well. Race number 22 on the card, the APBA New South Wales Unlimited Outboard Championship. And the pole draw for this second heat is at pole number 1, Reece Coles in Butler Vehicles. Pole number 2 is Matt Wassell in 108 Racing. Pole 3, Simon the Iceman Troy in 888 Racing. And pole 4 is Paul Sane in the Trim King. So Butler Vehicles out of pole number 1. That is an interesting one. We saw him come from the inside pole. Simon Troy got the number on him, but Troy now out of pole 3. This is going to be bang on, and we saw sort of a race of two halves. The front two guys doing battle, as was the Trim King and Matt Wassell in their Optimax powered machines.
Yes, Simon will have an uphill battle from the outside, especially from 3 into the first corner. But look, his cornering speed's been exceptional. Then again, I suppose so is Reece's, but we'll just have to wait and see what happens. As you said, 2 races within the 1 race. Great racing between the 108 and 108 racing and Trim King. So hold on and let's just see what happens, I suppose.
They're really enjoying this category today. Had a quick chat with the boys because obviously running in the Australian Formula GP Championships, which is an engine class controlled category, around the 200 horsepower, 2.5 litre, and there's no rules here. This is unlimited, so they've all bolted on the big screaming demons, mate. The methanol, the Bendix injections out, the S3000s. The revs have been cranked up to about 10.5, 11,000, and they are flying.
Yeah, I think they write their own ECUs, and they're stretched to the absolute limit, which will come to a fore tomorrow afternoon when they get to run against the blown boats, and
yeah,
that's half the reason they're here, I can tell you.
Well, I've heard one of the reasons that they bring these ECUs down here is in the morning when they're having their breakfast, they just use them to cook the bacon and eggs. That is how hot the ECU is on Paul Sane's machine out there this morning.
Yeah, that was going very well today, I thought.
Right.
Standard XS 220 or 200 or whatever it is.
And holding their own out there.
Yeah. He's gone in and done it all professionally. Got a beautiful transporter pole and a brand new boat. I believe it's a Peter Spicer boat from up in Queensland. Yeah, true. It's a work of art, really, really nice.
Yeah, come a long way, the Trim King race teams. A good bunch of young blokes. They charge hard on race day and certainly in the bar afterwards, and they're great people to be around, and really translating that to some success now on the track with a podium result, race win at Taree, and a well-deserved race win. So fought their way to the front and held off the field. So long time coming for them, but really good to see them up where they belong.
Oh, I think it's good for the sport too, both that these guys that put the effort in and get that win, eggs them on to bigger and better things, and keeps the sport alive as well. So
it certainly does. In this category, I talk about the best in Australia without doubt, and these guys are world's best. We've seen Reece Coles compete internationally with a lot of success. Simon Troy. These guys are the best going around anywhere. We've seen a couple of Australians now competing on the international F1 circuit with Brock Cohen making his way onto that stage, and also now Grant Trask heading over and competing in the World Champion Formula One series. So real credit to the Australian outboard racing crews because they are operating at a very high level, and a shout out to the AFPGP committee and crews, a lot of which are here this weekend helping out their good mates from Dargle. So we keep it pretty tight in the family. Just got a debris check running in the middle of the course, ladies and gents, so I'm sure you can understand. Appreciate your frustration, but we've got to make sure that we keep this track safe and sound. And a big shout to our volunteers out there. It's a tough gig. We've all done it out there in the boat. It's you're not always that appreciated, and it's a very, very hard job pulling tree stumps out of a river all weekend.
I would say it's a thankless job. Nobody can see it, but I could ask our punters here enjoying their weekend. You meet one of these guys at the bar tonight, buy them a beer and let them know how much you appreciate what they do. It's they don't get paid for it. It's all voluntary. As I say, other than one or two comfort breaks during the day, they're in the boat all day picking logs out, towing boats back, fortunately we haven't had to have any rescues as such, but they're there to do that as well. But just shout out and thank them for their service, and if you can afford it, buy them a beer.
I think it's a great idea. Probably the only gig worse than that is the dive rescue. You've got to do the whole thing the whole day in your wetsuit, ready to go with the tank strapped to your back. So big shout out to our dive rescue crews out there on the water. We got the fast response jet ski team and some other crews out there looking after our competitors. So not too far away from getting a start, according to Race Control Radio. White flag is now flying, ladies and gents. So this is the Jack Howarth Memorial. The Australian Powerboat Racing Association's Unlimited Outboard New South Wales Championship decider. Points from Heat 1 are combined with points from Heat 2 to decide your outright winner. Reece Coles, the Peacock Blue Butler Vehicles Racing Machine out of 1. Out of 2, Matt Wassell in 108 Racing. Out of 3, the red and white mainline diamond lock machine of Simon the Iceman and Troy. And Paul Sane, Project Roofing Trim King, comes out of the white pole 4. Big shout out to Cracker Racing and 4 lawyers, unfortunately involved in that early incident, so not out on the water, but they're all still here to see what happens this time. This is going to be hard and fast, ladies and gents.
What is a little bit worrying at this time of the afternoon, is that sun hasn't quite set over the top of the mountain there. It's a bit daunting heading down there. You can lose sight of the turn buoys there momentarily, and which is worrying, but I think it's almost down enough now where the driver should be okay and see clearly before they get a couple of hundred metres.
Yeah, well, that's a little bit lower now, that angle changing. It's certainly improved, moved to the middle of the course a little bit, so a bit deceptive here in the bank. But not too many reports out there. I can see Chris Pugsley down here getting the eye on the competition, the man from Shenanigans, that you're pretty happy. Put a couple of those blind boats in your wash there, Pugs. So he's got a bit of a grin like a Cheshire cat right now, but he knows the drill down here on his home track. Might have been out there preparing it earlier, putting a couple of little lumps in the other parts of the river for the other drivers. What do you reckon?
I'm sure, mate. He knows the stretching river.
The river
like
god.
Nobody else.
All right, the tunnel boats milling around each other at the far end of the track. You can hear these S3000s, methanol burning, high revving, Mercury Performance racing engines. Producing around, what, 330 horsepower out of a good one?
You're the outboard man.
Yeah, I reckon 280 is a bit slack, so 330 is probably pretty good going, but it's really about the...
Hour on methanol, isn't it?
Yeah, literally, probably about 360, 380. Craig Bailey will know the answer. He's here somewhere. He's probably breathing life into something back there in pit lane as we speak. But Just waiting on the nod on the start boat. And there we go. White flag just lifted now on the start boat. At the Windsor end of this beautiful track here at Dargle. This is going to be a barroom brawl into turn number 1. No doubt about it. Reece Coles has got everything to gain and nothing to lose. Wants the New South Wales Championship trophy to go home with Butler vehicles chiselled all over it. Simon Troy, the man that wants to take it off him, took the win in race number 1. Don't count out Paul Sane and Matt Wassell. Rev's starting to build. Wait for the flag drop. Watch the rooster tail. You'll see it before you hear it. Holds it for a long time. Bang, we are gone. Simon Troy, a little bit untidy. Reece Coles gets better drive on the inside. So Butler vehicles, maybe 3 boat lengths on the inside. So Simon Troy now, he's got to leave a little window there for Matty Wassell and Paul Sane as they do battle. But Reece Coles, like a shot out of a cannon through that corner into the clean water. The Butler vehicles machine is gone, Jono.
That pole makes all the difference. Reece probably 10 boat length lead over Simon. Simon not giving up. As expected, a great drill between Matty Wassell and Paul Sane. The trim king boat. Simon coming out nice and wide, getting the speed up. Chasing hard. Paul Sane put up a bit of a watch there, getting a bit wriggly.
Picking up the battle now for third. Have a look at this. Outside, Paul Sane, Trim King. Inside, Matt Wassell. Both running the Mercury Optimax 200 XS. Wassell goes in hard on the pins. Sane keeps him honest on the outside. That is good, clean racing. Matty Wassell with some very nice drive. Back to the head of the field now. Reece Coles just drifting this Butler Vehicles TACO. It is absolutely howling. Now, if they finish 1-2 with the reverse grid, it's going to come down to lap time. So he knows he cannot let off. The accumulated lap time will be the decider if they finish this way. Have a look at the battle for third.
Paul Sane comes back on the outside, going into the bottom turn. Great job by Matty Wassell holding him out, but Paul coming back on the outside, side by side. And down the back straight away. Paul Sane pulling out a boat with three. Simon Troy. Yellow flag.
Keep your eye on the battle here now in third spot. Paul Sane, he's got an overlap. He needs 3 boat lengths to come across and shut the door on Wassell. Is there enough? There's just about Matty Wassell good. Simon Troy's come off the power in the back straight. He has lifted. He's got a drama in the mainline Dynalog machine. But the checkered flag flies high now for Reece Coles in Butler Vehicles with the race win. Now Simon Troy, he's got to get home. This is going to come down to lap times. But he's fighting hurt now. Drifts the mainline Dynalog DAC all the way to the line. Oh, you can hear that engine. That is wrong. Eyes forward, the battle's still on. Paul Sane, Matt Wassell, it's going to come to the wire. The Silver Trim King on the outside, I think he's done enough. Settle it down, son, you're almost over. What a drive, what a that was quality.
Great tussle for third and fourth.
Oh,
great tussle. Driving. Great driving by both competitors.
Oh, now there's a methanol mist pumping out of the back of the mainline Dynalog machine. And as I said, with 1 win each, that's going to come down to race times, and that could make the difference. It's the last time you're going to see these boys today, so give Reece Coles a round of applause and give him a wave as he comes back past you there, as he salutes the tower. He thinks he's got it done. He reckons he's done enough. The reigning Australian Formula GP champion. Only time will tell. It'll go to the tower, Jono. Keep your claws rolling for Simon Troy in the main line Dynalog machine. 888 Racing.
He wants to make me happy.
And with a belting drive, the big tall man aboard the Trim King, boat number 91, Paul Sane. That will be a podium in the New South Wales Unlimited Championships for Paul Sane running that Mercury Optimax, and that is no mean feat. Well deserved for that team. Time to go unlimited displacement racing in the Stuart Doyle. This is the elimination heat number 3, race number 19 on your card. Open to all cell boat competitors out there on the water. In your pole position order, we've got the crew coming out of image out of 1. They are withdrawn from this race. Out of 2. Will be Rastus, 3, the real culprit, 4, Toxic, and 5 is Destiny. A very, very fast field. right, John Duvall, we are about to go racing. Start boat has been given the call. Unlimited displacement, Stuart Doyle. Heat number 3. Rastus, Culprit, Toxic, and Destiny. Saw a cracking battle between Toxic and Destiny earlier on in the day. So Destiny running wide out of pole 5 and Toxic running from 4. Real Culprit, mate, cannot discount this thing. Its straight line speed is phenomenal, pulling massive numbers. Going to be inside there, man. Rastus, the 6 litre. Got the benefit of that inside run. So just confirm for the tower, the final is set on fastest time. So it doesn't matter if you come first, second or third, it'll go down to the fastest 6 boats that go through to the big final for the unlimited displacement. Stuart Doyle. Just waiting on the starter to try and wrangle these guys. They're circling like sharks. Looks to me like they are on their way, ladies and gents. So get your way to the bank. That sun just dipping below, as mentioned by Johnny Duvall. The top of the hill there, and that's really opening up those turn boys visually, so that's going to be much appreciated by these boats. They're closing at about 140 mile an hour into this turn. Right, start boat is underway, flag held high. Rastus will form up just alongside him. One boat out will be the Culprit, then Toxic and Destiny with the wide run down here.
Destiny with a lot of work to do from pole 4.
Tate Ramsey, Chris Edwards. Here we go, the battle is on. Beautiful start by the Culprit on the inside, so out of pole number 2. A huge start. Toxic's got to thread the needle. Culprit goes a little bit wide for my liking. They've come a long way out. That's going to split the field a little bit. Toxic getting pushed back in the middle of it all. Barry in the Culprit now. Tighter on the pins. To his outside is Destiny. The man from Victoria, and Toxic just working hard in the watch there, Jono.
Also from the outside, way outside. Rastus got a great job in the place. Straight speed, phenomenal, but not great for much, but not great for Barry. She's an all-Culprit.
We come right off the pace up there, just for a split second is Toxic, not sure what happened. He's back on the gas now. Yellow flag, we've got one more lap to run. Blake Ramsey on board, Toxic. Mark Evans will be driving angry after that turn 1. Puts it in, and Rastus right on his tail. Massive handballs out in front of the back. Nathan Barry, he's got one more corner. Checkered flag now at the tower, Jono. This will finish it off. He's got to get the job done. Absolutely on the hammer. There's the time. Nathan Barry in the Culprit. Destiny home second place. And in third place is Chris Edwards in the Toxic. And coming off the pace, hopefully everything's okay. Canopy lid pops. That's a shame for the crew of Rastus. That boat right up alongside Toxic for the vast majority of that race. But whoa, that was an interesting one, that turn one. I don't know, I'm just in the commentary box, not in the tower. What were your thoughts?
It's tight, but yeah, it's hard to tell. You think you see what's going on from back here, but until you've got a drone view over the top, really do it. No one's taking it. Yeah, hard one to call, but see what the officials have to say.
Chris Edmonds, no doubt, had nowhere to go in the middle of that corner as he apex the mid part of that corner. Both those boat races were crossing, so either someone went out or someone came in, but he really drove into a hole and there was really no option, and that really upset his run out of turn number one. So you should see the attitude of the drivers when they get back. That often tells a story when they make it back into the boat ramp.
We'll be sitting right up the top of them here, so we'll be able to tell you what happens. But,
just out of harm's way, far enough away to not get hit with the flying helmet. Yeah. Gee whiz, it's exciting, this blind boat stuff.
They're all driving it at 10:10s out there, knowing they haven't qualified time-wise.
Yeah, certainly. Well, and interesting, mate, the real culprit in that last lap, or second to last lap, completely came off the power on the entry into this front straight for the second to last time. So maybe seeing something on the dash he didn't like the look of, but hey, he's pretty pumped. You can see the little wheel stands as he come through. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gents. Got the race win.
Okay, I've just been informed by the race patrol here that the races 29 through to 33 have been cancelled due to time. It's races 29, 30, 31, 32 and 33.
So a little bit heartbreaking for some of our crews. We'll get them back on the water tomorrow. So races 29 to 33 being cancelled. Our permit only allows us to run to a certain time. And obviously with all that debris coming through, we've cost ourselves a little bit of time in the interest of competitor safety, and we wouldn't have it any other way, as tough as it is, Jono.
Correct. Safety must come first, the safety of our competitors, and for the sake of a couple of races, which I'm sure will disappoint the competitors, but that's the best result.
Certainly is. So the man in the lime green racing machine, Chris Edmonds, standing aboard his trusty steed. Gee, that thing goes well for a 2.5 litre Toyota engine out of a Toyota Echo. Yeah. Goes very, very well. He can hear me, but he can't see me, and that's good because he's a bit of a wild man down there, is Chris Edmonds. But yeah, tough gig for him from the cockpit of that one. I reckon he really didn't have a lot of options down there. Out of turn number one, but the boat's home. It looks strong, and that is good to see. Another big field in the water because we are by no means done, ladies and gents. We're about to go back to our 105 program with race number 23, the Superstock 105. Proudly supported by Dargle Water Ski Resort. Big field in this one, 7 boats. So race number 23, Superstock 105, Heat 1. Out of pole 1 is the team of Time Out. Out of pole number 2, Marine Line. 3 will be Dean Allison in Force Roofing. 4, out of nowhere. 5 is Eliminator, and 6, another Madam. 7 on the wide line is Handful. This is a big field, mate. 7 boats down this magnificent Dargle track. It's not sure whether, I think I'd rather be the inside or the outside, not the man in the middle.
Well, I've been in all of those positions. I've been squeezed in one, and squeezed in the middle, and I've squeezed others from the outside.
Yeah, I heard you were a pretty ruthless prick out there, to be honest. Sorry, pardon my language, kids, but yeah, they don't call you Big Bad Johnny Duvall for nothing. There's quite a few people that had a quiet round of applause and drank a beer when you retired from racing, that saved a bit of juco.
We had a couple of spirited conversations in that creek.
Mums and dads and sports fans along the bank, we talked about flags and signals, and in the late afternoon sun we've had a couple of reports from drivers. There's a few red umbrellas and red towels, and I can see a little red deck chair just upriver of the boat ramp. So if you've got something red, bright red or red on, could you please maybe fold it up, move it back a little bit, because we've had a couple of drivers reporting in, thank you so much, that they're seeing red.
At 100 plus miles an hour, it's pretty easy to mistake
A red jumper for a red flag, because that's the #1 rule in racing, and that's apparently what happened with the culprit. They thought they saw a red flag, had to back it off.
Absolutely right.
Big field out here. Dean Gerhard in marine line. Mick McIntosh in the timeout. Darren Greentree on the handful. Dean Allison force roofing. Chris Tracy out of nowhere. Anthony Nibbs in eliminator, and Tommy Webster in another madam. Had a quick chat with Dean Allison after that last race win, 104 mile an hour on the GPS, so dialed right in, and he reckons he was 10 tenths, so not holding back one little bit, so they got that boat clocked right. Can't get caught in the crosswash in that little super line tunnel boat. He'll be up in the air in about a split-second time, so.
That's a definition of a pretty good drive, to be 104 point something or other around there and not break, you know, like all you need to do is have hit a wave and take a dive, and that records on the GPS.
Yeah.
That's how you get a spike and it can go over. Well, good luck to him. I thought it would be close.
Huge shout to the crews on getting the boats in the water on time. We know we've run a little bit late, thanks to no fault of their own, with debris in the water and bits and pieces. But and our ramp marshals and officials, it's absolutely been fantastic. We've had no downtime here on the boat ramp, and it's muchly appreciated by the race organisers, by all you crews out there working hard and keeping an eye on proceedings. Not too long to go here at Dargle at the Winter Spectacular, but hey, we're only talking day one. You get a chance to sit around the campfire tonight and tell stories, and then we get to do it all again tomorrow for a couple of very, very big trophies.
Absolutely. Very little carnage today. Unfortunately, the worst being the two Formula One boats, which is a tragedy. But saying that, most of the blowers still going, and the show's going on, so it's good.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Exactly what the Dargle Valley Boat Club committee would have hoped for, and their prayers have been answered. Big turnout, lots of fans, and a good time being had by many. Just a reminder to crews, races number 29 to 33 have been postponed for today. They will not run today, so if you're on the cards for any of those races, you can put the wagons in a circle, because we will not have time to get you out there on the water. Right, signal given to our start crews. They've done a cracking job out there, start boat. It's not an easy thing, and they've absolutely monstered it out there. Been doing it for a long time, as John alluded to earlier. The starts have been exceptional, to be honest. They must have got the memo about these guys not taking any BS out there.
Exactly. Well, I think most of the drivers know Kempy, and most of them know Brownie as well, and know they won't cop any crap. So they're all behaving, and so they should.
Ricky Howard, the big bully's down there in race control. He's been working overtime, mate. He's thrown out more yellow cards than a blackjack dealer at a casino. He's not listening to me, which is good, because he's a big man and he can get angry. 105 Superstock, proudly sponsored by Dargle Water Ski Resort. If you're not a member, you're missing out. I can assure you, get on board, jump on a website, put your membership in. Great lineup. Displacement field parted only by one outboard out there in Dino Allison. Going to have his work cut out of him in this huge field. 7 boats in the afternoon sun conditions. Perfect. The air cooling. The displacements will love this. Wait for the drop. Flags down. We've gone racing, ladies and gents. Beautiful start out of pole number 2. Can't pick up who that is. Dean Allison left behind in this one a little bit. Marine line out in front. Madam Tommy Webster looking very, very good right now. Out of nowhere, upside Webster. Nice and clean, those two. Good race room left. Beautiful turn on the inside as well, and they're all through clean. Well done, this field. As there's a drag race up the back chute now. Dean Allison, he's got his boats on his inside, boats on his outside, out of nowhere, putting pressure on the inside. Allison, he's really going to have to watch himself to leave race room. Gets there in front, but out in front, Marine Line. Putting a show on right now with some beautiful conversions on. Out of nowhere, into second spot. Another Madam, Tommy Webster, getting it right this time, looking at a podium spot. Dean Allison trying to find his way forward through those big holes. Handful racing around nicely as well. Oh, huge leap down here at turn number 1. Yellow flag flying from the tower. There's going to be 1 lap to run this time through. Marine Line, Jono, they look like they've got this one in the bag.
Marine Line way out front. The tunnel boat in third place. Handful rounding out the field. We have another Madam out over in the back straightaway. Both of them. Everybody see it? Both sitting there. Second flag is out now. So I think we'll take the win. Then from start to finish, it's a smooth drive. There's Tracy in out of nowhere, coming over on second. Then the male model, the force roofing, coming home in third. Time out.
That was a fierce fight. Those smaller boats out there in that big boat field. Wow, we wouldn't want to be in more handful of that one.
You get kicked around a bit of a small boat out there. Like, it's very hard to see. The water's green, and you can't see. It's very hard to see the rollers, especially in the light.
That was a cracking drive from out of nowhere, and they deserved that one. They've been the guys from the ACT. Done a lot of prep work on this boat and really starting to put together some great results. And a shame for Tom Webster. Obviously, we saw him miss the start in that first one, and he was in a really good spot. Beautiful and clean, the whole field through turn number 1. Racing room was left. They all had a clean line through that first corner, and that was great to see. But,
Definitely
unfortunately, Madam having a shutdown.
It was up there with the top 3 boats because they went into the first corner. But, so it all comes down to pole positions. By pole 3, you're sort of really in about pole 5 by the time you're down there. After you give someone a bit of width, you know. And so it's hard to come back from there. But no, he was doing a great job. Hopefully the injury's not terminal.
Mate, they've got Peter Stevens, the old school engine whisperer here on board of the crew with Maxie Stevens. So, mate, he'll be out there. He'll find a lathe somewhere. He'll build a new engine block, or I don't know, put a crank in it, and she'll be back on the water in another hour or so. If I know Pete Stevens. Give a round of applause, ladies and gents. They did battle for you, the 105s, mate, and there was some cracking run. And how good is it to see the guys from Marine Line find their way to the top step of the podium after that DNF earlier on today. So Marine Line boat covers getting their money's worth in the last one, along with R&D, Plumbing and Parcel. I have to pick that one up. I can't read my own handwriting at this late stage in the day. Better put my glasses on. Next one up is the Griffith Boat Club Trophy, proudly sponsored by Wes Cranes. Race number 25 on the program, 3-boat field and some of the very best. This category is a 6-litre carburetted category, so no fuel injection. So 3-boat field, Shenanigans, B&R engines, and that beautiful quiver machine. Justin Franken has drawn pole number 1, so he'll run out of the inside line. Out of pole 2, Chris Pugsley in Shenanigans, and out of 3, Brett Nidry in B&R engines. Got to give a huge shout out to Alan Nidry, the magnificent young gun, out here working hard on the cruise. He's down here somewhere. Shenanigans. Dodge Mopar powered Evercraft roars to life one more time. Alongside him, Brett Nidry from the Melton Runabout and Speedboat Club in Victoria in the B&R engines machine. Justin Frankham, the man from Silverdale, in that magnificent 18-foot Evercraft.
Definition of friendship here, Murph, down in front of us. There are a couple of mono drivers. Got their mates in their football shorts and thongs holding the boat down there. The water would be freezing, absolutely freezing.
There's no doubt about it. There is something wrong with these mono outboard drivers. Yeah. It doesn't matter where you go, they're all slightly on the verge of sanity. On the spectrum, as my wife would say. The teacher's definitely on the spectrum, half this field. Careful, the start boat's getting excited, mate. He can smell the bar, it's not too far away. Start boat flag, loft high in the air. 6-litre carby. APBA Championship race, the Griffith Boat Club Trophy. Round number 1, Quiver, Shenanigans and B&R.
So you'd have to put your money on Pugs and Shenanigans, but anything could happen. So Brent got a great start in B&R engines in the last heat, with Pugs all the way down the first straightaway. Yes, still on the outside, I think.
Yeah, and that's one of those things. We know Brett, like he builds an engine like no one else, and but the time in the cockpit, that's what he's looking for here, and he's just coming on and coming on. And when you're surrounded by the best, you pick up some real great habits, and that's what he's doing right now.
Absolutely.
Oh, nice lineup. Watch Justin Frankham as well. This thing quiver, mate. Absolute rocket ship as well. So it's anyone's run. The flag drops. We've gone racing. Nice start out of quiver on the inside. Shenanigans is away. So is B&R, as you call, Jono. Looking very good on the outside. Into turn number 1. Shenanigans will get there first. Nice gap left there. So through goes quiver. Beautiful around. B&R out wide. Nice clean run as well. But the inside run for quiver puts Justin Frankham up into a solid second spot. time. Nice on the power. Frankham now looks to the inside, says staying inside that wash, Jono, and making ground.
Absolutely. Well, Brett, they're caught out wide. Goes down 10 buttons behind. At the moment, it's all out in front. It's Pugsley and Shenanigans in the way, but must have backed off a little bit. Quiver's having a slip up the inside here. Within about 4 or 5 boats. Really done a great job at third place over the back straight away. Into the corner they go. The yellow flag's out now. 1 lap to go when they go past. But Quiver's doing an absolute fantastic job here. He's pulled about 4 or 5 boat lengths back on Chris Buxley and Shenanigans.
1 more lap to run. Pugsley in front, but Frankham is going absolutely nowhere. Keep your eyes peeled. This could be a huge upset. Brent Injury, big mountain in the middle. In B&R Engines. Pushing hard down the back straight away. And Quiver is cutting him down the last straight, Jono.
This will be an upset. I think Quiver running the 5-litre engine, so doing a great job. So, but he's up the inside again. Chris is having a look out here. He's having another slip up the inside. He's got on. Shenanigans by about 4 or 5 boat lengths. And B&R Engines in 3rd place. Chris had better have a look at the video of that when he gets home this evening.
I'm looking in my left mirror, he's there. I'm looking at my right mirror, he's there. He's still there. What a drive. Congratulations to Team Shenanigans. Chris Pugsley got pushed all the way by the 5.2 litre Quiver of Justin Frankham. Mate, drove faultlessly. And Brent Injury, Shenanigans has come off the base now. I don't know, you know more about this than me, but there was a lot of mist, a lot of vapour out of those exhausts. So not sure whether he's seeing a bit of a temperature issue. Might have picked up a bit of crap in the water intake, but seemed to be managing in the back part of that race.
Well, quite a few boats have today, including the 5-2 machine constables. So yeah, there could be an issue there. A bit hard to tell because they're not running water through the pipes, so we couldn't see any water coming out of the transom anywhere. So maybe there is a temperature issue. He did have to burst it out.
Yeah, mate, we'll tell you what, because you don't want to have Adam Frankham chasing in that one. So Justin Frankham, I keep talking it to Adam. Sorry, Adam.
Well, it won't be long before Adam's in there, I suppose.
I've been calling their sons driving since they were kids, and so yeah, Justin's the dad, Leanne's the mum, and there's 2 very, very ugly, smelly boys in the middle there somewhere.
Correct.
Frankham family do a lot for this sport, and they said this boat, absolute cracker. But welcome them home, Chris Pugsley in the crew of Shenanigans. So Tim Shannon, big shout out to you, the big Evercraft, getting the job done in the 6 litre carburetted. And also a big thank you to Warren Gay in Bega for all the headwork development on this engine. To Liqua Moly and Arcadia Automotive, the sponsors of the Shenanigans race machine. Race number 26, our second to last, ladies and gentlemen, the magnificent men in their flying mono machines. And then in big news, race number 27, the last race of the day here at the Dargle Valley Motorboat Club, is the final of the Bob Thurger New South Wales APBA Forced Induction Championship. supported by the Vintage and Veterans Racing Club. This will be a big showdown, Jono. Very shortly, we will bring you the field for the final of the Bob Thurger. But next up, we've got one more round of the monos. A lot of smiles down here on the boat ramp, which is good to see from fellow competitors Justin Frank and Freddie Nidri swapping stories after that last hit out in the 6-litre carby. Right, start boat's been given the nod. This is the monos, ladies and gents. For the last time today, the Wild Crew trimming for the stars. Bo Bickerton in F18X. Matty Dewar in the Ransom. Matt Campbell, No Rules, and Nathan Todd Hunter in the Evan Rooter. Or even Rooter, depending on where you come from. Couple of big rooster tails down there, so they got some trim dialed in. This is going to be big when the flag goes. They're either going to win or they're going to go upside down straight off the bat. 4 wide, listening to the chatter under the hulls, these perfect river conditions. Oh, look at how wide, that's the 19X. Oh, he's just about going it over backwards, trying to get it settled. Flag drops, good start on the inside. Evan Rooter out a second, but it's Matty Dewar, boat number 1 is 71. He's got the lead in. Got to estimate the time given, the lane given. Goes in nice and sweet. Watch this turn on the inside, No Rules. Oh, gets it through and out of there nicely. What a power move. So that's a big drive. Looks over his right shoulder, so he's got a clean run.
Unbelievable turnaround from the first heat of their monos. They're basically all in the reverse positions as they were in the first race. Bo Bickerton's been left out high and dry on the outside, back in 4th place, with No Rules. Beautiful first corner, and doing very well in the second corner as well.
Certainly.
Out, got the boat sitting on its tail.
Oh, there's a boat going around. Oh, hold your breath. Whew. Great evasive action from Bo Bickerton. He's gone from 3rd to 2nd. That was a big moment. I think that was Matty Dewar. It certainly was. But out in front, Matty Campbell, the man from the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club, the Force F18X, the 250 XS Mercury. He's got a clean break. Kenzie, Jordan and Dan going nuts here on the bank. Took a podium at St George. Oh, runs a wide line. Watch out for the Evan Rooter of Nathan Todd Hunter. He's now stepped to the inside of the wash. And the battle with Matty Dewar down the back. He will be driving angry now. You don't want to hook one of these boats around. And he's going to be going 120% down the back chute. 4-lap race for the outboards. Yellow flag on the tower, Jono. Oh, there's a move coming from Evan Rooter. Oh, he's gone to the inside. Oh, a bit of turn boy action. That puts him out rear of field. Take a lap, son.
Oh, what a tragedy. That's going to cost him a lap penalty, I think. But Bo Bickerton has gone from 4th to 3rd. Oh, no, back on the inside.
2nd.
Oh, Eddie Barnes has come back on the inside.
Let's get loose down here. So now the boat in 2nd, Evan Rooter. They will cop a 1-lap penalty for hitting that turn buoy down there. So they're out of the action. So the battle now in 2nd and 3rd is on right here in the rear of the field. But out in front, take nothing away from Matt Campbell. In No Rules, Kenzie, Jordan and Dan will be going bananas down here. This is going to be a race win for the young upstart. He wanted to give a huge shout out to Mum and Dad and the boys, and he's going to come out wide and buzz the crowd. Have a look at him. He salutes the tower. Give him a wave. He's got this job done. The checkered flag down here on the tower. He's going to take the race win. The man from the Hawkesbury Powerboat Club, Matty Campbell. Nathan Todd Hunter will be polishing the yellow off the side of that boat for a little while, and Matty Dewar. Great uncharacteristic error from the man. made a prop change of that one because the boat just not settling for the whole race.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. He's sort of nowhere in that race. But,
He's come under a bit of pressure. The Force Factory Racing team.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the Force Factory Racing team. But, mate, they're always entertaining to watch. And the great thing about these guys, obviously perfect conditions here. You can put 2 foot of slop out there and they still go 110%. They don't care.
absolutely.
Not a fear in the heart is the men and women sometimes here in their mono machines. We'll give another round of applause as they come back to the bank, ladies and gents. Give them a wave. They've given it everything. These are a tough boat to drive on a short, tight circuit. They were never designed to do it. And a couple of little wheel stands, Hawkesbury River style, from Matt Campbell in the No Rules.
Now, we've got some information to provide you. We've got the draw, or the pole positions for the Bob Thurger Forced Induction Unlimited race.
The final, so they've been battling all day to get their way, buy their way into this one. So this is the championship run, the last race of the day.
No surprise, then pole 1 will be Unleashed. Brett Shepherd.
Yes, Team Unleashed. He was fast.
Maybe a little bit of a surprise, but a very, very happy inclusion. In pole 2 will be Jimmy McCutcheon in Bulldog.
Awesome news.
In the 3rd spot, Nathan Barry in the Real Culprit. Out of pole 4 will be Reckless.
Tate Ramsey,
Tate
so
Ramsey.
the Victorian finding pole 4.
And his brother in Blake in Destiny will be 5, and Toxic in 6. First reserve, I believe, is Darryl Quinn in Bad Influence.
So there you go, that is one hell of a field. 6 of the best making it through the final of the Bob Thurger Forced Induction Championships, the Vintage and Veterans Club. Unleashed, Bulldog, Real Culprit, Reckless Destiny and Toxic.
What a field. It's going to be a fantastic race.
A conservative 9,000 horsepower by my maths.
What could go wrong?
What could go wrong? The sun's dipped now over the bank, starting to cool down a little bit from a driver's point of view. That makes a huge difference. They'll get perfect line of sight into this turn number 1 down here, those 3 turn boys.
See over the top of the marquee behind us here, Murph, and the Bulldog boys are just doing their final prep. Jimmy's suited up. I imagine Tank will have the boat fueled up. Still wiping oil out of the bottom of it from that rocket cover, but that's the least of their problems. Can't see too many other blowers from here, but I'm sure they're all working. They're all working towards this last race, getting prepared. Trying to keep their nerves in check. There's a huge wallet on this one as well. The prize money is exceptional, I believe, around the 10 grand mark.
You've just stunned me, John. $10,000, we think. Well, it's commentary box, so maybe it's $5.
Well,
doesn't matter. But I'm going to win something if I win this race.
Oh, Bob had a lot of friends, and that means a lot to them, and they've put up some, really great money to honour his greatness in our sport.
Yeah, he's one of those names.
Have 6 of the best boats in Australia out there fighting for his inaugural first trophy. So bring it on.
That is great news for teams out there, and let's be honest, they would come and run this event just for the prize money. Is nice. It helps pay some of those bills. That's not what they're here for. This is to put their name on that trophy and get themselves up there, and because it does mean so much to anybody that's from the the big boat racing community. The Thurger name, it's one of those names that will live on forever in our memories.
Absolutely, he did a lot for sport, built a lot of boats,
Yep.
and drove a lot of boats. I believe he'd gone, stand to be corrected, for about 17 swims over his career. Throwing blades on propellers and all sorts of things, lock-ups, and well before gear releases in the gearboxes and stuff like that. Survived the ball, and it was a
Old school legend, Hall of Famer of the Australian Powerboat Racing Association. Bob Thurger, so it won't be too far away. Final preparation underway. Air temperature cooling nicely. These blown boats are going to love this. The air density increasing as that temperature comes down. They're going to be making big horsepower. This is going to be one hell of a race. The prize money is on the table. The opportunity to put your name in one of the most coveted trophies in New South Wales. We'll come back in a couple of minutes with the big final here at the Dargle Valley Motorboat Club. Proudly brought to you by Patterson Built for all your home renovations and new homes. CF Moto for your side-by-side and ATV requirements, and Hardwood Resources, civil, domestic and hardwood fencing materials. You need tips on how to light your fire here tonight, just head on down to near the boat ramp area. You see the crew with the blower, working very clever over there, boys. Nice to see. Got the old DeWalt blower out there, getting things fired up for what will be a relatively cool evening. You can see the glint in some of these young people's eye because they know what's going on later on tonight. Mate, the band's kicking off up there in the main marquee or the main bar area. The bar's open. The food's there. I've got to tell you, I tried some loaded pork belly chips last night from one of our food vendors up there in the main area. It was outstanding. And the food down here all across the day has been phenomenal. But make sure you get on up there and put your money on the bar at the Dargle Valley Boat Club. Every dollar we raise is helping this crew out. They've been underwater for far too long up here, and it's great to see us back and having a good time. The band, John, I haven't got a bit of a read on it, but you'd be hoping it's a 60s rock band.
No, they're a couple of young brothers, and their old man takes them around. And it's all set up on the back of an old, from memory, a Chev truck.
Yep.
And they are fantastic. They do really, really good stuff. A bit of everything, you know. I come down here recently for friends. My son's birthday parties, two sons' birthday parties, and they really put on a show and a half. So yeah, I do know a bit about them, and they're worth a look. Fantastic,
a good chance to swap stories. So you get a cold drink, maybe a beer or two from the crew.
We have to lubricate the throat for tomorrow.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, it's almost medical. It's almost medical. Well, I know what I'm thinking. It's just the words aren't coming out. I've run out of words.
Medicinal.
Medicinal. That's the word I'm looking for.
All right, we have Bulldog in the water. And I believe Unleashed is just backing down the ramp as we speak.
See Nathan Todd Hunter, the pilot of Evan Reuter, just cruising back into the canal right now, fiercely trying to rub the yellow paint off the side of the boat, pretending he did not touch that turn buoy. But I reckon the judges might beg to differ, but great bloke, met him this morning, had a real good laugh. He hasn't fallen out once today, so he's definitely on the improve.
said, the Unleashed getting back in there now.
The 21 Child's Play, mate. The big 5:27. Pretty relaxed there behind the wheel is Mr. Brett Shepherd. Big shout out to Bianca, the chief team detailer. She's been working hard. The boat looking magnificent this weekend.
I just noticed on the side of Unleashed,
No.
no parking sign, which is obviously intended for somebody that's here today that had a bit of a bingle with him at Raymond Terrace.
Raymond Terrace, yeah, that's right. You've never seen a prank like that where you can see the individual blade marks of the propeller as it munches its way up the side of the boat. Glad they're both okay, but good that they've got a sense of humour about that one. So
yeah, exactly.
No standing zone signs.
Rob and Gary Newell just did an exceptional job repairing the boat. You'd never know.
Yeah.
But, yeah, themselves did their job again, and
yeah, they all still here right at the point end of the field is Unleashed, the out of two Bulldog. Real obviously had some dramas earlier on in the day, so missed that first heat race, but then when they came out, they absolutely came out storming run. And I was genuinely surprised at their pace, to be frank, and take nothing away from them. The boats looked really solid in the cornering, and the acceleration down the corner has been absolutely second to none. So Nathan Barry, real culprit, raw pace is there. That boat's lightning fast. A couple of moments in there, but he's driven the wheels on to get himself into the final.
yeah, the pace is certainly there, that's for sure. But yeah, I was a little bit surprised at the pace of Bulldog. It would come back, I think, 138, 137 mile an hour or something like that. So
Okay.
that's up there. You know?
Yeah,
it's up there.
Considering the length of track here too, like these corners are really, like obviously the track length is one thing, but the corners, they're very tight, so you blow off a lot of mid-corner speed. If you're racing in the wider lakes or the wider river tracks, your mid-corner speed might be 10, 15, 20 mile an hour faster, and that's a multiplier. So you wind the boat out. So the fact that they're getting that acceleration back to the water is critical to be pulling those numbers up around
Well, also,
40.
if you're held into the boys close, as we was discussing earlier, it's not an easy target to get the power down without the boat jumping and get loose and what have you. So, I mean, a lot of the guys are doing an exceptional job today, just sitting the boat on their backside and accelerating away. So, on the inside, you get a little bit excited, I suppose, when you see someone come around the outside of you and
hold your nerve.
you try and get on the throttle too quick, and next thing you're skyward.
Yeah.
And that's 4 boat lengths they've gone.
Yeah, it is, and it's a game of millimetres here too. And it's funny when you see like anything like a hot lap qualifier, 1 lap shootout kind of thing, is the line that drivers choose isn't on the pins, and it's not wide either. It's somewhere in about maybe pole 2 to 3, and they can open the back end of that corner up. So pole 1 obviously is advantage shorter distance, but yeah, definitely you're blowing off much more speed. If you can get a clean run out of 2 or 3, that really can set you up for that first dash down the back straight in that clean water before you start to deal with crossboat washes.
We've got Reckless going in now. So Tate Ramsey all buckled in, ready to go.
Yeah, and obviously this comes down to their qualifying time. So, we saw Unleashed had a really clean run, got out in front in clean water and wasn't really challenged. Ramsey qualifying was a bit more of a battle, so a little bit wider. So, running out from that wider pole, big expectations out of the team, but from my point of view, probably would have expected to put them up maybe one more spot in this one. So a bit surprised, but they've been, to the credit of the teams in front of them, you've earned this spot. So that is where you are on race day today. And just outside of Destiny, so Blake Ramsey, I should say, in Destiny, we haven't got the times here, but won't be loading at these identical boats, and his first time with a wing, doing a really good job to get into this qualifier when you consider who's not in.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Exactly.
Toxic, Chris Edmonds, he won't want to have a run like that last one. He got battered around like a very unpopular person at a birthday party. He really did get flogged, but came out with a grin on his face. I couldn't believe it when he pulled back in. And the boat's got good pace, but the handling, the turning, the cornering, just phenomenal out of this machine. So maybe a little bit down at the top end of it, but gee whiz, it's hooking in and going.
When you get wonder what's going through the driver's head. Where they need to be down that front straight, where they need to be in that corner. Who's beside them? Will they get squeezed?
It's one of those things we talk about often, like obviously this, you know, we're talking about the course here, the racetrack. It's not like car racing in the fact that, you know, every single time you run down this straight, it can be different to last time. You know, every time you come out of the course, you know, the turn boys move a tiny bit. You know, the set of the course, the length of the course might be 2-3 metres. But, you know, you don't go out there and run around, you know, a lap up here at, you know, at Ipswich or anything like that, or, you know, Sydney Motorsport Park. You know, you just done a lap a minute before, you come back, it's almost the same or similar, unless, of course, rain. Here it's totally different. You cannot guarantee that that second lap is going to be anything like the first lap, and that's why we see, you know, such, you know, toing and froing within these races as the race unfolds.
You get a crosswash, you get a hole left in the corner, especially if you're racing against the hydroplaners, but even someone to come out of a corner and you know, instead of Sky was going to leave a big hole in the water that you're going to fall into inevitably. The track is changing all the time, and it's very hard. The white flag is up.
It's time to go, ladies and gents. This is the final. The Bob Thurger New South Wales APBA Force Induction Championship, supported by the Vintage and Veterans Club. Big prize money on the line for this one, but the chance to put yourself in the history books on this another trophy is what they are here for. Will it be unleashed out of pole 1? Bulldog from 2, the culprit from 3. Reckless from 4, Destiny out of 5, top 6 out of 6. Nathan Barry did that one on purpose. He just lit it up right out the front of the tower. He means business, Jono.
Takes the hairstand up on the back of your neck.
Felt that one in the back teeth as he launched it off the boat ramp. Conditions perfect. That cool air would be just shoved down the front of these superchargers. We won't know what happened. You wouldn't be an air molecule here today at Dargle. I'll tell you what, you're about to get the ride of your life. Compressed methanol ejected, taken up to about 700 degrees and then spat out the back of an exhaust. It's not a big day for the air molecules here at Dargle. See down here in pit lane, it is just about empty. Everybody is on the bank. It is time to watch the big showdown for day number 1 here at Dargle. And for so many teams, they've been working towards this for a long, long time. The New South Wales APBA, Bob Thurger.
Has anyone seen that log right there? Who's on the jet skis? Ian, get it.
Let the games begin at the far end of the course. You can just hear it if we stay quiet. There's a whole lot of
A peeing
horsepower.
competition up there, you see. circling the prey.
Yeah, who's on the jet ski?
Water's taking a while to settle down here.
Stick. Oh, there's a stick there. Who can operate a jet ski? Go and get it. Jet ski's out of action. Oh, Chip felt it. Wants to be damn quick, because everyone's going to be out of fuel. And straight in front of the pontoon, tell them.
So crews down here at boat ramp just identifying an object in the water. So the Hawkesbury rescue crew heading up now to pull it out of the water. So they're going to have to keep circulating at the top.
Tell them left. Tell them over to the left.
This wouldn't be doing the nerves of the drivers any good up there with a prolonged start.
Certainly the adrenaline will be pumping, heart rate will be up. Yeah, you've done it before. You get the dry mouth just before the start, and then it becomes a blur. You think about the race after the race is done.
We'll figure on that. I think it's sunk as they've gone near it. It's bigger than that. I'm sure it was. Anyway, get off the course. They're going to be out of fuel.
To the crew from the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club, that recovery rescue crew out there, they've worked hard all day, and I want to thank the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club. There's a whole lot of their members here on behalf of the Dargle Valley Boat Club that without them this event would not have gone off the water. There's people from everywhere, but the Upper Hawkesbury probably over-indexing on their support here this weekend.
The clubs always have gone along well, and we help each other out at different events. Joey's been a stalwart at our major events for years, and a family, Tracy, and what have you. So yeah, it just works well.
Right.
We've just been heard from the control tower. We've been given the signal to bring them down. So get yourselves ready, folks. This is it.
This is the big one.
Inaugural Bob Thurger Unlimited balloon race.
The 2023 championship. Just under 10,000 horsepower will be unleashed with the drop of that white flag, the drag race. To turn number one, it's going to be loud, it's going to be noisy, you're not going to hear what we're saying, so get excited. Out of 1, Unleashed. 2 is Bulldog. 3, the real culprit. 4 is Reckless. 5 is Destiny. 6 is Toxic. 6 of the very, very best anywhere in Australia are here for you right now.
I think I can see that white flag up, Murph, and they're in line, getting in line.
Bit of a delta between Brett Shepherd and pole 2, so coming across now is Bulldog. You're going to be pushed wide out here. Toxic's going to be right on these boys. Need to ease up a little bit. They're in front of the start boat there. There we go, flags down, let's go racing. Beautiful drop out of pole 2 in Bulldog. He's got a great run. They are gunnel in pole 2 and pole 3. Unleashed is around clean. Bulldog, oh, Brett Shepherd ugly on the outside. Culprit Sanders in the middle and out wide. It's Destiny with a great run. The run of Destiny in pole 3. He's out wide. Destiny has come from wide and now up in the 3rd spot, but Brett Shepherd needs to tidy it up in front. Bulldog in 2nd, Jono Culprit's through, and now Ramsey's moved to the inside.
Unfortunately, Bulldog stopped. But indeed, it's all unleashed out front. Great race between the brothers and Coming down to face the yellow flag. Jimmy's mirrors on, and you couldn't see what was happening behind. That looked close from here.
Oh, heartbreak for the crew of Bulldog. They were right on point, putting pressure all over the place, but take nothing away from the man that brought that home, the Unleashed of Brett Shepherd. That was an incredible drive, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for him. The Bob Thurger winner for 2023. Brett Shepherd and the team from Unleashed.
Well, what could have been for Jimmy and Bulldog holding down a decent second place there. We don't know what they did, but it stopped, unfortunately. The position was jumped upon by Blake Ramsey and Reckless with his brother not far behind as well. But congratulations to all the starters. Nathan Barry probably didn't get the start that was after or the first corner, but it's just one of those things. You can't be a winner all the time. But,
Mate, that was a hell of a drive, and commiserations a little bit to Blake Ramsey's destiny. He drove around the outside, a bit of outside water, and just hooked up and put himself up in the third spot. But then we saw the pressure come from his brother Tate, in Reckless to the inside, and he just could not get that boat to engage. He saw 3-4 times, had to back right out of it.
Well, and the water does get quite rough down there where it comes back off the wall.
But mate, it's a reversal of the Marge Watson, and Brett Shepherd will be pretty happy with that one. He came home first, second place. A big, massive congratulations to the Victorian from the Melton Runabout Speedboat Club is Tate Ramsey from the Ramsey Racing Team in Reckless. So great drive, had to fight it hard, did it tough, but got it home. And with the second flag flying high, get to the back and give him a massive wave and bang your hands together. Belching flames here at the Dargle Valley Motorboat Club. It's Mr. Brett Shepherd in the Unleashed machine. He will be over the moon with this one. The Bob Thurger, it means a lot to anybody in this sport, and he will be absolutely rapt to have chiseled his name on that trophy for eternity. There's a bit of excitement down here in the boat room. Brett's just splitting the field.
Yes.
We've got men in waders leaping on course boats. It's all happening down here, mate.
Missed everyone on the course, but he took the course boat out down here.
There you go. We got a race report incident after the post-race celebration. We'll take that one to the tower. Hey, Jono, it's been fantastic having you up here, mate, in the commentary box. And, mate, your insights, as always, are exceptional. I know that everybody in the bank will have appreciated it. It's been a hell of a day, and give us your take on day one here at Dargle.
Oh, I think it's been great. You know, unfortunately, as we talked about the Formula One boats, that was just bad. You know, real bad luck. You know, good hard charges. They took two boats out early, but I think the racing's been an exceptional day. Really, it's a couple of surprises. You know, I think that race at Jimmy's and Bulldog for the heat was probably one of the best races I've seen him drive. A lot of the guys, Christopher Toxic, he's had a good day as well. The Ramsey boys seem to be getting more and more alive with every race they're going in. You know, they're getting better and better. Yeah, I thought it was a great day. Yeah, so all in all, a very successful day, I thought.
Mate, it's fantastic. It has been an absolute privilege to be up here with you, and I want to give a shout out to all of our crew, the Dargle Valley Powerboat Club or Motorboat Club. It's just been phenomenal day one, and we really hope you've enjoyed it. This venue, this farm, has been in the family for 7 generations, in the Smith family. We want to give you a huge shout out for the work that you all put in, and Pugs Straight. There's a million of them, and I'm going to forget everyone, so I'm not even going to try. But to everybody involved in Dargle, thank you so much for bringing us some of the best powerboat racing you're going to see anywhere in Australia. Our major event sponsors for one more time: Patterson Built, for all your home renovations and new homes. For CF Moto, if you're in for the market for a side-by-side or an ATV, go and see the crew from CF Moto. And Hardwood Resources. If you need land cleared, civil and domestic, and all of your hardwood fencing materials, support the people that support the sport that you love. We've just been told that the Thurger Trophy will be presented at the Veterans and Vintage Tent, Jono. So just down here in the pit area, or just past the pit area.
Yeah, VIP area.
In the VIP area?
Yeah.
In about 20 minutes' time, I believe it's the VIP area. There's probably a bar down there. You can buy yourself a beer.
There is.
So come on down, ladies and gentlemen. The pit is now open. So if you want to come down and get a close-up look at some of this gear, please, you feel free to do so. However, a couple of rules while you're in the pits. There remains no smoking, and if you've got your children with you, be aware there is moving vehicles. Tracy Pugsley, the Queen of Dargle, has just tipped me for the last time. Murph, one more thing. There's going to be food, there's going to be a bar, there's going to be beer, there's going to be a roaring fire, and the band is going to kick off very, very soon. The day has finished, but the night here at Dargle has just begun. Jono, guess what? We get to do this all again tomorrow. Thank you so much for being part of the show today. We hope you've really enjoyed it. On behalf of the Dargle Valley Powerboat Club and all the members and committee, my name's been Andrew Murphy. We hope you had a ball. Hope we didn't annoy you too much. And we're going to come back and do it all again tomorrow. Come and see us for the presentation of the Bob Thurger in about 20 minutes' time, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Well done. Thank you, Merv.
A community service announcement. We've just had a framed picture handed in here at Race Control. It was left behind in a gazebo. So if you have